Greetings, Earth creatures. Hope all is well. Everybody's good. Yeah, I'm late in. Just having one of those days. But yeah, up and kicking. So, I'm dropping things. Come on in, tell us what's new, what's happening, what's bothering you. Like this camera, can't seem to make up its mind either. So, everybody get to see the service yesterday? For old, for Dom, which was quite heartbreaking at points, I must admit. But yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. So, although I couldn't help feeling at the end of it, everything felt more final, if you know what I mean. Up until that point, it always felt like Dom was around somehow in some form still. And then that service ended and it was like, very final. Felt like it was, yeah, because everything was done, I suppose, and everything that needed to be done. And it felt very sort of like, so, a bit of a low day, I suppose. But, as they say, life goes on. Although it always seems a bit more difficult than it was before, but there you go. So we've got none of the usual crowd tonight in terms of people coming in. It's just me, this, and a barely working studio. Oh, hello. There he is. Twice
In a day.
Oh, fuck it, mate. 3 times. There you go.
Oh, fucking hell. My aches ache.
Yeah. It's funny, the room don't look any different.
Alexa, lights cool.
Okay.
It does. Look, there. I've moved boxes.
No, it does do that though, doesn't it? It's sort of like you
I've
do a
actually-
ton of work and nothing appears to have happened.
It's actually a lot tidier than it was, and I'm actually happier with it now because I can still move around in it a little bit. But when the chaps come in, it's all fairly straightforward. But oh Jesus, everything is leaning over or bending down, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
you get a box, you have to make the box up, so you have to lean or get on your knees and then get up again, and then it's just bending to fill the box and checking to make sure it's not too heavy or
Oh, you know what, don't you? Look, it's come to rub our faces in it. I'm getting an Alzheimer's on Monday.
Is it Monday?
It's not Monday yet, Kent.
No, yeah, but you know, it's damn sight closer than when mine is coming.
Oh, is that me?
I think it might be you, Buzz.
1, 2. No.
3, 4.
Is it me?
Yeah, might be. Have you got speakers going?
Oh, hold on.
Just set fire to me microphone.
Somebody's bid on my Haynes Manual.
That better?
1, 2.
Sound it? Hello? Yeah, cool.
Cool.
I dug that out from that dreaded fucking awful thing that the wife had. And she said, "Oh, just chuck it in the bin." I said, "It's a Haynes Manual, darling. Everybody wants Haynes Manuals." And somebody's bid on it. Wow. So we'll see if...
I can't remember what were the U.S. versions of those.
Weren't they
Oh, it was
Haynes as well?
Well, they may have, I can't remember. I had one for my Mustang.
I thought Haynes was a US brand.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I thought it was something else. Maybe I'm confusing with the old Thomas Guide maps.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, those
always-
things are great. Yeah, if they're
Oh
not
yeah,
if they're not grease smudged, you haven't been using it.
and this hasn't got a smudge of grease on it because I think it came with the car when we bought it. It was like on the back seat, which should have been a bit of a warning, shouldn't it?
So what, did it rust away before you had a chance for anything on it to break?
No, it broke frequently,
Uh,
and I sold it to a Romanian guy in Norwich, and that was the one where he came. He was working in, so geographically this would probably mean nothing to you, but he was working in Lowestoft, which is like the most easterly town in the UK. And I'm like, he had to go from there to Norwich by train, then change at Norwich to come to Stowmarket on the train, then get a cab, which is about 15, 20 quid from there to my home. And he said he was on his way, so the car, we'd stored it at mother-in-law's house just round the corner. And I go to get it, and I start the engine up, and everything's fine. And so I turn the engine off, and I just give it the once over, just to make sure everything's okay. And then he turns up, and the damn thing won't start. The battery's dead. So I'm trying to sell a car that won't start. So I. Because it's a diesel, you can't bump start it.
yeah.
You have to jump it. So I wasn't sure if I had any cables, so I went across the village to my friend, got some cables, put them on in the wrong order, so one of them starts massively overheating and the plastic handles start melting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh shit. I'm blocking somebody else's driveway, and this guy from Romania, I was just expecting him to say, I'm off, I go. No, this is no good. He didn't. He stuck around. He said, I'll have the car. We got it started and we charged the battery up. He said, I'll have the car. Paid for it, drove it away, never saw him again. There we go. Oh, I'm only going to be here for about an hour, then I'm off to bed.
Who
That
needs
bad,
sleep?
huh?
Come on, Rob.
I've got to get up to take my daughter to work. She starts work at 5:30 in the morning, so I have to get up at about 4:45. And by the time I sort of wake up, roll out of bed, drag a comb across my head, and put on me clothes.
bum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I take it. But of course, tonight, what is happening? We are losing an hour because we're moving ahead. So I'm going to get even less.
Joining the stupidity.
Indeed. So
Yes.
yeah,
That'll be weird.
that'll be nice.
It'll be nice, yeah. It's weird for the first couple of weeks, though. But
I'm definitely a summer person.
I want to know how the dogs know.
No, they don't.
My lot do.
Really?
Yeah.
They just don't go by the sun?
Nope. They just seem to know. I don't know what it is. Maybe they hear the 6 o'clock news or something like that and go, oh, it's dinner time.
I think our cats, it's motion detection. In other words, when they see us stirring in bed, they know it's
Yeah.
time to jump and walk across you.
That's it.
Well, there you go.
I managed to extract those Fairlight cards for Simon, so he can test his dodgy one.
Yeah. I actually have to take the main board out of the third wave and send it up for the upgrade for the protection for the USB circuits. So once I finish my hardware jam this weekend, I got to box it up, and that will coincidentally clear a space on the rack.
For what might that
Possibly.
I'm so worried and so excited at the same time for getting, because they'll be at Super Booth,
Yeah.
so I'll actually get to play one, and I'm worried because I'll probably come away going, I've got to have this synth. I've got to have it. But equally excited that I'm actually going to get to play an Osmos. So.
Yeah, because I've never touched one. It's going to be it's sight unseen, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be happy with it.
Yeah, that's the general gist, isn't it?
Well,
I think.
those that I know who have, or actually own one,
Yeah, they are.
absolutely adore them.
Yeah.
So
What's not to like?
Exactly. Exactly. So there you go. But I found out today, I took out some time to find out what the horrible communication problems were in the studio.
Oh, yeah.
And I found this. The Icon Cube, which is 10 MIDI router hub to USB. I found it back there somewhere, and not a single cable plugged into it.
Ah,
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure why it's in that state, but okay, this would probably explain the lack of MIDI sync around the room.
What was it again? Icon.
Yeah, the Icon Cube MI5.
Does it come with
until you
free
turned
James
it around,
Bond?
I thought you were making a reference to it being your Mac Mini.
Well, the thing is, I think I bought it originally because, I could sit that on top of the Mac Mini and it'll look like another Mac, which is the most frivolous and stupid reason for buying anything, but there you go. But it is Ali, you know. I think this lights up blue or something. I think. I can't remember. It's been...
IQ MI5.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's passed me by. I don't know. Ever heard of that one before?
I think there's an MI3 and MI2, which doesn't
Is it?
correspond to how many MIDIs it has out on the back, so I can't see what the point is, but there you go.
Logical naming, not.
Yeah,
Well, it's 5 pairs, isn't it? I guess.
I guess.
That would be my assumption.
I think they'll... Let me check.
They do a series of things, don't they?
Yeah, it'll be 5 ins, 5 outs, yeah. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
they've got an
perfect
audio
sense.
interface as well.
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
I'd give you a rundown on how good it is, but I don't think I've been using it.
Well, how's it rated as a doorstop?
But you see, all the MIDI cables are in the back of this lot. So I'm going, that's what it's supposed to be going to. So where the hell are they going? Unless it was something I actually forgot to connect up when I was putting it all back together.
Like the quadriverb.
Like the quadruped. So at some point, I think I will have to be pulling all this out, even if it's just to sort out the cabling. Because every time I pull on a cable, there's nothing connected to the other end of it, so that's not good.
Dear, oh dear.
That's what you get when you swap stuff about too much. It gets a little bit out of control, out of hand. So what else been happening in the world?
Well, we had sun back in L.A., so that was nice.
Good grief.
Yeah, it's been way too long. The amount of water that's just passed through this area has been huge. You probably, I don't know if you've seen any pictures, but we've got
Yeah.
local snowpacks that are 13, 14 feet. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a video that's doing quite well on YouTube at the moment of some woman in her car, and she goes, "Look," she goes, "there's a river coming down the road," and she opens her window just as this truck comes by and splashes all the water into the car. Yeah. Super. We could see through the glass, by the way.
Oh, dear me. You're not used to it there, are you? All that water.
Well, no. It's the worst thing about it is, yeah, we have the reservoir system and blah 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 blah, but the vast majority of this stuff just runs right back out to the ocean because it really wasn't designed to plan for droughts. It's like once they built the aqueduct, they thought we would be fine, but they didn't realize the Southwest was going to build up to 40 times its size when they built the damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just the idiocy of politicians. They were supposed to renegotiate how they allocate the water rights for this whole section of the country, because if everybody takes their allotment, apparently it's like 150% of what's available.
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's actually parts of
Yeah.
Arizona where they've put a total moratorium on any building and such.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's like there's nearly 7 million people in London now, and we've got a sewage system that was built when Queen Victoria was still sexually active. Do you know what I mean? And it is not designed to handle it.
It's a remarkable feat of engineering, but
Absolutely. But for the day, yes, and for the amount of population there was. But now,
Well, the small bit of it I saw on Ted Lasso, it looked quite nice.
yeah. It's funny. I was doing a bit of research because when I go down to London in June to go and see Pet Shop Boys and Peter Gabriel, we've got a couple of days between the gigs, and we're just going to stay over. And I said to Jack, I've never been to some of these places in London, particularly where they the old Docklands, which is now obviously mostly completely rebuilt with skyscrapers and stuff. But there are old parts of like there's a place called Shad Thames, which is just next to Tower Bridge, and you see it in pop videos, but particularly in the 80s. But even now, and it's now been completely gentrified, and it's these big old warehouses that used to sit literally right next to the river, and are going across. There's like a roadway or a single lane piece of road going across all these bridges that they don't just go across like in a straight line. They're going at angles and all sorts. It's it just looks amazing. And if you go around there, you can actually you can see the outlets of some of the hidden rivers of London, because there's like loads of rivers that have all been built over, but they still have inlets and outlets that some of them come off the Thames, and you can actually go around and look and you see this kind of trickle of water, and that's some crazy river that used to run openly until they built over it.
yeah.
I'd love to go and do all of those disused tube stations as well. I love that sort of thing.
Well, we've got this thing going on at the moment with because we had this thing about the U-lease coming out to the M25.
Yeah.
So you got this basically what it is, Manny. They're expanding the low emissions area.
Ultra low emissions.
Yeah, and it's $12.50 a day if you cross over into it. Well, there's this additional document apparently that's come to light in the last few days. And what it is they're proposing to get rid of road tax altogether and introduce a pay by the mile. And there was a guy talking about this last night on telly, going on about. He said the way it's worded is that it's, say there's 4 people in the car, you're charged for how many people are in the car, and not the car. And it will also cover, are you ready for this? Electric cars, which kind of, sorry, what? Electric scooters, and walking, and bicycles. So,
Crazy, isn't it?
I don't know how long it will be before the streets are lined with, guys in metal helmets and stuff like that. But it's Essex County Council turned around and gone, eat me. Parts of Surrey have, but not the county council part of Surrey. Sort of like the boroughs. Some of them, at least Sutton, has turned around and gone, no, I don't fancy this at all. And the figures are a bit biased. And the other thing that come up was a survey was conducted, an independent survey, and they found that it was normally the poorest are more likely to own a car than the well-off, mainly because they could probably afford a season pass on a train to get into work at, what was it, 2,400 quid a year or whatever it is. And there was something else they said that was a bit iffy. Oh yeah, the survey, original government-appointed survey that was done to show how effective the new U-lease boundaries would be, was conducted by a company that Sadiq Khan owns.
He's the mayor of London, by the way.
Yeah, mayor of London, and you can smell the stench of corruption from here, really, and it's just It's just all bullshit wrapped up in a pretty package. So, and of course it'll go through, especially if they're right here on the side of a bus. And a load of morons will come along and go, oh yeah, it must be right then.
I don't know though, because London. It is a very unique environment. It's not like any other city in the country in terms of its infrastructure and the draw of the city. The draw of as a place of employment, as a place of entertainment, and there always seems to be a conflict between those that live and work there and are just trying to break even and tread water. And then those that own vast swathes of property and land and never bloody live there anyway. And also it being a tourist and entertainment hub. All the best shows are there, all the best bands play there, it's an amazing cultural experience, but it's always at odds with the people that just want to live there and work there, And most of those industries that bring in the punters employ people that live locally, but they can barely afford to get to work. They can barely afford to live near their jobs. Robert will tell you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly where he lives, but he always looks like he's just like so fed up of the drag of the cost of it. I mean, my sister lived there for a while. She lived in Wimbledon. And she was sharing a house with 3 other girls, and they had a quarter of the rent each. And my sister's rent at the time for her quarter of the rent was more than my whole rent for my 3-bedroom house at the time. And it's just insanely expensive.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem with the argument that they had originally about London being a unique city is they also want to run these tests in other major cities up and down the country.
Oh yeah.
So
they're all tempted to try it because it's income, isn't it?
Well, it's technically a tax on movement, no matter how you look at it. They want to put in this enormous infrastructure that's going to be able to track everybody across town, no matter whether they're in a car, bicycle, walking, whatever. So I don't know what the carbon footprint will be of that, but they don't seem to care. But there you go. So yeah, it's just not it's not wonderful.
No.
But I think politically a lot of countries are sort of like suffering from just weird times.
Well, when the national government poorly funds the regional governments, which they do massively, then the regional governments and organisations, and whether it's the mayoral cities or they have to get some income in somehow to support the infrastructure, and there's only so much you can because you're not allowed to put your council tax is that's kind of limited to a point. So they've got to raise funds somehow, and I guess they look at transport obviously is the obvious one because people need to get in and out. So we'll charge you to drive in and drive out. We'll charge you to park. We'll charge you this. We'll charge you that. I mean, I'm lucky that my car is ULEZ compliant, so I can actually drive into the ULEZ zone, and it doesn't cost me a penny.
But if they have their way, it will.
It will.
There'll be no such thing as a ULEZ compliant vehicle.
No,
because they'll put it onto the fuel.
Yeah.
So I assume the UK's got something very similar to our annual licensing and registration fees, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what are those like proportion? Because look, I'm in the car capital of the world, right? And thankfully we don't have any entry, egress, anything. There's paid parking, stuff like that, but they get everything from fuel taxes and annual registrations. And one of the interesting reasons why used old cars are so popular, besides unavailability of new ones, is that the registrations are like nothing. So like my wife's Acura, which is going on 14 years old, it's $100 a year, but the new lease of the Honda is like $650.
Yeah.
So nobody, everybody's like, I'd like a new car, but I don't want to be popping $650 a year, kind of thing.
It's been changing over here. So what we have here is what they call vehicle excise duty. So it used to be called the road tax. Basically, it was assumed that the money you paid every year would go to help fund the upkeep of the infrastructure.
Right.
But that's not the case. All vehicle excise duty goes into the public fund, and it's then everything comes out
Lost.
Yeah, it gets lost. Yeah,
All the hands get in there.
exactly.
800 quid wallpaper.
Yeah. So the criteria by which your vehicle is assessed and therefore then charged changes every few years to eke a little bit more out here. So when they wanted to encourage the uptake of electric vehicles, all electric vehicles did not pay any vehicle excise duty. So it was free, absolutely free. And if you had a vehicle that emitted up to just over 100 grams of carbon per whatever the calculation is, that was £30 a year. So people, encourage people to buy super low emissions, diesels and petrols. And then as each car then obviously had an output level, and there were bands. So whichever band your car fell in, you got charged. So if it was a really big, it was a 3 litre V6, then you're paying the top end £450, £500 a year. Now they've changed it again recently, so that now electric vehicles do have to pay a form of excise duty, albeit a relatively it was low. Now I think it's going to come up to be the same as petrol, so it's going to be everything. And then a few years ago, they brought in another clause that said, regardless of the carbon emissions of your vehicle, if the list price of that vehicle when new was over £40,000, you then pay a premium on your vehicle excise duty every year for years 2 through 6. So you pay a one-off pay. So whoever buys the car brand new from the dealer pays this kind of one-off lump sum, and then from years 2 through 6, you pay an extra £360 something. I think £365 on top of the banding that you're in for your your emissions or the age of your vehicle. Now I think it's based on the emissions has gone completely. So my car is £165 a year, but because the list price when it was new, which I didn't buy it new, I bought it used, but the list price was over 40,000, my car tax is £546 a year.
Wow.
For the next couple, actually, because it's coming up to 5 years old, so I've got a year of that left to pay. And the dealer never told me that until the day I picked the car up. I was like, what?
Well, it all balances out because my car is 16 years old.
Well, yes.
But it's £585 a year road tax.
In another 9 years, it'll be nothing.
Yeah, I think
It's a
they've
vintage car.
Yeah, well, I think the you see, this is why I was having this problem with the DVLA over the Mustang, because according to it, like I said, according to the logbook, it was registered and built in '73.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It was built in '72 and is therefore exempt.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the dating, it's 2 weeks out
Right.
of being exempt, but it was actually built several months before, and I'm still trying to get that sorted out. So, because I think if it comes to emissions and all the rest of it, I think that thing is going to end up costing me about £11 million a day.
Yeah.
So, but there was a thing. What was the other thing they were going to? Something. There was a lot of Americans who were up in arms about Ford at the moment. 2 years ago, apparently, Ford applied for a patent and was granted it. And I don't know if Ford actually have this in force yet, or are going to go with it. But because a lot of Americans lease buy their cars rather than walk in with just flash the cash and everything like that, so they lease buy, and they got the 30, 60, 90-day penalty system. Now before it used to be after 90 days, if you've missed payments, there's a very good chance that a local pickup company will come and collect your car off you. It gets more interesting with Ford because if you fail to pay for 30 days, they will turn off access to your electric windows and your radio. After 60 days, the car will lock. But it will lock before there's, especially this isn't with the electric cars, but it will lock you out as long as there's enough juice in the battery, because after 90 days, the car drives back to the dealership by itself.
What? I had not heard that.
And or the bank where you have your loan. So the car will repossess itself.
So it's a possessed car.
It is a possessed car, yeah, in the truest sense of the words. So yeah, and apparently this patent went through quite quietly, but apparently it's coming out now because there are people complaining about their radios and their electric windows not working. They go, well, you haven't paid. You go, wait, what's that got to do with it? Well, we've turned them off.
That's a long way from when back in the day BMW got so much grief about having to pay extra to have your Apple CarPlay active. Or
Yeah,
VW used to do that.
Heaters, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And of course Tesla, it's like everything's in the car, but everything's your payment.
Yeah.
That's
I
bizarre.
had a real go at the dealer when I bought, not the one I've got, but the one before. I jumped in, put my phone in because I'd read the spec and it said it's got Apple CarPlay, and it's like nothing. So I called the dealer. I said, I think there might be a problem. He said, no, there's no problem. If you want App Connect, that's another £155. Oh, is it? What is it? Is it like a module? No. It's a code. They go into the management thing on the media center and they just punch in a license key and that switches it on. I said, what, £155 for a license key to use something that is standard on all of your cars since, because this was a few years old. And luckily for me, there was a fault with when I bought the car. There was a crack. There was a piece of trim that sits above the windscreen, but before the panoramic sunroof, and there was a crack in it. And they actually pointed it out. They said, "We'll get that fixed, but the part's on short supply." And when they fixed it, they screwed up the sunroof. So I complained. I wrote a letter of complaint, and I got asked to pop in and see the sales manager, and the sales manager sat me down and offered me a case of wine. And I said, actually, I've got plenty of wine. I drink what I like. I said, how about you offer me that for free, CarPlay? So he said, okay, yeah. So got that for now. But of course, on this one, it's there. It's standard now because it has to be. Otherwise, people kick up a fuss. But who is it? Was it BMW or Mercedes-Benz? I think it might have been BMW, who recently introduced a subscription service for extra features. So all the features are on your car, but you pay to have them switched on, like
Turning signals.
Yeah, or air conditioning. Well, no, BMWs don't have turning signals.
You just cut off the next driver blind.
Exactly, yeah. No, but things like aircon or... I
didn't realize that's a universal behavior of BMW drivers.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I will tell you, though, they have been supplanted in this state by Tesla drivers.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Yes. The most annoying drivers on the road are Tesla drivers. Because half of them are probably not driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, yeah. Yeah, because the laws over here still won't allow autonomous driving. But no, they've done this thing where added features are all subscription based, so you have to pay £10 a month if you want air conditioning or the like. I'm just pulling things out of the air, but it's a subscription. And then I watched an advert on TV the other day. I think it was Volvo, or was it Mercedes? That basically you can now subscribe to a car. So basically, you can have any car you want in the range, and you just pay a subscription fee. You don't buy the car; you just subscribe to own the car, or to lease the car. So yeah,
Wow. So
It's the way it's
basically,
going.
they're selling you access to a vehicle.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be like rolling cloud.
It's like Uber, but you keep the car on your premises.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Weird.
Mental.
Yeah, but I mean, 9 times the technology that they put into cars, you think, this is for our benefit. Not all of it. Some of it's for the benefit of the manufacturers themselves.
Yeah.
So,
It was bad enough when software went subscription, right? Now you have physical devices whose operations is by
Yeah.
subscription. Okay, I'm getting old.
Yeah.
yeah, that's how I'm feeling at the moment, I must admit.
My neighbour just got his VW ID3. He ordered it in December 2021. He literally picked it up yesterday. Because of Ukraine, apparently some parts for these VWs are made in Ukraine. But it's a
not,
nice,
as the case may be.
or not, yeah. But it is a nice little car. Inside, apparently, the ID3 on the outside is about as big as a Golf, but on the inside it has the same, what's the word? Interior volume, as a Passat. Because there's no transmission down the middle.
Oh, of course, yeah.
There's virtually nothing on the dashboard. There's just like a little 10-inch touchscreen in the centre of the console. There's a little binnacle with a small LCD on the top. Even the pedals have the accelerator pedal has a play, little triangle, and then the brake has a pause. It is a very cool little thing, but yeah, crazy. Nice though.
I think we're going to be the generation that has the most trouble dealing with not being in control. You know what I mean? Especially with the autonomous cars and things like that. And you're just like, unless you've got your hands on the steering wheel and you were doing the business, it doesn't feel safe somehow, regardless of how safe it is.
I like the autonomy that I've got on mine because it's got a whole bunch of things that keep me in the lane, and I can take my hands off the wheel for 30 seconds if I wanted to, which I rarely do, and it will steer itself. And if I put it into adaptive cruise, I don't have to touch any of the pedals. It will brake for me. It will accelerate for me. It knows when there's corners coming. It knows how fast to take that corner.
Yeah.
It'll do all of that for me. But I'm a driver. I love driving.
Yeah, see, me too. I the act of driving I find
Exactly.
very zen.
Yeah.
So the kids get mad because I turn off all the stuff in the Hondas, and they say, "Dad, you left the lane signals off. I almost rear-ended somebody because the flat." It's like, sorry. Because I can't handle it that, God forbid, you drift a little bit to the side. Or actually, with all the rains, it's interesting. The reflection of the water off the road really throws off the sensors.
Does it really?
At times, depending
Yeah,
on
that
what the
wouldn't
ambient
surprise
lighting
me.
is, because
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
of a sudden it looks like there's a line somewhere.
Yeah.
Because it's just the road lights bouncing off the water, and it's just like, turn that stuff off.
Yeah.
I've occasionally had a signal, a warning on the dash that says, "Please clean your windscreen because this is struggling or that's not working." It's usually tends to be in the when there's ice and frost around, but most of the time it's really good. Like if you're driving down a dual carriageway or freeway in the US, and you put the adaptive cruise on, and you can just sit there with your finger and you just drive the car and it'll sort everything out for you. But it judges the speed limit. So the ACC will always maintain the legal speed limit unless you override it and say, well, no, I don't want to go 70, I want to go 75, because I can probably get away with that.
Because you can't drive 55.
So put it into that, and then what it will do is the camera in the windshield reads the road signs. So when you enter a 30, it can see the 30 sign, and it will drop you down to 30 gently. It's not a sudden thing, and it will drop you down. And then when it sees another speed sign and it's different, it will adjust the speed accordingly. But it will also uses map data from the GP, from the sat nav. And the one problem I found is, particularly on like motorways and stuff, is that where there has been a long-term speed restriction for, say, long-term roadworks, the speed limits are still programmed into the GPS, but they're no longer relevant because those roadworks have finished.
Right.
So I'm driving down at 70 miles an hour, then all of a sudden the car tells me I'm going, you need to go to 40, boom, and it stops me, and I'm thinking,
Your
Jesus.
speed is excessive.
Yeah.
What would be really disconcerting is if you're cruising down PCH and it slams on the brake, picks up the hot blonde hitchhiker.
Yes, quite. Yeah.
Maybe only an LA problem. Sorry.
Yeah, because I mean, when you're on YouTube and you're watching like the driving fail videos, there's billions and billions of where Americans have not seen the red light at the crossroads and gone careering. Do you think this is because in the States a lot of the roads are very straight and long and kind of dull and boring in a way, so that you're not really, when you don't see the lights. You can barely see the crossing sometimes because everything's so flat anyway, especially out in the Midwest and that, Because you set thousands and thousands of these videos where people just careering into each other. You think because of that, perhaps?
Yeah. I think it's it's
because here we don't get a
thing.
chance because it's bend after bend after bend. Oh, another set of lights. Oh, bloody hell, another roundabout. Oh no, another set of lights.
I mean, there's parts of the country where I went to college. It's a town outside of Sacramento.
Yeah.
And it's, every mile there was an intersection. But it was every mile. And only one street typically had traffic. So if you were kind of like half dozing and whatever, and there was cross traffic, yeah, that can happen all the time because you just figure, nobody's coming and blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, in LA proper, heck, there's places where I got to, stop every 400 yards for lights when you're in some of the business districts. So you never get going.
Yeah.
The freeways are a little bit of a different bag just based on traffic and whatnot. But yeah, once you start getting on the interstates, like if I'm going up north to San Francisco, yeah, you'll hop on the freeway and just like forget about it. It's like you'll fall asleep just because of the monotony.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Because you look at them and it's sort of like, you must have seen that bus. You had to have seen that bus. But you go like crack like that. You go, no.
Well,
it's probably doing a crossword puzzle or something in the back seat.
Well, or getting the frickin' text. I mean, I was pulling out of work the other day with my wife, and we were sitting there in a good 12 seconds after the light changed. Somebody just went right on through. But thankfully, we're kind of, us and the other people coming their way, we kind of like move out, but it's like, it doesn't look like that guy's going to stop. Sure enough, they didn't.
Wow.
Right through. It's just like, whatever. It's like, they didn't even put no brakes, not even like seeing it at the last minute. Just, whatever. Inky, I shall project so you can hear me properly. I'm just lazy and I lean back outside of the hot zone of the mic.
See, one thing I love about driving in America is turning right on a red. It's just a simple thing, but it just makes so much difference. We don't have that, well, obviously we wouldn't turn right on the red, we'd turn left on the red. But it's such an obvious thing. If there's nothing coming, just turn. But then again, they do have 5-way stop signs. Fucking hell. Everyone sits there going, who's going to go? Who's going to go?
Mind you, I like that's when they got those videos when you got in driving around in Russia and that, and you can almost see where the zebra crossing was at some time or other. The pedestrians can see where it is, but when you're driving the cars, you can't see where they are. And the amount of people are just getting like side of a car, just about 2 inches away from their nose and everything. It's like, Jesus Christ, we print the bloody zebra crossings back on the road, will you? Madness.
So, was there a inquiry you put up to the black and white and red all over meme recently that you were asking answers for? None of those answers were zebra crossings in any morbid way, were they?
What was it Matt said, though? Was it none on a meat hook?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was one of them.
That was very good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm lost.
Very good Steve Elbows, yes. That's sort of the run of the way that people run, isn't it?
Mm.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going
How
to
much?
take a short break. I got to move the laundry. I shall be back.
Indeed, sir. So how much more have you got to do then, buds? Do you reckon? How many more days of shifting shite around have you got
I
to
will
do?
be doing it right up until the last minute, I'm sure.
Really?
I don't think we'll... Because there's things that you've got, if you pack them away now, then, like, the obvious stuff, like, the things that you use to cook, and, and food and stuff. But
Yeah.
Jackie's been, she's literally whittled everything down to the bare minimum in terms of the kitchen. And obviously, I'm going to have to keep this stuff going until Friday because of work. But first thing next Saturday, all of this is getting broken down, and I'm just going to be on the laptop for the first week or so. And then TV, like the TV in the lounge. We're not going to just sit there and stare at a wall. So that'll probably come down on the Sunday night. I've already packed most of the peripheral stuff away, but it's just sort of gradually now just picking up the odds and stuff. Like tomorrow, I've got to finish off packing up like the video games. The PS5 went in a box weeks ago. It's because I thought if it's packed away, I won't get distracted and want to play it instead of packing other boxes. So that's all been packed away, but I've got a few other bits to sort out down there. Then I've got to finish the records. There's at least another dozen boxes worth, plus the singles. I went in the garage today and broke down. I had two PC towers that I haven't used for over a decade, but I've kept them there just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
In case of what?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. They've sat there.
Nuclear holocaust.
Yeah. So I opened them up and noticed that they'd still got the hard drives in. So I whipped the hard drives out because I don't know what's on there and I don't want that stuff going into, because we got a recycling centre, so we can just take them down. And then one of them has got some really funky DDR RAM in it. And I always keep the RAM because old samplers like old RAM, you see. So it's always handy to have a box full of old RAM around. So these were the big old, what were they, critical?
Yeah, crucial.
Crucial, sorry. That's crucial. And they're all heat synced and everything. Big
Okay.
DDR chunk. But they're only like a gigabyte of RAM each stick. That was the day I had a machine with 3 gig of RAM. That's how old these machines were. So yeah, whip the hard drives out, rip the RAM out, put them all back together. They're going up the tip tomorrow. Along with
The old machines I work on, but more like 30-pin RAM.
Yeah. Well, Have you ever need
64K
old RAM?
sticks. Yeah.
I've got a box full of RAM that I just took out of when I was at my last job. It was a software development company, so they're always changing their stuff, and they eventually signed a contract with Dell. This is many years ago. So Dell supplied everything, but all the old machines were just basically stacked up in the warehouse for ages. And then they said, if anybody wants any of these machines, you can get them. There won't be a hard drive in them, but you can get them. And I was working at a independent radio station that mostly did the internet broadcasting. And they were desperate for some new machines, so I picked up half a dozen of these things. And I put 4 in the studio, one for each. One for the producer, one for the presenter, one for the co-presenter. And I kept a few for myself. And eventually, over the years, just like I gave them away or dumped them. But I'd kept one, and that was the one that got. It was like my old. I kept it as an XP machine.
Yeah.
Whilst the other one was whatever it was, Windows 7 or something.
Windows never should have moved on.
Indeed. But of course, now you don't need to keep the computer around because you just run a VM, and it's just as good. So yeah, those are sat in the corner. For God, well, I think I moved when I moved here. I put them in the corner and they just stayed there. Never came out.
Yeah.
So sorted those out. Found my air rifle. I don't know what to do with it because I think now the law says I've got to register it. Register that I've got an air rifle. And I never used it. It was given to me.
An air rifle, really?
Yeah, apparently. It's not like a it's not like a shotgun license or anything like that. But you've got to have some sort of document that you've got to register it with the local police. But it's an old BSA Meteor.
Okay.
Which I put what was the name? Was it Ox? There was a brand of replacement springs for it. I think they're called Ox springs. So I put one of those in, so it had a bit more kick.
Yeah.
And I sold it in the late 80s to a friend of mine who was a little bit, shall we say, unhinged. He's a lovely bloke, but he was a little bit careless. And
so an ideal purchaser.
Yeah. And he said, I'll buy it off you. And I said, well, only if you use it, responsibly. And he said,
I can see a flaw in that already.
Yeah. So he lived in this little cottage with his mum and his sister, and they had a tiny little garden that backed onto another person's garden. And within a few weeks, he was shooting panes of glass out of that guy's greenhouse. And he was getting into all sorts of trouble. So his mum, I went over there, and his mum said to me, can you please just take it off him? And I said, well, I can't afford to, I've spent the money. I can't afford to buy it back. She said, no, just fucking take it, because he's going to get into trouble. So I sort of said, right, Nigel, look, your mum's told me I've got to take this rifle back for fucking taking it. I said, well, look, let's keep it at my place. And he soon lost interest. So I've still got it. Never used it, and he fucked up because the barrel, he's got rifling on the barrel, inside. And I don't know what he'd been shooting down it, but the last time I looked down there, it was just fucked. It needed a proper going over. But apparently there's a guy on one of the local markets who deals in air guns and all that kind of stuff. So I might just say, here you go, give me 10 quid for it or whatever. But it was bought for me in 1980. Christmas of 83. That's when it was bought for me. Yeah.
No, I don't think I've ever owned an air rifle or air pistol. I don't think I've actually ever seen a gun of any type.
No.
In fact.
No, I mean, as a kid, I had that kind of boyish fascination with guns because that's just I kind of guess what we grew up with. And my mum had a friend whose husband was an ex-copper, and he had a decommissioned Colt 45 pistol, 9mm pistol, and a Smith & Wesson 44 Magnum. All completely decommissioned, so couldn't be. The barrel had been sealed, but they were the real deal. And and I remember when this woman's son, who was the same age as me, he said, "Oh, come and have a look at this," and we had to sneak into his parents' bedroom, and holding a 44 Magnum. I mean, it's heavy as fuck for me, certainly back then, anyway. But it was just such a fucking huge thing. And then, of course, that was the year of Dirty Harry.
Of course, yeah.
And so it's just like and so we'd chance it, and we'd get these guns out and we'd play around the house, and then one day the old man came home and shit hit the fan, So yeah, we got a big talking to. But then, when my mum remarried, my stepdad was a regular sports and recreation user of a shotgun. So because we lived here in the middle of the countryside, he knew a lot of people who farmers and stuff, and he would get permission to shoot on their fields, game shooting, whether it's rabbits or pheasants, pigeons. He wasn't very good. Whenever he got something, we'd have it for roast, and you always go, "Oh, another bit of shot, another bit of shot." He always used widespread. He was that because with cartridges you can have different spreads.
Yeah.
And he would always use a wider spread because it meant that it was a bigger chance of actually getting a hit.
Yeah.
But of course that meant that the whole bloody thing got peppered.
Yeah. Picking buckshot out of it for weeks.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we used to go out. He used to take me out, and he's the one that bought me that air rifle for Christmas that year. And I was probably into it. I mean, I used to take it out, and I got telescopic sights for it, and just used to go, sort of around the fields, just shooting stuff. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it today. And then he got me into clay pigeon shooting because he worked at ICI as it was then, and ICI being a big, company, had recreational clubs, and one of them was a clay pigeon shooting club. And so I used to go out there every weekend. He used to shoot, and I used to trap. Used to get paid quite well for doing that, but it was a horrible job, especially on the automated traps, because all you're doing on the automated traps is you're loading and arming. You're not firing.
Yeah.
Some guy with a clipboard down at the front of the skeet chute has got a little button on his clipboard that fires the thing. So if they're going quickly, you've got to get your trap set and the clay's in position before they press the button. Because if you haven't, A, you might get your hand sliced off because your hand's in there somewhere. Yeah. And B, you're going to piss off whoever's shooting because there's nothing going across the pond. So, but it was good money, especially if you got into the skeet, not skeet. What was the height? It was a really big high tower, and you used to have to climb up all this scaffolding and sit in this thing. And in the summer, it was glorious. In the winter or the cooler months, it was awful.
Not so much fun.
The thing would be swaying like this.
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible. But they paid well, and at the end of the shoot, they'd let you have a go. They'd let all the trappers go around for an hour. Yeah. Just having the practice.
I think we circumvented the whole gun thing altogether. But my uncle used to work up at Elstree Studios, and you did used to get hold of this stuff called Detrifuse for us, and we were able to, using my mate's dad had a camera shop in Vauxhall Bridge Road, and you get like all this lovely camera equipment, and then we would with high-speed cameras blow up models, Airfix models with Detrifuse, which is the same stuff they were using to like explosions in Thunderbirds and stuff like that.
Right, yeah.
So it was very small, contained explosions. But when filmed at high speed, it looked very realistic. We used to have loads of fun blowing shit up with that.
We used to make bolt, but we call them bolt bombs or bolt. They're basically two bolts.
Oh, for the caps?
For the caps.
Yeah.
And then you just tighten it and tighten it and tighten it, and then just throw it and then go.
Yeah.
Great fun.
We used to do something similar, but more. What's the word? More Neanderthal, which is basically you tape several aerosol cans together in front and then set a bonfire and then run.
We all tried it.
To varying degrees of effectiveness. But
Yes.
9 times out of 10 you'd get crack, psst, and that'd be it. It's
Yeah.
Like, oh, hello.
Oh.
Ha
Guten Tag.
Good evening, gentlemen.
He's not in the
Good
studio.
afternoon. Hi, Manny.
Are you on the hoof?
I'm in sunny Walthamstow.
Oh, of course, yeah, you went down, didn't you?
My condolences.
Yeah, well.
All from Stowe.
With me Peppa Pig pillow.
Oh, steady now.
So, how are we doing, guys?
Yeah, not so bad.
I look like I've got a double chin. I'm gonna have to sit up, aren't I? 'Cause I've got my image. I've got my image to live up to.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to keep that hard man image going.
Oh. Good
So-
show last night, by the way, chaps. I watched it this morning.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and you picked. I mean, Ty's bit was just phenomenal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just yeah. Because when we went we met up in the pub afterwards, and obviously the first time I properly met him, I shook his hand and went, "You ate the fucking Toblerone?" Actually, he didn't. It was his daughter, but that's not the story.
Yeah.
But he told a good story.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No, and it was very emotive, and there were tears. And
Oh, mate,
Yeah.
Sophia's bit was.
Oh.
Mate. was not
here we are, 4 ugly blokes all sat in the line. There was Graham, there was Simon Greatbacks, there was Jim and me, and we all sat there at the side. And we've all got hankies out, and we're all sniffing at different times. And it was heartbreaking. It really was.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it got me crying, and Fiona was really, really upset. Really upset.
and tired because when we got there's a room at the back where all the food was, and Ty had put together, I think it must be 5 hours worth of bits of video, and there was the bit where Fiona grabbed you, Ken, where she was dressed as the was it the badger? Who was the badger? Somebody was the badger.
I think I was supporting Badger,
Yeah.
and
It
Ty
was
was
just-
Baboon. Yeah, we didn't get to see
Baboon.
that bit in the stream. We didn't get to see the
Yeah.
screen.
You
part.
couldn't see it going.
Yeah.
I'm just glad Ty mentioned the badger. That was.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it had to be done. It had to be done.
Yeah. No, it was great.
So, and I did say to Ty about because he said, yeah, he goes, you should say something about that, and I said, yeah, well, sure. He said, I said, but just between you and me, I used to time those donations to be just at the most inconvenient moment.
Exactly. Brilliant.
So, it was fun.
Hi, chatters. I can't see you because I'm on my iPad. And I can't. Oh, hang on a minute. Maybe I can get the chat up. No, I've got one or the other. I've lost. There we are. It's back now. It's newfangled technology.
Oh, excuse me.
We've been doing museums today, or exhibitions actually.
Oh, okay.
There's a Whitechapel Gallery this morning, which was okay, just not my thing. It was an impressionist exhibition.
Yeah.
And then we
Like
did.
Yarwood.
Hey, yeah, exactly.
So it was just pretending to be an exhibition?
Well, it was all female artists, so my Howard wasn't involved. And we went to Tate Modern this afternoon.
I love Tate Modern.
I mean, I can't remember this. She's Polish, is this lady who done, and she's dead now. She died in 2017, and her work was phenomenal. She did these incredible sort of sculptures, really huge sculptures in fabrics, and they're just amazing. It's probably look it up on the Tate Modern website. But I mean, her stuff, and she did other things. She worked in metal and wood, and she was just a phenomenal artist. And I'd never heard of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
I think Tate Modern it's just one of my favourites because there's always something that really astounds me. There's always something that really just confuses the hell out of me. But there's always it's always worth a visit. There's always something.
Yeah.
And I think I went there and that's where I discovered the photographer Bruce Davison, who's an American photographer that did a fantastic book called Subway. I mean, he's done lots of other stuff, but Subway, and it was his documentation of the New York subway in like 1980,
Oh,
81.
wow.
And it's
When it
stunning.
was rough.
Yeah.
When it was.
And it's just like he's literally just got a 50mm lens, and he's just capturing just faces and people. He captured a couple of remember the Guardian Angels?
Yes.
They used to patrol it. He captured one of those guys manhandling another guy with a pistol. It's such a, and the whole series of images from the book was on display in one of the smaller galleries, and it just blew my mind. It was just so good. And then we moved into another gallery, and there were some bizarre sorts of sculptures that I just didn't get, but it was just the fact that there's such a diverse range of really cool stuff. And it's in a nice part of London as well, because you've got the Globe just down the road, you've got St Paul's across the river. It's a good little area.
Yeah.
So, give me some highlights that I should look for when I'm over there for the week or so, because other than my wife wanting to spend a couple days in Wales and me wanting to make the obligatory stop in Liverpool, what are some places we should look forward to?
Well, certainly when you're in Liverpool, Liverpool One area, where there is a Tate museum there, actually, Tate Gallery there. So there's Tate Liverpool there, isn't there? And there's a lot of other stuff around the dock area.
Yeah, because you've got the British Music Experience as well, which is in one of the old, what do they call them? Those buildings. There's a name for them.
One of the wharf things, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's a name for these buildings. It's near the Liver building. So it really is, and it's a good exhibition space. You've got a lot of good stuff in there. It's way better than what it was when it was in the O2 Arena, where it started. It's now got its own kind of thing. Liverpool.
Beatles Story.
Yeah, but it's all the obvious Beatles stuff.
Beatles Story.
Yeah.
And the
cavern is still there, but it's not the original.
Right, it's not the original.
It's not the original.
Do you know what fascinates me? There's a website dedicated to the webcam outside Abbey Road Studios.
Yeah.
And I was telling Fiona about it, and I said, yeah, and you'll always see people walk out onto the zebra crossing, which apparently, I didn't know, was the first one ever in Britain.
Really?
I didn't know that.
It's listed now, isn't it?
Yeah. So, and I said, you go on, and you'll always see 2 or 3 people standing, posing, and somebody standing in the road taking a photograph. Yeah. I said, look, I'll show you now. She goes, yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, no, it doesn't matter what time of night it is. And I fired it up, and bugging me, there's 3 Japanese girls standing there like that, and I go, oh yeah, got it, right, like that. And she goes, that is nuts. How old is that album?
One of the funniest things, because we had a few years ago, this a lot of years ago, the boys was before they went to university, we screwed up on a holiday, and we all picked a day, and I picked a day to go to Liverpool, and I did the Beatles Story, but the rest of the family didn't.
Yeah.
But we did do the Magical Mystery Tour.
Oh.
So it was this really crappy old painted Magical Mystery Tour bus. And I mean, he's probably different now, but it was hilarious for all the wrong reasons. So they had a really wonky cassette of the Beatles, which they kept putting on when we were on the trip, and he kept slowing down and speeding up. And then he stopped at a bus stop, and we all had to get off at this bus stop, and he says, this is the bus stop where George met Paul. And then we trooped on the corner, and this is the house which used to where Paul, and that window which has been bricked up is where John and Paul wrote their first song. It was just, and it was hilarious for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have missed it for the world. If it's still there, the wonky bus, it's definitely worth going.
Sounds like those all the things in New York City. Hey, we got the tour bus for you here. And just like you don't talk to the guys off the subway. That's just not smart.
I think Ty took Richard Hilton to the Steinway showroom today.
Well, I know that Ty was going because he wants to buy a Mini Grand, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When he's got a perfectly good Yamaha, and as Pip said, he'll never play it because she'll be playing it.
But I think that Ty said he was going to go to the Wall of Worlds VR
Yes,
experience
Oh, yeah,
afterwards.
yeah.
That's something worthwhile going to see, apparently. Quite immersive.
Yeah.
So,
But oh, 'cause where else? Yeah, you said about Manchester. Well,
Manchester's got some. Yeah.
Well, the thing's in Sheffield, right?
Yes.
it is in
So-
Sheffield.
so-
Yeah.
And Sheffield itself is a really lovely city.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite cities outside of the south.
Outside of where? Outside of
Outside
where?
of the south.
yeah, the entire south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love going to Sheffield. 'Cause there's just it's one of those. It's a university city, but it's a real kind of down to earth university city. It's not like some of the others you get. It reminds me of Norwich a lot in that sense. And Norwich is a lovely city, but I guess it's probably going to be
It's a bit
too far out of your way. It's
Yeah.
not fantastically accessible for all the right reasons. We don't like strangers.
No.
You're not from round here, are you, bud?
Yeah,
Yeah.
turn around and
So
go the way you came in.
Where you walk into the pub and everything goes quiet. That actually happens in Norwich, doesn't it? Actually, that happens down the road.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it
I would
difficult?
say
I was gonna say,
okay.
is it difficult to do get rental cars or no?
no.
Oh no.
Yeah, we've got all the major players are here,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
and the minor ones too, but go with the major ones for safe.
So when I rent a car, will I have a proper right-hand drive?
Yeah.
Because one of the things that's so annoying, the only other place where I have had to drive right-hand drive is the Cayman Islands, but they only have the American cars there, so your right hand of it's got the wrong drive
yeah.
for the wrong side of the street. It's
No.
fun making your left turn or your right turn, I should say.
Yeah,
Oh no,
you'll
we're
get-
quite civilised here, aren't we?
Yeah. We're sort of we have been
There are moments.
dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can always borrow one of my motors, Manny. I got them
Yeah.
on both sides.
No, there you go. All right, take the Mustang out proper.
Yeah. Go and give her a real clean out.
Yeah,
Give her a proper clean out.
fun. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I
Yeah.
gotta start tracking down the flights. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do 2 one-ways or channel back and forth to round trip out of Heathrow or not.
Yeah. Yeah, again, that's the other thing with the UK is that, especially if you're doing international travel, the London is the place where you can go anywhere you like, and the regional airports like Manchester's not so bad. Liverpool's awful. Liverpool John Lennon Airport. There's literally nothing. You can do local flights or maybe across to Northern Ireland or Dublin or something. But because I was looking for flights for Ben to get to Berlin, there's nothing from Liverpool. He'd have to either go to Manchester. He's going to come down to me and go. We're going to fly from Stansted, so just easier. So you might get one flight a day from Manchester, but you'll get 10 from one of the London ones. So yeah, that kind of puts you at a disadvantage because you kind of got to come down, and then if you want to go back up, then you've got to get a train. Or I think last year Dina flew into London, and then I think she was getting the train, but she was fortunate because Rupert Greenall was coming up as well, so she managed to get a lift with him. But yeah, it's the trains aren't the best in the world anymore.
No, but at least they stopped striking.
For now, yeah. For now.
Yeah, for now.
That's my biggest worry about going across to Italy in a couple of weeks' time, because the French are getting a bit riled at the moment.
Yeah, about their pensions, aren't they?
And rightly so. But I just dread, getting up in the morning and finding out that there's a strike at the tunnel or something. So put the car.
Oh, that's right, because you're driving off to Italy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So got my tags through the other day, so I can sail through all the tolls, the péage, as they say. It'll still cost me, but at least I won't have to worry about leaning across. Did I tell you about the email that I got from Mont Blanc Tunnel? Because the only toll that I have to pay in that whole journey where I can't use a UHF tag is Mont Blanc Tunnel, because it's a border crossing as well. You have to kind of stop and show your passports and what have you. And so I've been through it a number of times, but I could never remember whether they have any windows to serve right-hand drive vehicles, because I've always had somebody in the car with me. So Jackie's always just gone, boom, that's it, done. So I thought I'll email them and I'll just say, I'm from the UK, right-hand drive vehicle. What's the procedure? So I don't want to do the wrong thing. And I got this bizarre email back, and I don't know what they thought I said or what Google Translate told them I said, because they basically said I asked them what do I do, and they said you drive straight through, or you when you turn up we deal with you and then you go through the tunnel. And I'm like, yeah, I know that, but how do you deal with me? So I replied to them and I said, maybe I didn't make myself quite clear. So here's my question again, and I've taken the liberty of translating it in Google to French and Italian so that you can maybe understand what it is that I'm trying to say. But Jackie said I should get one of those little picker things, and then just hold it out the window. But I think I'll just have to get out and go through. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That should be a nice little bit of relaxation after the stresses of the coming weeks.
So are you going after you've moved?
Yeah, literally. We start the move on Monday the 3rd. Right. And then the following Sunday. So we hand the keys back to this place on the Saturday, and on the Sunday I'm off. I just changed my Channel Tunnel crossing, because I booked it for 8:30 in the morning, not realising that check-in shuts at 7:30. So I'd have to be there for around 6:30, which means I'd have to leave here about 4, which means I'd need to get up about 2:30, 3 in the morning. So I'm not doing that. So I've shifted it till about 10:30. So I can leave at a more civilised hour. And then it'll take me about 6 or 7 hours to get from Calais to my first stop. And then day 2, across the border, through the mountains. I'm there.
Cool.
And then it's just 3 days, and then I come back again. So. Literally a flying visit. But all my brothers and sisters, they're all flying, and my stepmom as well, they're all flying out from Stansted. But they have to fly, I don't think they've got a direct flight to Turin, which would be the nearest airport, because Turin's a bit like, Liverpool. It's not a frequently visited airport. So they have to go to Milan, and it's the furthest one to the east of Milan, and where the family lives is a good 2 hours west of Milan. So they're all hiring cars. They've got to hire 2 cars, plus their flights, and the inconvenience of going through airports and stuff.
Yeah.
And they wonder, they think I'm weird for driving when I can just be on my own in my car, playing my music, my podcasts, with the aircon on at the temperature I like it, stopping when I want to stop.
Yeah.
The freedom of the road.
The freedom of the road. And all the wonderful views. You just don't see it when you're flying. You see the tops of it all, but if there's no cloud.
I must find out. I used to know, but I can't remember now. But I'll find out the name of that little village in Italy that might actually be on the way, where Alexis Sale lost his tin of pate. And I got all these various comedians now go and visit the rusty tin of pate. Yeah, just off the ball. Nobody can get to it. Yeah. I think Will Self goes to visits the pate. People like that, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But there you go.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, it's been one of those days again today. Been working on a Matrix 6, and the Matrix 6 relies very, very heavily on software. Even though it purports to be an analog synthesizer. Everything is software controlled, and when the software screws up, and it does a lot, it's very, very twitchy software at best. And I am fighting this bastard thing. It seems to be the more work on it, the worse it gets. So I've left it alone now.
You need to work less. I think we all need to work less, but you need to work less.
Yeah,
I would say the same to Ty. He needs to work less too.
I thought you said you were supposed to be slowing down this year. Kent.
Well, I will be slowing down, but I still have to get rid of all the
Backlog.
Yeah, but it's the ones that, you work on a synth and it turns out it's going to be a complete bastard. And you go, well, look, there's other things I need to get on with. So you put it to one side, you get on with some others, then you go back to it, then you go on to some others. But then at the end of the year, you just have this line of complete bastards that you've got to try and get sorted out. And I've got through quite a few, but there's still three that need to be sorted out. And of course, in the meantime, there's people going, but please, can you look at this? Can you look at this? I've got a Boomstar coming in. Apparently, there's an upgrade for it. And apparently it's very easy to fit, and the guy fitted the upgrade into it, and now it doesn't work. So I've got to figure out either what he's done or what's wrong with the upgrade.
You
or
put the chip in backwards.
Both. Yeah, it's gonna be something like, now what? So I've got this Soma. I've got to replace all the 10-volt Xena diodes in it that are on the those capacitor contact things on the front. Act as keys, and
How would something like that get messed up? Big static jolt?
I have no idea. They seem to think, because I emailed and said, yeah, okay, well, the thing they say it's doing, I cannot get it to do. And they go, well, probably best if we just replace the diodes that all of them, all 10 of these diodes. And I went, oh, okay. I said, well, I'll order them in. And go, no, we'll send you the diodes. I went, oh, okay then, fine. A week and a half later, no diodes.
Still waiting for the diodes.
Yeah. And it won't be long before I get, the customers going, so where's my Soma? Or the shop, I should say.
It's with the Op6 displays.
Yeah. So it's, oh, mate, I don't know.
It's not the customs thing, is it? Because they're sending them. Is it they're in Poland, aren't they?
It can be a customs thing. It really depends. I think what they do is they flip a coin and go, should we fuck up this shipment or not?
Oh yeah, I've
at customs, because none of it makes sense. Something will go through and it's fine, and then other times,
I sent a vintage mic to a guy in France, and then I get an email saying, "You filled the customs forms in." And there was only one customs form, so there was obviously all my details, and he didn't ask if he was a business or a resident. He's a resident, so I'm not selling to another business.
Right.
So they email me and say, we haven't got his Aurora number. So I said, he doesn't need one. He's private,
Yeah.
So I then emailed him. I said, you're not a business agent, because I said, no, I'm not. I said, well, this is what they're saying. Then he emails me yesterday and said, I finally managed to sort it. Nobody contacted me. Literally, the French customs have just sat on it, and basically just for the hell of it, and he's managed to. He's found on its way to him in France.
Yeah.
So he's been sat there for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's literally sort of like, we will piss off this English.
Just
for the
know
hell of
that
it.
I know I feel, because you've got to be meticulous with this sort of stuff. It's in quadruple now as well.
Yeah.
Used to be triplicate.
Yeah. I there's a couple of people I know. I don't know how they did it, but they've applied and got URI numbers themselves, even though they're not businesses. But at least they got a number they can quote, and unclogs the pipe and stuff starts moving again. But
it's usually based on your VAT number. So mine is basically my VAT number with about 3 extra digits on the end of it. And I've had mine for probably about 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, I think I've had my URI number for about a year, 18 months now.
Yeah.
It tidies up things going out, but sometimes
God, it
stuff
does,
coming
yeah.
in it's still
Yeah.
crap, you know.
Yeah.
So, but you know, this whole parts thing is it's just getting worse. So,
Well, it always was when we were dealing with parts and we had the audio clinic in the 80s. It was always a nightmare, and that wasn't pulling parts from abroad. That was just pulling parts from.
yeah. But what I mean is,
I don't think it ever got any better.
Well, real bread and butter stuff is now rare.
Mm.
Really, really rare. And unfortunately, with the through-hole stuff, it's not rare because there's problems with shipping. It's rare because they stopped making them and will not be making any more. So it's like, fucking hell. So like I said before, you know, all these clones and stuff coming out is it'll probably be the next best thing to having the original stuff, because once it's broken, it's going to stay broken.
Yeah.
So.
Right, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Indeed, sir.
Oh, sick.
If you
Good night, Rob.
haven't packed it away,
Well,
you can curl up in a box somewhere.
the way I feel right now, I'll curl up anywhere and probably go to sleep
Mm.
with the cats or something. Anyway, have a lovely evening, and
You too, matey.
I will
Yeah,
see
cheers.
you all soon.
No, pickle.
Take care.
Cheers, Roman.
Bye.
Take care. Yeah, so I think we're looking at a limited time offer. A lot of this stuff now,
Yeah.
you know.
So anyway, if you're going to do less work, do less work. But remember, there's my 700 due at some point in the future.
Yeah, but this is it. No, honestly,
For friends only. He's still open for friends only.
Ty said to me, he goes, oh yeah, you should start winding down now. You said you were going to be winding down by about April. I said, yeah, I know, I've still got a few to do. He goes, well, you need to wind down and everything, but but don't forget, I've got at least 15 machines I've got to bring in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I said, yeah, but everybody's saying that to me. So
Yeah. No, what I would say to you, Ken, is that when it comes to my 700, it works perfectly all right. It just takes me a while to tune it. And I'll do it when you're ready for me. When you're ready to do it. So whenever that is, if it's 4 years down the road, something still works. That's when we'll have it done.
yeah, the way things are going, that's not far off. That's not a bad estimate.
There's absolutely there's no rush for mine. It was literally, you can do it as just start it up a bit. When the time comes, there's absolutely no rush.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm still pulling things out. I'm going through a stack of boxes, and I pulled out a TR909, and I've gone, whose is this? I wonder what was wrong with it. Have I repaired this one already? Then they just haven't collected it, or have I not repaired it yet? And I have to go and take it down to the workshop and fire it up and go, oh no, I did repair this. Oh, okay, we'll just put it back again.
It's weird that people don't. I mean, I remember I may have told this story, but when we took over the music shop, there was a whole load of stuff that the previous owner was selling to people, musical instruments. One of them apparently was a cello.
Yeah.
And this cello, the day we took over, the cello wasn't there. We just assumed that the person had come for the cello, and I mean, this was a 700-800 quid cello. We just thought they'd come for it. Literally, 3 years later, the person walked through the door and said, I've come for my cello.
Yeah. Yeah.
What cello?
Oh, hang on. You've just gone...
we lost you.
Yeah, you
Lost the
muted
audio.
yourself. I can hear that. We can't hear you. How weird. Oh.
Oh, man, we missed the punchline. You got to set it all up again.
Oh. I wonder if it was a yellow cello. How's that? No.
Nope.
Does it come out of the socket a little bit? Funny, it can hear you hitting the cable.
Mm-hmm. You can't hear that at all now.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Does that sound okay? Because it's just the microphone and the.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's good.
All right then.
Yeah.
If he gets out to hear other things, then I'll plug headphones back in. That was weird. It just stopped working.
Huh.
That's Apple technology for you.
Yeah, anyway, so anyways, they come and collect
this
cello.
So this literally 3 years later, the guy walks in and says, "Come pick up a cello." And we're going, "No, there's no cello here." And what we did do is all the stuff that wasn't out, what didn't belong to the shop, we literally put in a room upstairs and waited for people because he had no. This guy, he'd not taken phone numbers. He didn't know whose was who. It was just, hey, hello. So it was just. We were waiting for people to literally turn up. One guy turned up for his drum kit and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, all we could do was say, "Look, I'm really sorry, but the cello's never been here. We took over 3 years ago, and here is the only phone number that we've got for the previous owner," and that's all we could do. And I don't think the guy ever got his cello back.
Yeah.
But to turn up, 4 years later to pick it up. And expect it to be there.
Yeah.
It's a shame because that's a reasonable instrument. If it was an accordion,
exactly,
who would have cared?
Yeah.
A lot of yard sales have come and gone since then.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Would have been worse if it was a Toblerone.
With something written on it. What was written on it?
Yeah.
Top bloke.
Yeah, top bloke.
Yeah, top bloke. Yeah, right.
Top bloke. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or mellow
very good.
cello.
Good theme there, Ty.
Yeah. He was superb, wasn't it?
Way to tie it together.
And lovely to meet you yesterday, Rich. It was
And
great.
you, and you.
It was lovely. It was a great day, actually. Yeah.
Dom would have enjoyed it.
He would. Yeah. I'm sure he was up there smiling at us.
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
Well, there was that moment. I don't know if you were there when we were in that house out back where the food was. And all of a sudden, the glass just hit the floor, and everybody looked around like nobody had done it.
I missed that bit.
And I said, it was Dom.
Here he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't find the button for the horn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You had the top of the glass.
I'm pleased to confess that I have a good picture of that horn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a great picture. Yeah.
I actually visited the horn and took a picture
Yeah.
The horn.
for posterity with tissues shoved in each one.
Yeah. It worked for the NS10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's,
We
I
wrote
hope,
articles
I
on
hope
which
that-
tissues. You
I hope
remember that?
yeah. I'm hoping that they find that bit of video that Dom took of you, me, and him in my garage going through all that stuff.
Well, I've got still photos. I don't have videos of us.
Yeah,
right?
I know he was taking
Right.
video.
Yeah.
And
That was
I
great
will say, I want to see Lula May's video of how to wax a daddy.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious. Can you imagine?
What a nut job.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, that since I met her last summer when I was at their house, she's grown a full head taller.
I'm
And she's
sure. Yeah.
only 11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's lovely. She's bright as a button, isn't she?
Oh,
Yeah.
what he left her with is just such a gift.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
I had the pleasure on my way out of speaking, first of all, to the priest, who is I guess he's a priest. I don't know if it's proper terminology, but the gentleman who delivered all those kind words.
The elderly gentleman.
Yeah, and the more
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
one.
Yeah, we too.
And
yeah.
also had a really nice talk with Dom's mother, Helen.
Yeah,
who had
Helen, she's
all her
lovely.
help.
Absolutely lovely.
And, well, boy, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because
No.
that lady is sharp as a tack. I mean, wow, what a smart lady she is,
Yeah.
and what a pleasure it was to get to compliment her on her son and on her writings about it. You know, when we first walked into the church, they handed you some writings, and the first thing was his mom's little essay
It's
about
brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Dom. Yeah, it was
Well,
really.
Taking him to gigs and doing all the sort of stuff that when he,
Yeah.
it's just wonderful. 3 o'clock in the morning in London, trying to get the loading out of a gig that Dom's done. That's lovely. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Well, he had a fan base at home,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
a great one.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. It was glad to be able to catch it online because it was very heartwarming,
Yeah.
very sad, very positive.
It
You know,
was, yeah.
because like you said, you know, I only knew him from the show, but like Jim Glue said, he never wasn't smiling.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, he just always had that attitude, you know, that things will be great. And like you said, it seems like he left behind a really fantastic legacy with his daughter.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the special things about him was that you didn't have to meet him to know him.
That's true. Yeah.
He had a
exactly.
his personality and everything about him really came through. You know?
And he was so comfortable in his own skin that he was able to really see deeply into other people and see what they needed.
Yeah.
Without being in his own way. And he was very effective with people because of that. And as I spoke to other people who were his friends from other areas of his life that have nothing to do with any of this, that one thing that kept resonating was that his ability to be effective in situations with people in almost any kind of collaborative situation was remarkable, and everybody like walked away loving him and admiring him.
Yeah.
And that's a unique talent. That's a real,
it is.
that's really, you got to be coming from a real cool place to be able to do that. And he was.
Yeah.
He was that guy. He was a top bloke. Like they said on the Toblerone bar.
Exactly.
He was a mensch.
He was.
Yeah.
He was. He really was.
Yeah.
And just watching Sophia looking after Lulame yesterday, who didn't need looking after.
No, she didn't.
Her own
No, she
friend.
didn't. Yeah.
But Sophia's all attentive and you know, always out of the corner of the eye she can see where, you know, and if she can, she's like, where is she? And I said, oh, she's right over there, you know. But it was heartwarming in a way, that part of it. You know, the after bit was heartwarming.
Yeah.
Certainly when Sophia spoke, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, and I'm sure there wasn't a dry eye either.
God. We were messed. There was a lot of dog hugging going on here. Really was. Yeah. Poor old Sophia.
Yeah. It actually was quite nice because I met Oliver Gould, who did the Smash Still with him for the first time. And he's a lovely bloke, is Oliver. We've become Facebook friends. Hey, this man was there.
Good evening, gents.
Robert,
Hey, Robert.
So it was quite nice. It was just nice to get to know him a bit. And Mark, you know, just the acid clown.
Yeah.
It was very nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was very scared of that, to be honest. I couldn't sleep the night before. I was very stressed out. But
It's funny he says I felt the same. Even before, day before I got on the train, really, I felt, just apprehensive. I just wanted that. You want the whole thing to go well, don't you? You know, you want to celebrate his life, but I was apprehensive, you know.
Yeah. I think I was as well, and I was only going to be watching it.
Yeah.
But there was lots of good things going on afterwards, I think. It was good to see Sophia laugh, you know. And I think this was even terrible, but very needed for her. Yeah. You know, the day like some closing doors or something, finally realizing. She told me when I was there like 3 weeks ago, when I came to you in Kent, that she still cannot believe that she's still waiting for him, you know, to come home, open the door, or just appear like, hello. Yeah. I told her the same, that listen, I'm still waiting for him, you know, to message me back.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Exactly.
And to be honest, even yesterday when I was going to the church, I still hope that he would jump from behind somewhere and I got you guys. You know?
Yeah, fooled you.
Yeah. It didn't happen though.
No.
But afterwards, it was really, really nice. It was very heartwarming, you know, to meet Rich, Ian, everybody there.
There was lots of hugs going around, weren't there? Everyone, we were all hugging each other in the pub. It was fantastic. Yeah.
Hey, that's my beer, mate.
It's a little less common over here. It's very common where I live.
Yeah.
We have a huggier culture than in general, but it's changing a little bit, and I think that's all good.
I do too. Yeah.
You start to kiss as well now.
Pardon?
You start to kiss as well, apart of hugging.
Some people do.
But
I have this
only on
friend
the
from
cheek.
college who's about as tall as you, Robert, who insists on kissing me on top of the head all the time.
I got other parts as well.
Thank you, but no. But it was great to see everybody. I don't know if you guys heard about Nick's harrowing arrival. Very crazy, horrible commuting stories that everywhere he turned, he seemed to be blocked from getting there, and he knew he needed to be there. And in the end, he's literally running across the green in the pouring rain and hail, trying to get there on time with Andy running right alongside him. You know, so it was this crazy thing.
As soon as they arrived, the rain stopped.
Yes.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
But like halfway through the memorial, we literally had hailstones, didn't we? It was just we're looking out the window thinking, what? You know.
Yeah. Oh man.
So what have you been up to today, Mr. Hilton?
Oh, me today? Not much. Today was I didn't end up doing a lot today. I went out to dinner with somebody who complained through the entire damn meal.
Ouch.
I don't know what possessed me.
Did you go to that place down the road?
Something about some barbecue or something.
Oh God Almighty!
Did they at least pick up the tab?
No,
Of course not.
because in the end, I got blamed because I picked this restaurant that she hated. So
you had to pay.
Is this the vegan place?
It wasn't a vegan place. It was actually, in this case, a Persian place that I picked that had vegetable options on the menu that looked like they might be interesting.
All right, yeah, because you said something about vegan in it, and I just
She said something about vegan, but then when you get further into a conversation, it's like way more complicated than that.
oh god, okay.
Don't have the time, interest, or inclination. But in any case, it was funny because she just hated everything from the moment she walked in, and the people there were trying so hard to be nice to her, and nothing was cracking through. And I was trying to explain to her, these people are doing the best they can for us, and we're going to get the right seats soon, and everything's going to be cool. And she just wasn't having it. It was like a bad date, except I don't go on dates. I don't need dates. I'm married. I don't need another one. Damn sure I don't need, one like that. But anyway, she was very sweet because she, in her mind, was helping me through my grief, which I guess in some sort of comedic level it did. So today was more a day of reflection, and I ended up typing furiously to my wife about things that were occurring to me, about events in my father's life. How's that sound?
Yeah.
There you go.
So that, today was a day of reflection, shall we say, and grieving. And I decided not to make it a day of activity. And then I went out to dinner and endured my friend. And now I'm back talking to my friends.
Well, we've been to art galleries all day with the family, 6 of us. And we ended up in Brick Lane for a curry. The curry was really nice. It was fine. Just before we're leaving, I go downstairs to the toilet, to the wing, and there were individual cubicles, and some guy started banging on the cubicle, and I'm saying, "There's somebody in here. I won't be a minute. I'll be out." And he was banging so loud, he smashed the door. He smashed the door in, and as the door flew in, and I pushed the door. I'm thinking, basically, piss off,
Yeah.
he then went to the next cubicle, and he was still ranting in the next cubicle. I'm thinking, I'm out of here. I'm not getting involved with this guy. He's on something.
God.
that made the evening slightly colourful. Yeah, but he puts the lock on the loo door.
Bad form.
It definitely bad.
Generally,
form, yeah.
generally, you lose points for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, we were doing a bit of counting our blessings actually yesterday, and then this morning, while I was down in the workshop, Fiona called me up saying, she goes, "You need to have a look at Noah." I'm going, "Oh yeah, what?" She goes, "Just come and have a look and tell me what you think." I go, "Okay." So I go into the front room. He's laying on the settee. And I go, "He looks fine." He's wagging his tail and everything. She goes, "No, look at his back foot." I went, "Okay." So I'm looking at his back foot. I'm going, "Yeah." She goes, "The foot, you know where because he had to have a toe amputated, supposedly, or part of his toe amputated because he has, when we got him, he had leishmaniasis, which is a blood condition caused by sandfly bites. And it makes extremities, like tops of ears, toes and stuff, rot. And we had him on the medication to get that under control. And we got it under control. But he did end up having to have this toe amputated. And she goes, "Well, look at his toe." So I'm having a close look. And I'm going, "Oh. He's got..." I said, "How do you describe it?" On a dog's paw, you have a big pad. And then you'll have like 3 or 4 little small pads. Then you have the little toes and the nails growing out of them, yeah? Well, where he's had the toe amputated, on the pad, he's got a nail growing out of it that way. So it's upside down, pointing up between his toes. So because the nail couldn't get out of the toe, it went, yeah fuck it, and has grown through his pad in the bottom of his foot and come round and sticking up.
Oh, poor thing.
And it shows no indication of any. I can manipulate it and stuff. He seems to be fine, right? I go, yeah, but he can't stay like that. He's going to have to go. So he's going to have to go to the vet, and there's going to be what looks like yet another operation on his poor little foot.
Oh.
But I've never seen that before. It's literally the nails growing out here and curling around.
Gosh.
It's like, what the hell? I knew we'd had a couple of weeks of everything being okay. I knew we'd tempting fate. Something was going to go wrong. Bloody hell.
Mother Nature.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, whatever.
Hey, I got a question for the collective wisdom of the group. I just got a text.
Yeah?
I got a question from one of my Yama buddies. "Hey, Manny, I have a question for you. I sped up the tempo of a DAW project, adjusting the audio tracks to the new tempo in Digital Performer, and the adjust soundbite to sequence tempo command is resulting in less amplitude. Any idea why? Haven't seen this happen before." I don't use Digital Performer at all.
I've only ever used it once. It was probably about 10 years ago, Digital Performer. It sounds like...
Yeah, again...
That shouldn't be happening.
That shouldn't be happening, yeah, because all the fancy DSP it does on slicing it, putting that back together shouldn't do any amplitude shit.
Yeah.
Huh.
I suggest he turns
That
them back
certainly
up
doesn't
again.
happen in Logic. When I've messed around with, temps, changing tempos in Logic, and you don't lose it. You certainly don't lose amplitude there. So it's got to be an issue with the Digital Performer itself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a new one because, Logic doesn't seem to do that.
No.
Well, thank you much. I have no idea.
Maybe it's something...
So the collective hive mind has gone, duh.
Yeah, it could be something between Digital Performer and his interface, though, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe.
That's the best we can come up with then, guys.
Increase volume.
That's right.
Yeah.
Renormalize it or something.
Turn it up. Yeah. Turn it up again.
Yeah. Turn it up.
A technical term. Yeah.
Yeah. just a strange question to get from the person I'm getting it from, because it's like that's the kind of question you'd ask him.
Yeah.
And so if he doesn't know the answer, it's like, oh, yeah, we're all screwed. Well, there you go. Online tech support.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling, Delhi.
Thank you. Come again.
Pleasure to be of service.
Mate. Anyway. Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Another
that's all
swig
right.
of life juice.
That's full.
Ah.
Gesundheit.
Good coffee.
It's just the bottle, it's water.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whereas this is real Colombian. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's not even bloody close. Ooh. Mm. Honest to God, if I stopped drinking coffee, Colombia would go bankrupt.
I don't know. They have another export can.
Yeah, but I can't consume that much. I can only consume that much coffee. Heroin, I've kept
How
it
much
down.
coffee do
I've
you
been
drink
cutting
a
that
day?
out for years. So,
How many cups a day?
don't know, the big cups. So. It's got a few. It's got a few. And I start early. So, but it's weird because coffee doesn't keep me awake.
It never used to keep me awake either when I drank coffee.
So I can have it as a bedtime drink as well.
I used to do that. Last thing I would do at night would have coffee.
Yeah. I think if I stopped drinking coffee, I'd just collapse on the floor in some sort of inanimate state. I have to have it intravenously
do you ever
fed.
get the jitters?
No.
Do you ever get the coffee jitters?
No.
No. The funny thing is, it's for so many years that I haven't had coffee. When I occasionally have a mocha, it's always decaf.
Yeah.
But if they make it wrong and they make it with real coffee, I know because I start feeling the jitters like 20 minutes, half an hour later, and I know, and I'll be like that for 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I do have. There is obviously caffeine in my diet because I drink Diet Coke and there's caffeine in that.
Well, it's
But
caffeine in
something
tea.
about coffee, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not as much or
No.
not as effective. But yeah, it is one of those things where if I have decaf after about 18 hours or so, I start getting blinding headaches. So I can't drink decaf. So.
And if I have a coffee now, I will fall to sleep about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. No, seriously, I can't have more than 1 coffee a day.
Yeah.
Kate, you might call that a red flag.
Yeah. Yeah. There's quite a few things I should be calling red flags as well, actually.
I wasn't
Can't
really
think
going to go there, but you just called one out, so I figured I'd.
Yeah.
Flag.
Yeah, well, we've had this conversation before, isn't it? Which,
Yeah, we have.
which literally, like, how come you're
Not
still
usually in
alive?
public, yeah.
Sort of thing. Yeah. Yes. Really? You sure you're still breathing? You know, necromancer or something? No, honestly, still going. Yeah. I have cut down. In all honesty, I have cut down quite a bit.
So we make a list here, aren't we? You've got to work less and you've got to drink less coffee. What's next? There's got to be 3 things.
Probably I'll have to do something about the smoking.
Nicotine.
Yeah. Stop smoking.
Then I'll have to do something about the sleeping.
But not the swearing. Swearing's off the table.
No,
sleep
I'm not
Do
touching
you
that. I'm
sleep
not
okay?
touching that. No.
That's
But
the
it's
coffee.
not.
That's gotta be
It's
the
not the
coffee.
coffee. No, it's not the coffee. Honestly, it's not the coffee.
Why swearing? We're talking about bad habits.
Because what it is well. It's not that I don't sleep. It's that I don't sleep deeply. I wake up in the morning and I really am not refreshed.
That's the coffee, mate.
Yeah,
Coffee and the nicotine is what it is.
I have to say,
it could be. It could be. Yeah.
I stopped drinking coffee at least 20 years ago, if not longer, not maybe 30 years ago. Kids were very small, so that's 25 years. And when I stopped, and I didn't drink an awful lot of coffee, but I would be 2 or 3 cups a day on average, really. And again, always had one last thing at night. And when I stopped, within about a week, my sleep pattern got so much better. I really slept, and I slept so much better. And obviously, everybody has those moments, those nights where you don't sleep very well. But that's, but generally, I sleep, and I always have done, and I put that down to the caffeine.
Well, I used to be able to sleep. I used to be able to, just climb into bed. The mind would empty, and I go sleep. It's not a problem. Since Mum started getting her dementia, and I was always sort of like trying to be half awake all the time.
Yeah.
Because you never knew what that moo would be getting up to. Sometimes you really didn't. And it's never really worn off. I don't seem to get like proper sleep out of it. So, although as it turns out, I could have not bothered at all and just had good long hard sleeps, because even though I was doing that, she still managed to do some incredibly dangerous and stupid things at night. So even with me trying to be sort of like sleeping with one eye open. So. But we did have one little reprieve, actually, because I think it was Fiona needed me to get something out of the attic, and was going. So I went up in the attic and I found a couple of discarded boxes right up the back of the attic, and in there was some photographs, 1 or 2 at least, photographs of me as a baby, because she'd burnt all the others. They'd all gone. And there was one of my sister as well. So we got some, and one photograph, actually more importantly, of my dad. Because all the other, every other photograph and document's gone, where she's set fire to them in the kitchen. So she doesn't know why. We don't know why. Nobody knows why.
No.
And we'll never will. So... But, and also, no.
I can't connect to your Wi-Fi network.
There's a reason for that.
Set up instructions in the help section of your Alexa.
There's a reason for that. And there's a reason why you remain not connected to the internet. You white cylinder of doom. So, so I also found, I was going through the old iPad, and I found a video that I'd taken of Mum, because the doctor wanted, he said, goes, I need a video of her when she's doing her counting. I said, well, she does that all the time. She counts all the time. And so I found this old video. Yeah. And literally, she's there and she counts her fingers like that. And she'll do that all day, just counting her fingers. But she does this horrible thing. She did this horrible thing where she used to be standing, counting. And then she would pass out, still counting, and down she'd go. And as soon as you wake her up, and get her up and bring her around and everything, and she would immediately start counting again. Always counting. And I remember getting this video, and then when the specialist came around and I showed him the video, and he went, it doesn't really tell me much. Cool. Anything else you want me to do that's no fucking good while I'm here, So, yeah. But yeah, my sleeping pattern's never been really good since those times. So, and as Rich knows, after my mum went, then everybody went. They were dropping like fucking flies. Boom, boom. Till, you used to have to do this thing with, because you'd start to just make fun of stuff, because otherwise you'll just shoot yourself in the head or something. And I was just going, I said, well, look, everything's okay now, because there's nobody left. I've run out of family. So nobody else can die on me. Yay. Yeah, wrong. Yeah, wrong. So, yeah. But, yeah, no, sleep pattern's always been buggered up since then. Does coffee help? No. Does smoking help? No. But,
I quit cigarettes 13 years ago.
yeah. What I should probably do is change what I smoke. Come off roll-ups and, maybe go on ganja or something. That might be better. Yeah.
Just don't pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I picked the wrong week to stop taking heroin. So, yeah, I mean, fuck it.
I thought you were working on the inhaler thing for a while.
Yeah, which makes me cough like a fucker.
Because you take
Well, it probably would at first because obviously
it hurt your throat. That's why.
Because what?
If you smoke it like you smoke in things that combustibles,
Right.
You wait for it to burn your throat, and that's what tells you to stop. With a vapor, it's never going to burn your throat. So you're like hauling like giant amounts of vapor in, and your throat isn't giving you that signal. And then you you go nuts.
Well, I did it where I wasn't actually even inhaling. Just bring it into the mouth and then out
Just
again.
A little bit. Yeah, you got to go.
Yeah, not huge amounts, just a little ooh, into the mouth and back out again, and it still would make me cough.
Feel it in your throat because that's way too late.
Yeah,
because I smoked from 13, 14 till I was 30, 29, I think actually, and then when Jane and I bought our first house, I said, "Well, I'm not going to smoke in the house." I wasn't smoking at work, so I actually decided to stop smoking. I had a couple of failed attempts to stop smoking, but I managed to. And for the first month, 6 weeks, I had a terrible cough. And I smoked, at that point, up until that, I smoked about 40 a day.
yeah.
Roll-ups. So I was a heavy smoker in that respect, But yeah, for 6 weeks or so, I had terrible cough.
Yeah.
And then it sort of just settled down, And I wondered if that was because of all the...
It's purging.
Yeah,
you're purging.
I wonder if everybody who stopped smoking has to sort of go through that to some extent.
Well, the stupid thing for me was I didn't start until really late. I was like 27, 28, and then started, which is like ridiculous. You think, I've got past the dangerous period.
Yeah. I'm still addicted to cigarettes. I haven't had one for 30 years, but I still want a cigarette occasionally.
Yeah.
Really?
And I know that if I had a cigarette, I'd be back on 20 a day.
Yeah, I'm the same with ketamine.
And once I came to that conclusion that, I have an addiction, it happens to be nicotine, and I haven't had it for so long, but I still occasionally want it.
Yeah.
Then I'm okay, And I'll never. And for a few years, I was able to have the odd cigar at Christmas and things like that. I stopped them,
Yeah. Well, I'm seriously considering going back onto a vape pen. But mind you, you know that bloody excuse like, I'll wait until things settle down a bit and then I'll go on to a vape. It never settles down.
No.
Might as well just do it. Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah. I think I'm down, I would say I am down to 6 cups of coffee a day now.
Down to 6.
Down to 6. I would be... Oh, no, we're talking 14, 15, 16 cups a day.
What?
Jesus Christ, mate.
Man.
Yeah, no, and, no problem. No problem.
Are you drinking anything else? Are you, what's your intake of water?
Well, what I'm doing now is I intersperse coffees with teas.
Oh, right. So you're still getting caffeine then?
Still getting caffeine, but
less.
But less
It's
of,
much
yeah.
better caffeine. It's not that hardcore.
Yeah. But what I do now is the ground coffee, your proper coffee. I now only have one a day.
Right, yeah.
Where it used to be 14 or 15 of them a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like Josh downstairs. He's got he's a I don't know how many cups he has a day, but he's at least a couple. And Matt, for I think one of his birthdays, bought this fantastic coffee machine, And the smell downstairs this morning at breakfast was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
As he's roasting his coffee.
Yeah.
You know, and grinding it, and it was lovely. You know. But,
Yeah.
You know, I don't do coffee anymore, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I allow myself that 1 in the morning, or I will kill somebody. So it's just safer for me to have that one.
Yeah.
So, but I'm now not allowed to have that cup of coffee until the dogs have had their sausage. I am literally being pushed around the kitchen by them until I give them their sausage in the morning.
Brilliant.
That's
hilarious. Well, Charlie does anyway. He jumps up and he pushes you from the back. Sausage.
Sausage. Well, better than pushing you
Give
from
me
the
my
nuts.
sausage, boy. So, and then I'm allowed to have my coffee and take my vitamins, which apparently I have to take. So I take vitamins.
I take vitamins too. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently I need D3 more than anything else.
I have multivits and
that's the sunlight
and
thing.
all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
Because
yeah,
of that diet, really.
yeah, I take one of those big effervescent orange vitamin C tablets.
Yeah.
And then 3 D3s, a multivitamin, and something else. What was the other thing?
Sunshine or mushrooms.
Yeah. There's some other bloody thing as well. But
Do you do the one for bones? There's like is that I have a white one that's good for your bone density apparently.
calcium.
Calcium, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Calcium,
the one.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'd have them every morning. I can't say I feel better or worse for them. So.
Oh no, I don't. No, they
no
don't seem to
different.
make that much difference. But
I tell you when I do feel different is when I miss them for 2 days and I don't take them.
right,
Then I notice that I'm feeling like that, and I go back on them again. So they are doing the job, whatever the job may be. But you know, Fiona's saying no, you need more vegetables and kale and fucking other shit she finds from underneath the washing machine. Because I used to like broccoli, and then we went through a period where we were incredibly poor and we couldn't really afford much else other than broccoli. And then I didn't like broccoli anymore. You know, I'm going, I want fucking smoked salmon. I don't want broccoli. So, you know, and, you know, I went off vegetables for a while, so which wasn't a good thing. So, but Fiona's been very insistent about it.
Isn't beer a vegetable?
It's supposed to be, but Fiona doesn't believe it. But literally, I mean, you know, Fiona will do me a dinner, and it will have lots and lots of vegetables. And then, you know, I mean, if she could, she'd give me for pudding a vanilla ice cream with kale and broccoli on it, if she could. So, you know, and you know, I thank her dearly for it. You know, it's nice to have somebody in your life that cares. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm going, oh, really? Do I have to have broccoli again?
The ice cream makers are not that expensive anymore. Kale ice cream.
Well, I don't know. Don't know.
So Manny,
like
beer
ice
is a
cream,
vegetable thing. Is that because of the hops we're talking about here?
It's grain, right?
So IPA then by definition is more healthy for you than
one of your five a
coffee
day.
beer.
There you go. Maybe.
Yeah, it's one of your five
Yeah.
a day.
Now I've had this discussion with Fiona, and because I said, "Well, I eat potatoes." No, that's not vegetables. Well, it's not meat, is it? She goes, "Yeah, but it's not a vegetable." She goes, "That's a
root.
It's a root." Yeah. I go, rice. No, it's pulse. She goes, "It's going to have to be green." It
has to be green.
God,
Yeah,
does it
well,
have
at
to
least
be
nobody
green?
eats potatoes in England.
Really?
I'm joking. Yesterday, last night, after everything was done, practically finished, there you could smell a tray of freshly deep fried potato wedges like coming across the room.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
This was in the very late going when
Yeah.
we were among the last ones to clear the place.
So I would say, what time did you leave? Because we obviously left about, was it 8 o'clock that me and Graham left?
I didn't think I was there at least. I was there until most of 10.
Oh, right.
I think I was back here in the hotel right about 10:05,
Right.
something like that. So, and it's only a 5-minute walk from there to here.
I ended up because they were all out they went out for a Japanese meal last night in Walthamstow. Now I don't know Walthamstow very well. So Josh sends me this Google Maps thing. We're here, I get off at Waltham Central, and I have literally no idea where to go, and my phone for some reason won't make the Google map appear. No matter how many times I'm trying. I got there eventually, but it was a bit of a trek.
I see.
But stuck in the middle of Walthamstow on a Friday night. It must have been about 9 o'clock, not knowing where you actually need to go.
Okay, and I ended up coming back here and eating a couple of more of those the center out of a couple of more of those chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, because the little packets, yeah.
Just the center,
Yeah.
50 slider buns a day, that's for sure. But they was delicious. The food they put out was actually quite
good,
tasty.
yeah.
That fried fish they put out was fantastic, actually.
Yeah.
And
it's the first time I've had squid. I can't say I was keen.
It's funny. A bunch of people said that to me. You guys don't eat squid?
No. Well, they're like onion rings. And obviously, me and my
That's
husband
exactly
onion
what.
rings.
Who else? Somebody else said that to me last night.
Yeah, Matt, it was Matt.
Yeah, it was Matt.
Yeah,
it was
he's
Matt.
Allergic.
Reverend Hodgson.
There was no reaction. Because I tasted this, I thought, this is not an onion ring. What the hell is this?
It's lovely when it's prepared properly. If it's overcooked, it's horrible. You'll be chewing for 3 weeks. But when it's prepared properly, it's wonderful. And it's just funny to me that you guys, probably consume a bag of potatoes a year each, and nobody's tasted squid. You got these deep fryers everywhere you look.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, we do like our tubers.
Order a pizza. Does it come with chips? Like anywhere else in the
We
world.
get the chips on it.
Right. Chips on.
Chip pizza, please.
Yeah.
Or one of the classics, and I know there's going to be fierce defenses of this. The chip butty.
Oh,
no, I don't like a chip butty.
I just wanted to say when I came to England and I saw that, I was just, what the fuck you doing, mate?
Right?
Man.
Carbs.
The worst one.
How freaking weird is that?
Be.
Chip buddies, man, with the right amount of salt, pepper.
No, just the chips without the bread.
Man.
Come on.
Here it comes.
But the worst one is
My wife.
Scotland.
Mate, I haven't had one since I was 8, so don't worry about it.
The fish shops in Scotland where you can get a deep fried Mars bar.
Yeah,
in
they do cream eggs as well. They are nice, apparently.
I've only ever had one once. It was in Glasgow, I think, and actually, it was a bit too sweet. Really, it was just weird.
Yeah, it is.
It was really soggy, and it didn't really go with the chips.
Yeah.
But have you ever tried a chip burrito?
No. Chips need to be eaten
Challenge accepted.
in paper or in a plate on their own.
Some nice melted cheese in there, some nice deep fried
see
stuff.
now,
Wrap it up.
See American
Get in
cheese.
salsa.
American cheese, man. Oh, that stuff. That is.
What is American cheese?
One thing about it, it's non-dairy.
It's non-dairy. Well,
Yeah.
some of them are. Technically, the label says, Robert, American pasteurized processed cheese food product.
Yeah.
That's what Kraft singles are.
That's the thing what they're using in McDonald's, for example, for burgers.
Yeah, like
The
that.
foil.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
never
they're calling
been
that
anywhere near a cow.
Probably
Ever.
not.
No,
Ever. It may have
man,
driven past the dairy, but that's about it. In the back of a truck.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
But it's a delicious taste.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is.
No.
It is.
I like
What's,
it better.
what's that? Is it Cyprus? The maggot cheese. Is it from Cyprus? I think it's banned in most countries. Definitely banned in America.
But not here.
No, I think it's banned here now.
Really?
I think it's banned here now. And some, because apparently I read about this. There's a huge underground cheese shipping business into the States.
Really?
For illegal cheeses, yeah, because there's quite a few
Bavarian
cheeses.
beaver cheese.
Yeah,
That is really
Yeah.
beaver cheese.
yeah, yep. It's a bit runny.
It's a bit runny.
Yeah,
All
a bit runny. Yeah, no, there's this, and people are getting arrested at the Canadian border bringing in illegal cheeses and being detained.
For it.
What?
Yeah, but you can be detained for bringing in Kinder eggs.
What does the test for an illegal cheese look like exactly?
I have no idea, but it's like that thing they do now for the sobriety test for smoking pot, where the policeman gives you a kazoo, and you blow into this, please, and it goes like that, and if they piss themselves laughing, they're high. Yeah. We're waiting. Yeah, so what you've been here for 20 minutes. We're waiting for the stop sign to turn red. Yeah.
You remember in the movie The Man with Two Brains when the German cop pulls over Steve Martin, makes him get out, tap dance, juggle, and sing something in German?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great scene.
And he goes, "Your drug tests are hard."
It's such an
And then he
underrated
goes,
film.
Does it. Then, of course, you can do it.
Brilliant film. Yes, since I've seen it, but it's a brilliant film.
Yeah.
What's the name of the movie?
Man with Two Brains.
Man with Two Brains.
It's from the, I think there's 4 or 5 of the Steve Martin, Carl Reiner. The Jerk.
Good ones. Good ones.
Dead Men Don't
Yeah.
Wear Plaid.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Man with Two
yes.
Brains.
Good film.
I think there's one other. They're great.
He might have done All of Me, which was another great performance, where
All
he
of
and Lily Tomlin split
Yeah.
body. He's
Yeah.
half a
Yep.
woman and half of a man, and he's walking down the
That's
street.
great.
Not seen that one.
Put Edwina back in bowl. Put her back in bowl.
Edwina back and bowl. Exactly. Some great movies.
Yeah, when he goes up to that street walker, he says, "Can I see it?" And she goes, pulls out with her coat, and you go, "Oh,
Yep.
mama."
Yeah, exactly. And
What's
then
his name?
afterwards, it's
Oh,
my
shit.
voice. It's always
Yeah.
my voice.
It's always my voice that ruins it,
Well, I think he basically says, "No, I can't do it. I can't kill you." I says, "Well, I'm into that. I'll try it.
I don't mind.
I don't mind." Yeah, good old Dr. Herfer.
Yeah, fa.
Oh yeah, I saw these. Jesus. Okay.
He roasted her nines.
Oh man.
And Melanie.
Oh god. Yeah, no, there's some beautiful classics. There really are.
There is no more movies like that, isn't it? This B style, absurd bullshit. It's got no sense at all.
Well, the films then you couldn't make today now.
Because somebody would complain.
Yeah, there's too much social media going on.
Yeah, and everything's got to be politically correct.
I don't even think that's it. It's a different business. There's so much of this Marvel shit and sequel after
Yeah.
sequel.
No,
That's
but you
not
know what?
movies. Marvel's
They were
not
talking
a
about
movie.
this because
Serialized.
even the Marvel stuff has become quite woke. Who was it? Tarantino saying ideology over art, ideology over content,
I've stopped watching.
and
the Marvel
it's
stuff a long
not
time
been
ago.
it's not entertaining anymore.
As a kid, I loved the Marvel comics. They were brilliant. And the DC comics. I used to buy all those. But I haven't watched Marvel films. The only film I've seen of late, and it was the last Spider-Man movie, which I thought was quite good. The rest of them, I'm not interested.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to take something like Blazing Saddles and how many points there are within that film,
Blazing Saddles was hilarious.
yeah, but some people don't get that it is poking fun at racism. They only see the surface. So a film like that, couldn't
Well,
be
they don't
made
even see the
today.
service. They're looking for an opportunity to be outraged.
It's too many trigger opportunities within the film. Yeah.
Yeah, trigger warning. Yeah.
Yeah. Where the white women at? You know?
And I mean, the producers with Springtime for Hitler was
Oh, yeah.
just that was just amazing. The first time I saw that film, I thought, I can't believe I'm watching this. And
It's
so
just the
funny.
reaction of the camera just cuts to the audience all going.
Yeah, they're all sat there. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. We'll have to give them their money back. Money back. Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so brilliant. But yeah, no, that time not past, but I don't. The mechanism in place to be able to make films similar to that in today's society still needs to be honed. Should we say?
He's got a new series on something, Hulu maybe. I'm not sure.
Mm.
He's got a History of the World Part 2.
Oh yeah, part 2.
Yeah.
That's right. It started streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not. I gotta check
He's
that out.
sort of executive producing, but it does have the spirit of his work.
Yeah. Because, like, theoretically, Family Guy shouldn't
They
get
bring
away
you
with
the
half the
15 10 Commandments.
Yeah, correct.
I should watch Family Guy. I catch it ever so often, and I always find it incredibly funny.
Oh,
But
Family
I
Guy.
never regularly watch it.
Mm.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Did you see Be Kind Rewind?
No.
There's with Jesus. What's his name? Jack Black. It's got
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
5-7 years, and it is kind of this kind of B movies, and that is bloody funny, mate. There is few things which was very dangerous for me. I nearly didn't catch the breath.
Well, actually, talk about a film that's getting a lot of flack is Tropic Thunder.
Oh
which
yeah,
was, which
Yeah,
was
well,
freaking hilarious.
Yeah, well, why is it so many years on suddenly that's an issue?
Yeah, and it was funny because it came up because somebody asked Stiller a question about it. and he
because
said,
people
"I don't
are
need-"
assholes.
He just basically said, "I don't need to defend it. It's a fine movie."
Yeah.
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 I've never seen it.
Well, he even got Oscar nominated. Didn't he?
It's a riot.
For his
It's a
portrayal.
riot just for the Tom Cruise cameos, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? I'm hands up. It took me ages to realise it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, does a great job in it.
Yeah.
Probably
It's
one
like
of his,
I watched the Banshees of in a shilling, the one that got lots of Oscar nominations this year and didn't win anything. And it sort of billed as a black comedy, and the first half of it is really quite funny. If you've never seen it, I won't tell you what happens. But it's so black that there's nothing funny about it towards the end.
And what is it?
It's the Banshee of I'm probably pronouncing this wrong.
It sounds like
Banshee in the
in a
Shit.
shilling.
The Shilling.
In a Shilling. It's an Irish movie.
Really?
Yeah. We watched it on not on Netflix. It was on. We rented it from Amazon Prime because it's still technically in the cinemas here. Yeah. But he got lots of nominations. It's I can't remember who the Irish actors are. Somebody in the chat room will tell us, I'm sure.
somebody missing sausages. What's going on back there?
Yeah.
Yeah, something going on.
Yeah, Wagu's saying it's the Banshee of I still can't pronounce it.
Inisherin.
Inisherin, yeah.
Okay. That's from last year only.
No,
Isn't that the new synth from Black?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is
Blackbird.
brilliant,
It's a
Jesus.
synthesizer.
Yep.
Yeah, that is brilliant movie.
Yeah. And obviously it sort of slightly polarizes people because I liked it better than Jane. She thinks this isn't funny. I think, well, when things start to happen, it's not funny, but
Mm.
but it was billed as a black comedy.
Well, it's like there's very few things that will make me literally laugh out loud, but I must admit that one that video I put up on my Facebook page, when I saw that, it made me laugh out loud.
On your Facebook page.
Yeah, the one with the man
I'm
and the
going
woman.
to check what you're on your Facebook page.
Have a look. It's the man and the woman sitting in a sleigh.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah,
I have to go check it out.
The singing dog one also made me laugh. I put that one up as well. But yeah,
So
it's a man and a woman in a sleigh.
I need to search for you on Facebook, Ken.
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay.
I'm there, apparently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, apparently.
He's not bark.
Okay. Yeah, advertising done right.
Yeah.
Is it all with the dog?
No.
Oh, right.
Although that's funny. That is funny. But it's man and a woman in a sleigh.
Oh, no, I haven't got to that. Oh, yeah, there we are. Mute the turn the mic off.
Is it in your feed or is it in your video section?
It's on my feed, on my page there. Although somebody's put up some sort of diet thing on there as well, for some reason.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's about my level.
No, but it is funny. It's funny.
I saw some short clips, like advertising which was banned or never been actually streamed.
Yeah.
Jesus, man, and for Volkswagen Polo, I think it was, because it was the most safest car in the world at the time. You know, in this category, there was like a suicide bomber, like an Arab guy, inside the car going to do his thing, and just shots from outside of the camera shooting outside of the on the street, and you just can see the blood inside the van, inside the car.
God.
Somebody was too creative.
Oh dear. Yeah. Now I must admit that singing dog on there as well, that makes me laugh because of the voiceover. It's perfect. But yeah, Yeah, Dr. Strangelove that's another brilliant one. Mm-hmm. You can't fight in here, gentlemen. This is the war room.
Seems like any mainstream outlet for anything the least bit subversive or thought-provoking is just like gone. Is really what it seems to come down to. They just want stuff that's just like trigger a couple endorphins with effects or this or whatever, and then get out, get the next audience in.
Yeah, it's order of entertainment, really, isn't it now? So, but
Indiana Jones 5
at the same time,
like
saying that, I mean, if you sit through Avatar 2, well done. First of all, you have made it to the end. There should be a prize or a reward for that in some way, like your money back.
Seeing all that water made me only have to go pee 3 times.
Yeah, because from what I can get from that film, it was like, oh, look what we can do with computers, aren't we clever? Because I was looking for a story and I wasn't finding one.
Why would you do that? I didn't like the first one at all, man. I switched it off halfway through. It just looked like a computer game, nothing else.
Well, as I said 100 times before, he should have done Ringworld instead. Much better.
No, I know I only executive produced it, but I thought Alita Battle Angel was really quite well done. But know
I
Robert
actually like that. I
Edwards-
know it didn't do
Yeah.
well. It didn't do well, did
It
it?
didn't do well, no, but I thought it was really well
I
done.
thought it was fine. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
It was okay.
It was a pretty good adaptation, and I know a lot of the fans actually are clamoring for them to continue it.
Mm.
They'll never top Aliens, though, you know.
No, well, that kind of is near the pinnacle there, isn't it? I think it was the first time I've ever seen a sequel that was considered, in many respects, better than the original.
Yeah. Godfather 1, Godfather 2, same type of thing.
Ding,
Yeah,
ding,
exactly.
ding, ding, we have a winner.
Yeah.
It's starting to become very easy to tell that Manny and I are around the same age.
Exactly.
You come to me on the day of my wedding. My wife's wedding. Daughter's wedding. Isn't it?
Don
I haven't seen it for a couple of years, I must admit. I should watch that again. It's such a brilliant film.
It is. And there's a DVD version on which you can listen to Francis Coppola basically narrate stories underneath the dialogue while you watch it. Like stories about it being shot and how it was adapted from the book and things that are pertinent to the characters. And it's just listening to Francis talk about his work is fascinating anyway.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to take a deep dive, find the DVD version that's got Francis's commentary.
I'll keep an eye out for that then.
Play the alternate version because it's awesome. And then there's a separate DVD where you can see production readings in the barn at Napa for the Godfather 3 movie, which is what they were sort of making last when they shooting, which he's still recutting and re-releasing in different versions and talking about because he wasn't happy with the version that went out, and he wasn't any happier than we were with the version that went out.
Fair dues. Yeah.
And he's kept going. He's kept at it, and now he thinks, I guess, he's got it or something. He's pleased with one of the versions at some point, I think now. But he's a fascinating guy. I spent some time around him. This is why.
Yeah.
We'll end up with as many cuts of that as with Blade Runner, right?
Oh God, that's chopped up so much.
I think I actually have 4 versions on DVD.
Yeah.
5.
Maybe 5. Yeah.
I got the metal box.
Oh yeah.
I like the third version the best myself.
Which one is it? Is it that one with the
What the fuck
Bambi's
was
inside? To be honest, I think they are all the same. I never managed to spot anything different. I mean, the ending, obviously, in the one of them is different than was obvious what happened. But
yeah. It's
not like worth to watch them all of them at once, to see what's going on. But I love the movie, of course. That's a masterpiece.
The chat, that's funny.
Okay.
No, Richard's only seen the version without the soundtrack.
Yeah, 0 minutes, the ultimate cut.
No CS80, the ultimate cut.
Yeah.
Good. DX7 then?
There's a lot of GS1 on it.
Is it?
Yeah, a lot of GS1 on it.
The GS1 is the ultimate synth ever.
Apparently.
I'm going to probably look like an idiot, but the ABBA song, does your mother know you're out or something like that? Does your mother know? There is in the beginning, it's an absolute massive bass, but massive. I didn't know for ages how they did, and it's GN1.
Are we talking GX1 now?
GX1, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's GX1, yeah.
X1? Okay.
Yeah, no, it's GS1 all over Blade Runner.
There'll be like a 6 made of them, I think.
Yeah, I sat at that GX1 at Polar Studios, the one that Abba owned.
Wow.
I didn't get to play it. It was broken at the time, but I did sit at it.
That is its natural state.
Natural state is broken.
Apparently, it's been fixed up and is now in, I think, Benny's home or Bjorn. I can't remember if it's Benny or Bjorn. It might be Bjorn. Is the
Yeah.
key.
Emerson had one and broke one after half of a year, so he bought another one.
The one the tractor ran over, or a different one?
I don't know.
Tractor.
Apparently, they think it was like a half-ton heavy or something.
Well, the speakers.
Yeah, the speakers.
No,
about
the whole it looks like a stand altogether. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's the one that he smashed up.
You need a Yamaha forklift
Yeah.
Yeah.
to move the
That's
Yamaha.
Hans got that one now.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, Yamaha Canada put it all back together for him.
Which one?
The one, the
The one that Emerson had that got crushed?
yeah. Well, the one that Emerson had, and the story is the tractor, bloke fell off his tractor, it crashed into the barn, smashed the GX1. The GX1, where it actually didn't. It actually hit a Fender Rhodes and put a scratch in the GX1. But he needed the money, so he smashed it up and claimed on the insurance.
Oh,
Because Dusty Miller was the guy that was there the following day after it happened. He said the GX1 was over there, and he said it was perfectly okay, but it had a mark on it.
Keith destroyed the thing?
Yeah, he destroyed it and claimed insurance. So then Hans bought it. It went over to LA. He phoned up Kevin Leitner. Kevin Leitner come down to see it, saw the pile of stuff on the floor and went, fuck that, turned around and walked out. So he contacted Yamaha Canada, and they said, yeah, we'll put it all back together for you. And now he's got it. So he's got it now.
I guess the Canadians are too polite to say no.
Yeah. Did a good job on it, mind. looks beautiful.
Right,
But
guys, I'm going to say goodnight because Jim wants to go to bed.
Well, there you go.
All right.
So
How
good to see
sensible
you
of her.
all. See you later.
All right, take care, mate.
Bye.
Look after yourselves.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's where that is now, anyway.
About musicians and greediness, I heard a story. I'm not sure if it's true, but sounded like the Paul Stanley was always doing his last number on a cheap guitar, or his signature guitar, but cheap version, so we can sign it and give it some fun.
Yeah.
That is quite something.
What, did people buy guitars to sign and give away?
No, he was always like when he was always the last piece, the last song. He was going like he had some meet and greet.
Which artist are you talking about now? By the way,
That he was on his last song. Always he was playing on some cheap guitar, so cheap version of his signature.
yes.
So when he had the meet and greet afterwards with VIP guys with VIP tickets, he could give them the cheap shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they've been selling them on eBay for terrible money, and finally it was find out that he played the guitar, but it's not the proper signature. It's just some £200, whatever that was.
Right. Which artist are you telling me about? I didn't
Paul
get the-
Stanley from Kiss.
Oh, Paul Stanley. Okay.
The guy who got nothing in his bank account.
Well, he didn't invent that either, by the way. Lots of guys buy guitars to play, sign, and give away.
Oh, jeez, really?
I have participated in this exercise. I am speaking from experience.
Yeah, it's
I am
like
too
the
naive.
I'm
the
not
musician
gonna say
version.
anybody's name here, but I'm going to say that Paul Stanley didn't invent that.
Hey, it's like the athletes at the sports memorabilia shows, right? They never played
Yeah.
with that baseball mitt.
Yeah. Mind you, not quite the same as what Keith Emerson does, which was kept buying up old Hammond L100s, sticking a knife in them and selling
Carving
them
them
as
up.
original. Yeah, stick a knife in it and sell it. There's about 30 or 40 of them around the world now.
Throw it off the end of a few stages first to give it some authenticity.
Yeah. Because Tony was telling me he was doing a tour with The Who, but I can't remember which member of The Who, but apparently they always have a shepherd's pie after the gig, and it's waiting in the wings for him. And Tony didn't know this, and he goes, "Oh, look, shepherd's pie." Just started eating it, ate about half of it, And then when Matey Boy come off and saw somebody'd eaten his shepherd's pie, and they go, he did it like that. And he's literally picked up a chair and come at him. And Tiny says, he said, I had to run out of the building for my life.
Whose shepherd pie was it?
I can't. He did say it's one of the members of the Who.
It sounds
Always
like
has a shepherd's pie. Yeah?
but I don't know. I don't know for sure.
It could be. But he was very, very, very pissed off about it, apparently.
Well, people come sometimes to you and say, do you guys want any food after the gig? You can have this, you can have this, you can have this, you can have this. And we'll, especially if it's like a 2-hour bus ride back from freaking Leeds to London after the gig, we'll order some food to eat because you got to fill the time on the bus and you're going to be hungry by then.
Yeah.
Because you didn't eat that much before the gig because you've got to play the gig.
Yeah.
So that part of it isn't that uncommon.
Yeah.
Somebody eating your food, which has happened to me, is not, your best night in life, but you shouldn't be yelling and screaming and throwing things at people. But nevertheless.
Yeah. Now, apparently it was a thing about nobody is to touch his shepherd's pie, but apparently nobody told Tiny.
Well, when everybody orders food for after the gig, you typically try to respect the fact that you're going to eat yours and not somebody else's.
Yeah, he did wonder why it was sitting there unattended. Yeah,
as you would.
Yeah, because I can't remember, but one of the members of the Who always insists on it, every tour. He's given a Ferrari, and now he has this massive collection of Ferraris.
There aren't that many surviving members of the Who. Let's start there.
Yeah.
We're talking about Pete and Roger right now.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly.
So, oh no, wait a minute. No, that might not be the Who. That might be the Stones. It might be the Stones.
Well, there are only a couple more surviving members of the
True,
Stones
but
than that.
he did. Yeah, I think he might have said that about it was one of the members of the Stones. Always,
So that's Mick,
would
Keith,
always.
Rodney, and it's not Daryl Jones.
Well, one of them must have this incredible collection of Ferraris. Yeah.
That might have been Charlie.
Yes, quite possibly.
Because I think Charlie had a car, and I don't even think he had a license to drive.
Yeah. Oh, that wouldn't. Yeah, that would figure. Yeah.
But imagine all the food in the world, and you order shepherd's pie.
Some of us like a good shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if you're not from around here.
And it had to be a good shepherd's pie as well, too.
Yeah.
And big. I mean, big.
I'm not so much with the big, but good is important. And kind of fine, tall glass of something right next to it in a nice pub is a very cherished experience in my life.
Yeah.
But I enjoy, typical things that are typical for you guys are not typical for us who visit, so they might carry some extra cachet for us. Whereas you come to America and you're all blown away by something that doesn't mean that much. I remember one time. Dear old Kathy Dennis, who was a very young lady at the time and had made her first trip to New York, came into the studio and ranted about how she was so disappointed that a bagel was nothing more than a piece of bread.
Okay.
And this was many years
expecting.
Well, exactly. That's bingo, correct. I got nolo contendere.
Right.
No problem with
Did
that.
someone forget the schmear? I mean, come on, what's the deal?
But for us, a good bagel is just sort of semi-normal.
Sublime, yeah.
There's not even that much of a conversation to have about it. But for her, it was like a big deal. Whereas we come over here, and we're here where I am right now, and, we like a good English fucking shepherd's pie once in a while, or some other, smoked turkey, peas, leeks, and something.
You can get New York bagels there, though, now.
It's like, what?
You can get New York bagels there now.
New York bagels where? Here?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not fucking kidding you.
What? Why?
I'm not kidding you, man.
They're having them in Texas. What are you talking about?
You can get them there now, my friend. I tell you.
You can't get New York bagels in Connecticut. What are you talking about?
Well, it says on the packet, New York bagels.
Of course it does.
Was it?
But if you buy something that's packaged as Italian pizza in Antarctica, are you going to trust that it tastes like Napoli?
True. Mind you, it probably says, something like 99% dust and 1% erroneous. Mate. You know, but it,
It's right here. Oh, right here.
it says New York bagels. So, but yeah,
I'm not joking about Connecticut. I'm still waiting for somebody in Connecticut to make a bagel half as good as the bagels on Long Island.
the famous
and
bagels.
we go to Long Island. We bring back bags of
Bring
bagels
back
and
bagels,
freeze half of them because
Yeah.
for this reason. Now, I'm waiting. Somebody will eventually, probably.
You know, it's kind of interesting. You know, so many people claim the key to a lot of those New York classics, whether it's the pizza, the bagels, whatever, it's the water. Yep,
Yeah.
it's the water, the mineral content of the water.
There are places in LA that brag that they bring water.
They bring the water in. Yeah, they bring it
to
in.
use the bagels with
Yeah.
because they know that and they get
Wow.
business out of it because their bagels are good. I've
Yeah,
been-
there's a pizza place
Bagels-
that
bagel
does the same thing
smuggling.
with some city and some source in Naples to bring in their water for their pizza dough. It's like, okay,
I tell you what I do
That's good.
miss now. Since
Water's
my
handy.
mum died, I haven't had decent soda bread. Now,
Well, when's the last time you were in Ireland? He said jokingly.
a long time ago.
I guess so.
Yeah, and I don't mean the soda bread you buy in the shop either. I mean the soda bread that's made at home, and it's like, oh man.
Well, time to you got
Well, Fiona
you got
said
an
she-
oven.
yeah, but I never perfected how Mum made them, and Fiona's tried, bless her. She went to I think she's got some from Sainsbury's before now, but you don't get the whole soda bread. You only get like several slices in a little plastic packet, and that was a complete waste of time because that was just like, I don't know, sort of like shaped normal bread. It wasn't
Well,
like
that's
soda bread
great.
at all.
Get back there and start sifting.
I'm gonna have to. But I have to make thousands of them until I can find that recipe. Get it right. I'll
So
tell you
does
what,
like Robert's chair have like speakers built in left and right? That looks like almost like an amusement ride chair. You see that cutout?
it might be holes. It might be holes.
Yeah, right. You shove speakers in there and
Yeah.
have some sort of amusement ride effect where you're
It's like
getting
a gaming chair, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh, hello. Yeah, fruit bat. So,
And speaking of the ABBA bass, I forgot to say, I got a tiger from Pittsburgh Modular. And that's the only thing he can produce that bloody bass. And the oscillators are big like life, seriously.
oh,
Which synth is that?
Pittsburgh Modular,
Oh, Pittsburgh.
Tiger.
one. Yes. Yes.
beautiful. If it's
At the
got one
meeting,
oscillator, it's
Three
enough. Sorry, Rich?
At the meeting of Three Rivers, Pittsburgh Logic. If you know the city of Pittsburgh, you know that it's at the meeting of three major rivers, and there was a stadium there called Three Rivers
Oh, I
Stadium.
didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got 3 oscillators.
Yeah, there you go. That are really like the Three Rivers
yeah.
feeding into a mixer.
I see the point now.
Pittsburgh's a nice city.
I've never been out of Europe, man, so I don't know. Maybe one day.
Kind of have to avoid tripping over the chimpanzees, but it's a nice city.
Mm.
is
I
there
believe-
is there a lot of them there?
Yeah. Western Pennsylvania is what they lovingly call in eastern Pennsylvania, Pennsyltucky. It's very much it's only a little bit further west than that.
Pennsyltucky. I love it.
That's what
That's a good one.
Pennsylvania is called by people in eastern Pennsylvania. One of them
Wow.
happens to be my son, Corey.
Yeah.
Pennsyltucky. That's great. Never heard that one.
You never heard Pennsyltucky?
Never heard Pennsyltucky.
Well, if you think
That's
about
good, man.
their recent political foibles, it sort of makes some sense.
Yeah. Well.
Not surprising. Just like everybody in here calls, the part below LA behind the orange curtain. When you get down to Orange County,
Oh,
south
Orange
of LA.
County, yes.
Yeah, they call,
Yeah.
they call it behind the orange curtain.
I see.
Although actually, that's changed a lot more than you'd think. It's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it still quite problematic though?
Problematic.
Or is it? I mean, politically across the board, is it still a problem? Shall we say?
Well, the funny thing is about California, and Southern California in particular, as much as at any given time there's certain distributions of certain things, everybody's so mobile. I mean, at some level, it doesn't last. It will last longer in areas where there's bigger socioeconomic disparity. But even then, just because of expansion and encroachment, those areas still get mixed up, you know. You know, there's the last local elections in here, the things were exceedingly close, and a couple of D labels actually got elected to a position or two, much to the surprise of many people statewide. But you know what? You know, it's funny. California, in some ways, is a microcosm of the country as a whole, because it is one state, but it is by far from homogeneous. You know, there's very distinct regions of the state, as there are very distinct regions of the country.
Right.
You know, it's basically like thinking of California as just L.A. and San Francisco as like trying to think of the states just L.A., New York, and Dallas. It's just it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
And what does it have? A 2,000-mile coastline or something? It's got this giant, state. I mean, it's physically
huge.
Yeah.
It's quite. It's a weird and wacky place, but honestly, I love living here. What can I tell you?
There's a lot to like about California.
No, so and now parts of LA are just drive me nuts at some point. There's this whole new turnover of the South Bay area and Santa Monica, with everything after all the aerospace left, and then it all got gentrified, and how the high tech came in, and that's all been turned over now, and it's completely different than it was before. The old mellow beach vibe of like Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, San Pedro, it's long gone.
It's waterfront property now.
That's
Multi-million-dollar
exactly
waterfront
it. That's exactly right.
Yeah, no, it's all that charming shit.
Long gone.
Fell into the sea, and South Beach is kind of doing the same thing in a way.
Yeah.
To some extent, there's still plenty of old stucco and sandstone buildings in South Beach, but I mean, they've all been renovated, and it's all very high tech. I just played there. It's all very high tech and expensive, and it doesn't have the old school hippie charm that we want.
Well, something similar, similar has happened in London, with especially along the riverfront in town. I mean, 20 years ago, it'd be, "I'm going to cut you, you slag," to anyone for croquet? Get the horse out. There's a good laddie. Where the money moved in, the developing started, and it's all vastly changed.
You're talking about movie business now, right? You're talking about movie business?
No, social life.
The way that it's gone from sort of like real rough areas to now very affluent. It's all Bugatti Veyrons and high rises simply by building there.
Even the area which was Ian talking about, the Walthamstow. It was just 5-10 years ago, man. It was dangerous thing to go there.
Yeah.
Now it's posh.
Yeah.
So London is changing a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, but time is changing tonight.
Yes.
We do know that.
So I'm about to go and crash myself off, because my little 2 torpedoes in the morning will do.
Good.
So it was a pleasure to see you guys, and have a good one.
And you, mate.
All right.
Great seeing you, Robert.
Take care.
Take care, buddy. Take care.
Earlier in the evening, there's a lot of talk about gentrification in the Thread, and one of the things that's interesting, I've lived in the same neighborhood my entire life.
Yeah.
I mean, I went away from college and stuff and came back, but I live 2 miles from my parents' house. And it's really weird to see, again, how things change over 60 years.
Yeah.
And this part of LA is got a very interesting history because what's called the West San Fernando Valley originally was orange groves, and it was developed after World War II as very inexpensive housing originally. But if you remember, you see the movie The Rocketeer?
Yeah.
So like all those scenes where they're traipsing through, going to the diner and going through the orange groves, that's what the valley was. A large part of it was owned by the Warner Brothers, and they had a ranch out here. It was very, very rural. And as the population grew and came out here, this is where they had the land in L.A.
Yeah.
And it was also home to a lot of aerospace stuff. So Lockheed Skunk Works was out here, Northrop, Rocketdyne, Santa Susana Mountains right over the pass where they did all the rocket testing for the Saturn V. So it was very much a, middle class community that, expanded out. And now it's so completely different because those original pockets are still there, but the hillside areas, which used to be nothing but hillsides, are now all the fancy schmancy, homes. I'm out here the next 3 streets over is where Calabasas starts, where all the athletes, music people, Kardashians, all crash. And like all the places that we used to just hang out and play in the cornfields that was leftover agriculture when I was like 5 or 6, the year after next is going to be the Rams practice training facility. And so all the aerospace that's got torn down is now being redeveloped into shopping malls, high-end apartments. I mean, like we're talking like they're only going to be renting these to players because no one else is going to be able to afford these freaking things. And it's ridiculous. It's like $3,000 a month for a studio apartment with full valet service. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It's like, what happened? It's like that used to be the lot at the bottom of the hill we take our dirt bikes through to, go through the cornfields. It's like, okay, well, it'll be the practice field next year.
Yeah.
Why do you think people move to Texas?
Yeah. Still a lot of land.
and the tax breaks, and then you can still live at a reasonable cost within driving distance of some major metropolitan area where you can earn a living, and it's just all kinds of. It's the urban sprawl is now pushing people to different outside of the area. Like, in other words, it's sprawled so far that you can't even get to where you're trying to get to anymore. You have to move to whatever, Iowa or Texas or someplace where the taxes, where they don't have sales tax or whatever.
Yeah. It's, again, as a lifelong Californian, maybe I'm somewhat inured to it or semi-immune. That it's always been, quote, that expensive to live here. So maybe I just don't notice it as much as other people do in contrast to other areas. But, it's weird. It's like I've never, ever thought of relocating because all my travels in the States. It's just like
that's fair. It's a very complete place, California.
I mean, I'm 20 minutes from the beach. I'm an hour from the snow. I'm 40 minutes to any high level art, theater, whatever event. It's like,
excuse me.
It's 112 in the summer, but hey, that's what I got a pool for.
You got a pool.
Yeah, well, Steve will know all about that, wouldn't you, Steve?
I've got a 10,000-mile wide pool.
Sweet.
I'm just on the other side of the. Yeah, if you look across the bay, there I am. Yeah. And we're not gentrified here at all. I think that's the other point of contrast.
Yeah.
Okay, if I was guessing, I'd say you're probably somewhere extremely south of the equator.
What makes you say that?
Maybe it's that huntsman on the wall behind you.
Possibly. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The bright sunlight and the vowels are the first 2 clues.
Yeah, I haven't opened my vowels this morning, but that's all right.
How you doing, dear? How's it going?
Good, thank you. Good, yes. No,
Good.
Well, I'm writing this weekend. I'm doing a lot of writing. Yeah. Practicing my letters and numbers, but mostly music. So that's good. I just took a break. I saw you guys are on. I thought I'd say hello. It's sometime Sunday morning here.
Right.
In the future.
Right, would be.
Yeah. So we're still alive in spite of the fact that certain persons deployed nukes overseas. Yeah.
Oh.
So if you see this place glow, you'll know what's happened.
So, and what is the temperature in Melbourne today?
It's around about 22 Celsius or about 73 Fahrenheit. It's trying to be sunny, but it's been a mild summer.
Yeah.
But,
Well,
yes,
you're heading into winter now, aren't you?
yeah, we are. That's
Yeah.
right. Yep. That's why I'm wearing a t-shirt. But
Yeah, it's cooled up a bit now.
yeah. So it's just overcast, but a good day for writing.
Mm.
Yeah. How are things at the other side?
Yeah, all good, ticking over. We're expecting to see some sunshine at some point. We've been promised in the next 2 weeks. So.
Yeah, just take those 30 seconds and treasure them.
Yeah, they're just going to email us a photograph of it, probably. But
yeah, so go back through the old back catalogue of photographs of the days when it was sunny.
I think it's officially rained every day for 15 days now here.
We had one dumping in the last 15 days, about 3 inches in 20 minutes, but it's not enough to help anything. It
tends to wash away because of it, doesn't it?
It drops over the top, goes down the drain, and the garden's turning around and going, "What, us or something?" So
yeah.
But other than that, no, we're just totally undignified as usual here. Much the same as normal.
Oh man.
Whereabouts you located there, Steve?
I'm in Melbourne, which is southeast. So
I know exactly where it is. Yeah, I've been in Melbourne.
Just above the map of Tasmania.
Yeah.
Which is a euphemism for the map of Tasmania.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Famous euphemism. Yeah. Yeah.
I love Melbourne. We have
small wooded area famous for its fish food.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't go up the Hobart Launceston Road.
Yeah, these are quite
Melbourne's
jokes,
good. Melbourne's good. Melbourne's much the same. It hasn't changed very much. It's overrated as a tourist destination, and it thinks it's an artistic or cultural capital, and really it struggles compared with a lot of other places. So, but still, it's the attitude's right. The people are fairly relaxed.
But you were originally Sydney, weren't you?
No, my brother's in Sydney.
Oh, your brother's in Sydney.
My brother's in Sydney. Yeah, no, he's joined the difference between Melbourne and Sydney is kind of like the difference between San Francisco and LAX. So San Francisco is a little more relaxed, not quite as frenetic, busy, or crime-addled, and Sydney tries to be the biggest, but actually Melbourne's actually surpassed it in terms of population now. So we're in the big spot apparently, but it's more that parochial rivalry. The fact that to Melbourne people reckon they make better coffee, have a better series of events like Formula One or AFL Grand Final or artistic type stuff, whereas sporting stuff, whereas Sydney always commends itself on the fact that it
has the Opera House.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, and the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which is, has been there since 1932 and hasn't come down yet. So
Not yet.
No. They're still holding it up somehow.
Yeah.
Melbourne has among the best hotel breakfasts in the world. One of the top 5 for sure.
They're not bad. I mean,
at the Grand Hyatt in downtown in Melbourne.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's okay.
It is one of the best breakfast buffets anywhere. It's top 5 stuff right there.
There's a travel guide for you right there, Rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can list probably the other 4 as well, but that's one of them. That may be at the top of the list. It's really, really good.
Bread of the world.
Like when we go to Melbourne, we're staying at the Grand Hyatt, right? Because we all want to go to that.
You get a good breakfast about anywhere in Melbourne. I've got a few places that I know out in the suburbs which are good. But
I look forward to enjoying one with you.
Yeah, all right. Well, I shall pick you up at your place of
Grand Hyatt.
Yeah, Grand Hyatt, and take you somewhere decent.
Very nice, thank you.
Is Melbourne on the schedule, Rich?
not at the moment, but it's never that long between. I mean,
Yeah.
God willing, it will be again soon because we go to Australia every few years.
Yeah.
Oh, well, come and say hello. We'll look after you.
We'll work it out. Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
It can only go horribly wrong. That's my motto. Okay.
It can only go horribly wrong.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah. But you see, the thing about Melbourne is that everyone's intellect in terms of IQ points and their shoe size is the same. So, yeah.
Is that American sizing or European sizing?
In American parlance, it's the boy's as sharp as a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Very good.
We're overrated. Boy, I said boy.
Oh man.
Anyway.
Too funny.
Yeah, but it's changing around here a lot now. It's become very, very Chinese around here, and do you know what? I think it's the better for it. Very nice people, generally.
Just don't cut them off in the aisle of the airplane.
Yeah.
We have a huge number of Chinese immigrants, immigrants in entire suburbs now, which I grew up in, which were Anglo-Saxon, and now which are almost completely Chinese. It's just a different way of life, but they form enclaves. All first generation immigrants from any particular country tend to form enclaves, and then that dissipates as they intermarry and understand the language better and feel more confident with the surrounding culture. But
I mean, there's definitely more pianos in the area than there used to be, and people who very capably play Mozart.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
That is not a bad thing. The woman that lives next door here, she's very competent indeed. And I often sit in the front room. Sometimes we just turn the telly down and just listen to her play through the wall. She's really good.
Cool.
Yeah.
There used to be a lot of Mozart pieces which were kind of mandatory in the syllabus here in Australia. I think there was the standard sonata in C, I think, which was the one with the Alberti bass line, and that's the one. Yep. Yeah. And then we'd also, and because of Flanders and Swan, you'd have to learn K545, the fourth French horn concerto in E flat. You just, if you haven't heard Flanders and Swan for many years, just have a look for Ilbind. And it's a lovely little ditty set to the tune of Mozart's French horn concerto.
Yeah. I seem to remember it. Yeah.
That one there, yeah.
Yep.
Anyway.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
I won't do the full performance here because I'll just embarrass myself more than I already have. But, yeah.
At least you can whistle.
I'm not that well. That's right. Yeah. Steve, they used to ask me, said, Steve, can you dance? I said, why? I said, your whistling is terrible. So, and I cleaned that up too, yeah. So we're just waking up here on a Sunday morning. It's very, very leisurely. And other than that, I've written down my track notes for about 10 tracks. So I'm now proceeding to tap them into Noteworthy Composer in some form of memorable form. So they've actually got some dots for it. And then I'll flesh that out later on. I'll take my little tools of trade and try and plug them in. But other than that, there's not much else to report. I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting here with a 1010 music. The one I mentioned last time, the black box, which is let me just undo this. So this is the 1010 music black box, which is a high level sampler, and it does lots of very good sounds, but it's It runs, I think, a very, very high sample rate.
Yeah.
And resolution, which is quite good, and it's very, very clean. I don't know how they packed those features into that. And I finally got to load some sounds up on the Korg Volca sample, which seemed to be a black science, black art. And I've finally got some sounds into it that I wanted to have in it rather than silence, which is what I had in it for most of the week. And there are several problems with it. The first is that the Volca sample 1 works via a little stereo cable between the PC headphone jack and the sync-in port on the device, and that's how you transfer data. On the Volca 2, it's a USB connection. So if you may have instructions or you may have programs or libraries that pertain to the other version, and therefore it doesn't work as well as it should. And then the second thing is that if you have any other sample or other sound applications loaded, the library software doesn't like that at all. It thinks that the MIDI port's busy or something is busy. So you've got to run the load up in isolation to any other program that may happen to have audio or MIDI or USB addressing. Yeah. And then the third thing is that it's just a stubborn beast in terms of errors and that sort of thing. You need to update your USB registry settings under Windows 11. So there's a whole series of steps you've got to take before the thing magically comes to life. But now that it has, I can sort of dink around with it and just get some basic tracks happening.
Oh, cool.
So that's my little bit of fun. These things, there always seems to be a learning curve for me. I must be really stupid, but that every time I embark on a new piece of hardware or software, it takes me forever to get to grips with the workflow of it. And even in spite of tutorials and reading the manual and just handling it, I seem to always wind up with my shoelaces tied together.
Yeah. Oh, you're not alone there.
I don't know, just me, Anyway, so those two little devices are giving me some fun and some ideas and helping me to then sit down with the manuscript and transcribe these pieces that I'm writing. And once I've done that, I'll take it back and run those transcribed ideas through a Kenton through box into a bunch of hardware and then into a Zoom L20 multi-track, so that I'll basically hit play and the pianola roll will start and we'll drop out the USB port through the Kenton box and into each device and then back into recorder. And that'll be completely pointless, but at least I've done it.
Yeah. No, I miss the days of just playing a piano myself.
That's what your neighbor's for.
Yeah.
You'd have to get it back from that lady next door, Ken.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think basically I should just give all my keyboards to her. She's a much better player.
Don't you have a GS1 downstairs?
Yeah. Do you know what? It plays havoc with Robot Hoover.
Oh. Can't negotiate the legs?
Yeah, it's having trouble with that, mate, I tell you. And all the dog hair collects under there. And it's going, I must get to the dog hair, but you've got these lyre pedals in the way. Ooh, I'm trapped, help me. Because it it gets onto the pedals and it just pulls it up off the floor and it just sits there going like this.
Like a crab on its back.
Yeah. Yep. It's a very expensive tortoise, basically. So I'm always chasing it. I must get that GS1 finished. So that Fiona has access to her exercise machine, like she's going to use it.
If you put Fiona underneath the GS1 and get her to stand up and down repeatedly, it'll probably suffice as an exercise machine. And then that way you don't need the exercise machine.
We have tried lifting it. It's not advised. It is not advised. Yeah,
and it's back heavy too.
Yeah. It's actually very, very awkward. And with the legs on as well, it's much heavier than say a CS80 is. And really, really, because you lift it and it immediately wants to do that. It's very front heavy. Oh no, it's back heavy. Sorry, and it just like as soon as you pick the bloody thing up off the floor. So, and the legs are not wonderful, shall we say, in terms of how much they've been beaten up over the years. So, and what's annoying, I fixed the original problem it had. That's sorted. It's now the card reader is just spitting it out all over the place. It's like, bloody thing.
We'll need to get some more cards for you, Kent. I don't know how how would you manufacture cards for the GS1?
Oh, mate, I got an entire library with it because they got the thingy, the editor at the studio.
Okay.
They have the GS1 editor. They actually own one, so they haven't got a problem in terms of getting the sounds. All the cards for that matter.
Is that about the size of UNIVAC?
Yeah, I think it's nearly as big as the bloody GS1 is.
Spit on a card with holes in it that's this big.
Yeah. So, and I'm using this one sacrificial card at the moment because we just don't trust what this thing's doing. And you got to feed it in, and it won't go in. If you turn it off and turn it on again, it will accept it and it goes through, but it doesn't bring it back again. And it's like,
what is this? An ATM machine? What do you mean? It like sucks the thing in?
yeah. Do you know what? I've paid loads into it so far. No return.
It's not an ATM. It's a slot machine.
Yeah, it might as well be. Putting quarters in it all day.
Right.
Yeah. I tell you what, the dynamics on it though, when it is working, the dynamics on it is astounding. It really is.
Well,
really.
the key mechanism in the keyboard is fantastic on that.
Yeah.
Because it's got those wonderfully weighted full-length keys like the 80.
Yeah. But it's funny, that keybed is identical to the DX1.
Really?
You could literally take that entire mechanism, all the weights and the pickups, and put them straight into a GX into a DX1. No problem.
That's
Even
weird.
the connectors are in the same place.
That is so weird because
They did a lot of
they
that
don't feel
parts-
the same.
Yeah.
That's weird. It must be a visual thing that it fools you that it's better on the GS.
Yeah, it's actually exactly the same keyboard. It's weird as hell. Right.
They did a lot of that.
Hey,
They
guys.
used motorcycle
Andy.
footrests on my CP60 upright piano. The handles that break out are motorcycle footrests upside down. They do a lot of that at Yamaha. You got a part somewhere in some division.
Yeah, why not?
It's available to you. It's probably a catalog somewhere.
You guys, the mic working okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yep,
Yeah,
you're
there
all
you
good.
are.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
and
How you doing?
Welcome
Good
in.
man.
I just finished the Bucket Man funeral thingy in San Francisco. It was nice.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So sort
a
of
nice
a
little
week.
send off, New Orleans style.
Yeah, nice.
Oh,
That
wow.
was cool. Yeah, I got some video. I'll put it up later.
Brilliant.
It's nice. Good stuff.
Liked seeing that picture of you and Grace yesterday.
Oh, that was a blast. I tried to get there before the show started because I had to run to an imam, and just traffic was so bad that night. And so I had to meet her after when they were packing up the vans. Yeah, it was fun. I actually got to watch her work. So loading up all the vans.
The real deal.
And watching the drunk people on the street, that was also fun. So.
Very cool.
Oh, wow.
Well, it was a nice thing to see yesterday while we were over here, mourning Dom. And so
Yeah.
Grace.
I finally got a chance to watch the service. It was really good service. It's cool.
Yeah. Not a
Was it a big?
eye.
The camera didn't show much of the thing. So was it a huge turnout?
It was a good turnout. It's a big church.
Yeah.
I mean, not big. St. Peter's big, but big.
That's good.
It was well attended, and
Yeah.
not, as I said, not a dry eye in the house, especially when Sophia was done.
Oh yeah, that was rough.
Man.
Oh man, she's a real
And
trooper.
both
That
Nick-
was really hard.
Both Nick and Ty did a great job, and the pastors, for the most part, did a great job, and it all had a nice kind of vibe to it, as nice as it
Yeah.
could, given what you're doing here.
Nice.
I'm glad you could get out there, Rich. That's really nice.
Yeah, I was glad to. Thank you. I was honored to do that. And I was really glad. I mentioned to the others earlier that during the party, the after party, if you will, at a pub, I had the opportunity to speak to Helen, who's Dom's mother, and to one of the priests who gave some of the story. I really got to. I gained more insight into Dom through my interactions with people who knew him from other areas of life than I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it was good.
His parents seemed like really nice people. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That woman is brilliant. Boy, the apple didn't fall far from that tree.
Yeah.
That woman is very, very sharp, and I really liked her. And when you walked in, they've handed out some papers that included sort of a eulogy that she'd written to Dom, and it was very nice. And they included something Nick had written as well that he had posted online after Dom's passing. And they included something from somebody that had worked with Dom that none of us really know, and all of it. Across the entire board, everybody was just impressed with just how wonderful and kind and concerned he was for humanity and selfless in that pursuit. And that was really nice.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame.
Glad I made it. And got to see a lot of our friends and meet a few I hadn't met before. And that was fun too. That's always fun. Ending the circle a little bit is always good.
Yeah, I felt bad. I never got a chance to. I mean, I showed up as a goofy guest on the camera on his show once or twice, but I never got a chance to have an episode with him. He kept asking me to come on. I kept putting him off, and it's like I can't do it. So you're such a great guy just to chat with and share ideas with, and such a positive force. You know.
Yep, no doubt.
Yeah, because I think it was the next it was one of the first shows that he missed was going to be the return of Badger and Baboon again. I must
there were
admit,
discussions yesterday about Badger and Baboon.
yeah, and both me and Ty was sort of like we were chatting on the phone and go, so yeah, we've got to take this whole Badger and Baboon thing to the next level. Yeah, we got to bring it into the MCU somehow and give the Badger and the Baboon superpowers now. We got to really go for this. We've got to build a whole story around it. So, of course, it wasn't to be, but yeah, but it's a shame that it's just not fair.
Man was a prince.
Mm.
He was a prince of a human being, and it's remarkable to see it in his daughter, and it's remarkable to see them together, Sophia and Lula May, and it was a real honor to attend all this and talk to all those people and learn more about Dom and hang out with Ty and all that. It was great. It was really, I mean, you know, as great as something like that could be.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting. So many people had our hair, Rich.
Yeah, well, it was. Yeah, didn't go unnoticed or mentioned.
I think Robert posted a picture somewhere that got online of a bunch of guys afterwards. I'm thinking, there's no one person with hair in that shot.
Yeah, right. I think it was me, Nick, Ty, and probably somebody else. Matt Hodson.
Yeah.
This show is hairist.
Yes, it is.
It was great to meet Matt Hodson. That was fun. That was neat. You know, because we've done podcasts together now for a period of years, and we've never met. And actually, last summer, when I was making this plan to meet up with Dom and then come over to Kent's, there was at one point a discussion of trying to include Matt Hodson in that same group. Like he was keen to do it, but it wasn't able to happen. for some logistical reason, as I recall. But I've been wanting to meet Matt Hodson for a long time. I really like Matt, and I think he's got a fantastic educational philosophy, and those kids that he's teaching have a real bonus by studying with him. And I got a chance to tell him that, and because there's no real good way to say that on the podcast when it's Nick who's hosting the show and all that. It was great seeing Matt. It was great seeing a lot of people who I hadn't met before, Jim Blue and Ian, who was here earlier, and Simon, who was in the chat room earlier, and it's just all kinds of. It's great. This is important shit here. The social part of this. Mm-hmm. This is important stuff. Yeah. At least in my view.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to being at SynthFest in October, is hopefully to connect with as many of the people I know online here in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because this really did feel like losing one of our own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really. Do you know what I mean?
Well, of course, he was Sophia's, and she'll happily tell you that. But,
absolutely.
But he was one of our own. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and his music is bloody awesome, is right, as Ed says. He's absolutely right about that. The interesting thing, of course, was the selections that were played at the service, both of which had sort of, mortality confronting themes, even though they weren't written for that purpose. But if I had to listen to him sing "I'm Gone" one more time, I was like sitting there going, "Oh no, really? I'm gone. Yes, you're gone, dude.
Please don't be."
It's always ironic how things that were composed with something completely different in mind fit perfect for some other random occasion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was like that. But the thing was, there were two of them. Right. And they both did that. I don't remember what the second one was, but it had some kind of message that could very easily be interpreted as a discussion of mortality.
That's why we love music.
Yeah, well, it's awesome. And he was awesome. So.
And that piano interpretation of "Stay Another Day," which I think Ty did.
Yes,
I think Ty wrote that, didn't he? It definitely had his flavour. Yeah, that was quite poignant as well. All of it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Just a moment to reflect, really, isn't it? But we're, as someone once said, we're all moving a little bit closer to the front of the theatre.
Yeah.
And I think that's something, as you get into your later years, you begin to understand.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, I'm having an inflatable castle for my funeral. I've already pre-ordered it. And
you got a bounce house, huh?
Yeah, I think several of those. I think that'll probably just keep things in the mood to which I'm accustomed. Just add a bit of levity, just make it a bit more fun than usual. Give all the kids red cordial and caffeine and a puppy, and let them go for it. And I think, and then just put all the adults with minus shoes into the jumping castle and just let them take it out on each other. I think that's probably the best way to go.
There you go.
The one I saw on YouTube a few weeks ago, which I thought was beautiful, and I thought it was a brilliant idea. The guy had a timed recording put into the coffin with him. So he's in the bottom of, he's been lowered into the grave, and then it's,
oh no,
hey, it's bloody dark in here. Yeah, hold up. Is that the vicar I can hear speaking? Tell him I'm not dead. Oi, 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 like this. And everybody around the grave is just bursting into laughter. And hello.
There's some lovely Chinatown shots for you guys.
Well, hey.
That's good.
You getting takeout?
Going on the edge of North Beach, getting some good coffee. So
there you go.
Just,
good to see you guys.
It's
good to see you guys got the sun too. It was nice.
That's sunny California right there, huh?
Yeah.
Transamerica peeking out of the top there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, good thing you don't have smell-o-vision right here. It's pretty good.
And now we have
pretty
the
rough.
asphalt cam from Synthetic.
Yeah.
Right. I got to catch up for lost time, guys. There you go.
There we go.
Hey.
There we
Some
go.
gum, some blood stains maybe somewhere.
Hey, Andy, where the Mustangs at?
Nothing good here.
You
Just
probably got those goddamn electric ones now,
I'm
haven't you?
glad there was no traffic coming when he turned that camera.
there's an. Oh, we almost saw a bus hit an SUV. The guy ran a red light, almost got clocked.
See?
Bus must have been
Red-
early.
Giant muni bus had to slam on the brakes. All the people shifted inside, and the driver had the nerve to get mad. He's yelling at the bus, and so he ran a red light. He's lucky to be fucking alive. San Francisco drivers, you gotta love it. So here's North Beach. There's a church here. Columbus Avenue.
Yep, nice part of town.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some wonderful pastries. This place called Mara's. It's wonderful Italian pastries.
Ooh.
Yeah. You just can't wait looking at it.
Don't make me climb in here. Don't make me climb into this.
I think calories don't go over the wire.
Pull this bus over right now.
You know, so I was watching a documentary a few weeks ago, and it was talking about the where jaywalking originated from,
J Street.
and it, yeah, do you know what? It was apparently it was started by car companies. To get pedestrians off the roads, because there was a.
My brother actually got his photo taken at this cafe and put in the San Francisco newspaper. Like, and he looked like a model, sort of.
Interestingly, in Australia, jaywalking used to be a criminal offence. It wasn't a misdemeanor. You'd actually have a criminal record if in the early 80s you crossed the road not at a set of traffic lights. And all the law students, the lawyers-to-be, were afraid that they were going to get pinged for, jaywalking.
Wow.
Because they would lose their ability to practice before they even got it. So that was just an antiquated law that hadn't been revised in forever here in Australia.
Oh, it's making me hungry now.
Got the gelato there.
We're all looking at Andy's pastries here. Look at this.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Got some bagels.
Scotty and some cannoli.
Yeah, some nice black
That's
and white.
stuff there.
Look at all that.
Ooh.
I've just got diabetes looking at that.
I can feel my
just
glycemic index rising just looking at it.
Yeah, the hyperglycemia is cured. Thank you. No.
Wow, look at that.
That's very nice, and
And all he went for is a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Proper Italian stuff in San Francisco. Yeah, it's good.
that looks good.
Oh, cannoli. Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I hope you broke cake for everyone.
Take the cannolis.
Wow. Oh, man. Hey, where are you going with that? I was looking at that. Bring it back. Hey.
Exactly, Matt.
Lady, bring that back.
Give us a chance. That's it.
Just one next
Thank you.
I can't pronounce it, but it looks good.
Yeah. Thank God you can just point in there and go.
That should be a standing
You
rule.
can pronounce this incorrectly. It's pretty fun.
And is that gelato down in that
And
stuff?
Anise. Anise.
Well, anise, but you could say anus if you say it wrong.
Anise. Dig it up your anise. Oh, look at this.
Gelato.
Can I have some of that on the cake?
Yeah, there you go.
Proper fancy coffee machine. And my brother's picture used to be on the wall, but I took it down years ago.
I want small business, and I want it now.
Can you imagine working in a place like that? Wow.
Well, you'd either eaten yourself out of every piece of clothing you had, or you would never want to touch it ever. It's like one extreme or the other.
One
right?
or the other, yeah, exactly.
You prep it all day
After
long.
you're done fucking around with Atmos, can they do digital olfactory transmission?
Well, didn't they have smell-o-vision back then? There was a couple.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
Yeah, but the smells would mix and it would smell terrible.
Digital olfactory
The
transmission.
movie Polyester, they did that.
Yep.
It was awful.
Well, fit in with the film, you know. It wasn't supposed to be pleasant. There we go, some nice granite.
Yep, that's a counter and a half. That is.
And that's what you can find inside every GS1.
Yeah.
Waiting
Or something similar.
You had to tie that back into the theme. That's it. I think it's.
It's got cakes in there?
Oh, God, I hope so. There's another one in the hall.
Yeah, yeah.
Too much frosting. That's the problem, you see.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Look at that.
Ooh, look at this.
That's good.
Nice.
Can you do a hydrosynth on top? Seems to be all the rage these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, patch memory. Yeah.
Or maybe an Udo Super 6.
I was oddly underwhelmed with the Super 6, honestly.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know why. I've spent a
I
couple.
haven't been upon one yet, so
Those little cupcakes look good, though.
I mean, on headphones at Perfect Circuit, but I had a good 3-4 hours on it, and
wow.
Part of it's I come in a certain space, so it's good sounding. There's no doubt it sounds good, but it is a fundamentally simple synthesizer.
Okay.
You know, so it's got a lane that it plays in. It's just it's a narrow lane.
Okay.
And I think the stereophonic nature of it. I don't say it's underwhelming. I've been doing stereo FM stuff for 20 years, you know, so it's like nothing new, you know, because I dial in, you know, my phases, because you have independent phase control of all the operators in the SY99. So my stereo splits. You can do a bunch of stuff that really gives you really cool things. And so it wasn't like it was groundbreaking, because I've heard that. And it sounds like a very good analog synthesizer. I mean, it does sound less digital than others of the type, but again, it wasn't like, oh my God type of reaction, which a lot of people got for it. But again, I know I have strange biases for things that have to have wide spaces.
Can I ask you a tangential question, unrelated? Sure. Have you had hands on a Trigon yet?
I have not. I've heard good things, though.
I am bursting with optimism about this thing.
Yeah,
I'd love to play one someday. I have a feeling it's going to blow my mind.
Yeah, as soon as my wife needs Krispy Kreme donuts, I'll be able to hit Perfect Circuit again, because it's 4 blocks away. So there you go.
Oh, I see. They just happen to be in the same direction.
They have to be in the same direction.
Your excuse built in. Bring back,
honey, you want donuts?
Yeah. Oh, you're so wonderful. Yeah. By the way, I bought a synthesizer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
why are the donuts so expensive?
Right.
Yeah, but it's very fortunate that we've got them very close here. I mean, we've got them and Noisebug, and Big City. So if you need to check out certain gears, you got some places you can really play.
Noisebug is amazing. I just hate the town of promoting. You guys like the fresh whipped cream you put on my drink? That's pretty awesome.
I'm waiting to see if the Trigon is the best sounding thing I've heard since the memory mode.
Huh.
Because I love the memory mode. I have tremendously warm.
What's so interesting is that nobody's commented on any of the third oscillator phase issues in the Trigon that plagued the Moog 1. You know, it seems to definitely be not effed up. You know, it's much more like the memory Moog, that the third guy gives you the fat, not the phase thin.
Yeah.
So,
and something about the sound of those oscillators and that filter in the demos I've heard just really. I don't get my hackles up very easily over synthesizer sounds, and that thing sounded awesome to me.
Yeah. From all the stuff I've seen online from the two of them, both Chris Stack and Michael Whalen love theirs, so that's pretty high praise.
Yeah, they're good. They're good judges of these things.
You see, I tried to do it the cheap way and it failed. I decided I was going to polychain 7 slim fatties, which I did try and do, and then encountered more tuning issues than the early settlers. And in fact, I have a video somewhere, and it was that reprehensible.
It really just didn't work because it should work. I mean, according to what they said.
No, look, it would lose voices or double voices, and then you need effectively a Korg pitch rack tuner on every device so you can tell where it is. Secondly, you need to work out which ones are doubling, so you need a meter bridge on your LED display for your channels as they come into a mixer. So it wasn't that it was impossible to do, it's just that idiot features here couldn't do it. That's the way to put it. But I did give it an earnest go. But I think I sent the video to someone just as proof I tried to do it. Then I slowly sold them all off again. But yeah, no. I think the problem with polychaining is that no one device knows where all the others are at once. That the minute one gets out, it misses a MIDI note off instruction, or it miscounts its sequence in terms of this is I've got to do every 7th note, so this is my turn coming around. Or if you have some form of message that has a pedal command in it, it completely screws with the thinking of the thing. So that was I once tried, and I'd done it years before. I had 5 mofos, which I tried to
5 what? Sorry?
Mofos, DSI mofos.
Okay, yes.
Basically a Prophet 8 voice card in a box with a sub oscillator on it. And those 2 played up. I had a device that allegedly would send out different MIDI messages on different channels to different devices from a polyphonic input, and it didn't quite work the way I intended. It just didn't want to work. So, yeah, I think when you buy a big poly synth and people complain about the MIDI implementation, I turn around and think, well, if only you knew the number of decisions in that algorithm that have to take care of overrunning polyphony or cycling through polyphony in a sensible fashion, or handling sustained or lingering notes or pedal points, or handling pedals themselves in terms of MIDI messages, and then juggling all those in a reasonable time frame, and then putting out what the user expects to hear. Really, yeah, if you ever want the antidote, go and give them 5 monophonics and say, off you go, make your own Prophet 5, and see how far they get before they finally tear all their hair out. So yeah, that's my thinking. So yeah, if someone's complaining about a third oscillator phasing problem on a polyphonic synth, I just turn around and chuckle a little, because if they're not thinking about the overall picture. Complaining about the ABX8 and some of its early implementation aspects. I forget what they were, but I'm just thinking this just sounds sweet to me. I'm sitting here playing something that takes me straight back to 1980 in a Melbourne music store. Playing an ABSX and hearing those sounds, I'm thinking, wow, this is great, So yeah, so people have to be.
For it back.
Morning, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
Hello, everyone.
Andy.
All right, dear.
Yeah.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
Yes. Well, it's coming up to past bedtime. It is Saturday night.
We'll put you to bed.
Just got back from a gig from Paul Balfour's birthday bash. It's one of the nest here in Sheffield. It was a bit like a mini E-Mom. Because there was Dots, there was Jamie Morden, there was Jim Glue, me, Dave Walker, the usual gang all doing little slots. So it was lovely.
Oh,
really,
wow.
Really nice.
Fun.
Yeah, so just got back. So yeah, hi Manny, hi Richard, hi Steve, hi Andy, who's muted at the minute. So hi Andy. So
You missed his pastry shopping.
Andy, are you looking for an 88?
No, I'm on the move now. So
right. Sorry, Kent, what was your question?
Are you looking for an 88?
Yes.
Do you want one?
Yes.
Well, I've got one here.
What is it? Yeah, that one.
Complete Control Mark 1 hammer action.
Is it just? Can it be used? Oh, blimey, Andy.
Sorry?
Can it be used as a basic MIDI controller, or do you have to use it with complete?
No, it is a normal controller. It has the facility to connect to contact, and then the LEDs light up to show you where the switch points are.
Right, amazing.
Other than that, it's an 88 noter.
I might well take you up on that one, Kent.
All right, bud.
Excellent. If you want in rid, that would be great.
You're certainly welcome to it, my friend.
Whoa!
Who?
Andy, what are you doing?
I think he was nearly run over by a train.
It's a lowrider.
Oh.
That's in honor of Dom's horn? What the fuck?
There's a boat horn on the board.
What's that, GTO?
All right, this place is the shit. Check this place out.
Oh,
wow. They sell shit?
Well, look.
Not from the looks of it.
Edible
Oh,
shit.
good shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello.
Palmiers.
Wow.
Fruit rings. Croissants. Bear claws.
Damn, if I go visit you, they're going to have to wheel me out on a hand.
Must be the pastry capital of the world, isn't it?
Well,
You
North
have to
Beach.
binge and purge, Rich. Binge and purge.
Yeah. That's the Italian section of San Francisco in North Beach.
Wow.
Oh, nutritional advice from Andy Joyce.
I don't do it, but if people are concerned, that's what you can do. So.
I can't put it. Very popular out there.
Yeah.
There's a famous episode of the old Donahue show, the talk show, where a guy had an eating disorder, and he was on there. He said on the way to work, he would eat an entire box of donuts, throw up into the box, and throw it out the window on the way to work.
Oh, gross.
Nice.
Disgusting.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh.
But then again, while you're sharing those pastries and telling that story, I'm reminded that you're a guy who likes to look at paramecium a lot.
Yes.
Well, that's why I'm picky about where I shop, because you got to make sure it's clean.
No paramecium.
Yes. These are fortunately pretty dry, so no microbes living on here except for bacteria.
That's some good-looking food right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can I ask a dumb question? Is this mic working? Is it this mic?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No, all right. It's not registering much on the levels on here. Never mind. Anyway.
Sounds fine.
My headphones packed up tonight. It only works one side now. The bloody cable's gone.
Oh no, that's unusual.
There wasn't that horn.
Yeah. I'm going to have to take these buggers apart tomorrow.
So Matt, how you doing?
I'm all right. I've been out with my son tonight. Been to see a comedian.
Sunny out?
Whom?
Yeah, went to see Frankie Boyle.
Oh, good man.
Oh, how many swear words a minute was that?
About 30 to 40. Yeah, very, very good.
You're right there, big man.
Yeah, very good.
Did you sit in the front row?
No, we were upstairs in a balcony hiding.
Good lad. Good lad.
He set a rule. Apparently, once he's on stage, if you walk out of the auditorium, you're not allowed back in. Right? He actually posted people on the doors. Some guy got up and walked out, and he got a torrent of abuse off of Frankie Boyle, and he's screaming down the mic. The guy's walking out of the theatre, and he can still hear him. Really giving it to him. Funny. You ain't getting fucking back in here. Get up, fuck off. Properly ripped to a new one. Excellent.
Wow.
Yes, and then we're going to see Jim Jeffries on Thursday.
No idea who that is. Sorry.
He's an Australian comedian.
He is a extremely crude Australian comic. Look him up on.
Oh.
Yes.
He does that still on gun control.
The gun control skit is. Oh,
yeah,
just
I know. Yeah,
beautiful.
I know the guy.
Yes, again, very, very crude, but some of the points that he makes is just like. Oh.
Yeah, they're kind of on target, aren't they?
And then some, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke's got this thing about He likes going to concerts with his mum, and he likes going to see comedians with me. So yeah.
And who do you and his mum go to see?
I haven't been with his mum for 20
joking.
years. So
joking.
it was Depeche Mode. That was our thing. We used to go and watch Depeche Mode. Luke's first Depeche Mode concert, he wasn't even
man,
born.
look at them.
Oh. My first concert, I saw the Cannolis. No, actually, right now I'm looking at the Cannolis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't they have something called a cherry flap?
That's just naughty. Yeah, do you do shipping?
I need like
Andy, do shipping. Come on. Give me a box of them cannolis.
Amazing looking biscotti before when you were walking through that shop.
Kent will swap it for a Pro Synth shirt. Go on.
Yeah. You can have the one I was wearing yesterday.
What's in those biscottis? What are those, pistachios?
Oh, pistachio, doesn't it?
Yeah, now skip the
Will it still be
pistachio.
edible by the time it's got over here to the UK?
Yeah, probably not. Probably
Now,
not.
there is an easy way to make your own biscotti. I'm going to give you the secret. You can buy the shells, the cannoli shells separately, which you can buy at delicatessens, and get a little bit of White Wings custard powder, and some cream, and you just beat that all together and just pipe it plastic bag into the cannoli, and you can make your own.
Excellent. Well, have some of that.
So I'll send you a kit, Kent. You can put it together.
Yeah, proper kit, not like a Korg one.
No. Yeah,
pastry synth.
Wind up putting Korg together anyway. Yeah.
Look at those biscottis down there.
Whose?
I can think of 250 reasons why I shouldn't be looking at this.
Exactly.
I can think of just one. I'm the wrong shape already. So
round is a shape. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Well,
round is a shape.
Yeah. Was it? Yeah, I've got to get into shape. No, round is a shape. Yeah.
Round is it? Well, this is true. Yeah.
Yeah. So be cool, dude. Be cool. Oh. I'm hungry now.
You've seen enough.
Yeah, right. I'm sitting here in a
Come on,
hotel.
Andy.
with the heat.
Yeah.
Where's that room service?
Yeah.
menu?
Order up. Come on, Rich. Order up.
Where's that room service menu?
Yeah.
Richard, can I compliment you on your sensible American spelling of Chiswick? Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think English is in desperate need of spelling reform. So that's one small step.
Hey, Rich, what did you think of my Wordle?
Well, how did that happen?
It happened to be that's the word I always type in first.
That's
and I start with that word, and I typed it in, and it all went green, and I went, "Holy crap!" Unbelievable.
I don't think I've ever done that. Maybe once. I don't think so though.
Which is weird because I used to use THIRE, because it's a good spread, and then I went to grout, and it came up, and that was the word that day.
See, in Australia, we have a subscription service so that I'm sending away each week for a letter, and it comes in the mail eventually. And then, a Wordle can last up to 350, 400 days on that basis. It's a lovely thing.
That's patience, man.
Stupidity.
That's like even more tedious than correspondence chess.
Yeah, chess by post, man. But then you send a letter 2 weeks later saying, "No, I still haven't taken my finger off it yet."
Then why'd you mail the move?
Yeah.
I played a chess match at an EMOM.
Really?
Yeah, there was this guy, and what he'd done is he got a program that he'd got set up in his computer.
Yeah.
Where the moves that you made generated MIDI messages according to, or control messages, depending on what the move and the piece was and the number of squares or whatever, whether it was a take, whether it was, a castle. It was also, so basically what he did was he set up a chessboard and he asked if somebody would play a game of chess with him, and he would then input the moves into his computer and that would generate the sounds. It was quite remarkable. I wouldn't say it was the most listenable music, but it was certainly an interesting process.
Imagine touching that way.
Anything is a modulation source now, isn't it?
What I was thinking when you said that, Andy, is that it was a Syntrix or Synthy style pin matrix with all the pieces on top of the pins, and you played chess as you did the patch points.
What a great idea! Actually,
so your game pre-patched it, and if each piece had a different resistor on it,
Yeah.
AKS battleships, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. AKS battleships. There you go.
If you'd used an electronic chess set like those old ones that you used to get, where you press them down and press it, that used to have, that would send out some kind of, it must send out some digital information. Because it was just an ordinary chessboard and chess pieces, and he was typing then the moves in, which I suppose is a way to do it. But I thought and you can obviously say
there is a Kasparov chess computer which uses the pin matrix. That's a device I had from the early 90s. Yeah. There were also, unbeknownst to the payroll company I once worked for, if you type SI at their command line, you can play Space Invaders for half an hour. And this was released in a piece of software that was in most payroll offices in Australia. They just didn't know. It just went out with one of the releases.
A proper Easter egg.
Yeah, we used to do that, So Space Invaders is only 9,000 bytes. It's a very tiny program. That's the graphics and everything.
Well, yeah, it was, because when it was developed, they didn't have much memory, did they?
No. No, anyway, but isn't it funny how we've come full circle? We used to do things on a very, very protracted basis, and now everyone wants it instantly yesterday. And it all has to be over in 30 seconds. Well, at least my wife tells me it's all over in 30 seconds. I was the best 5 seconds of her evening anyway. That was the good part. So software that's hidden in stuff. I mean, Easter eggs. There was an interesting Easter egg in the latest series of Star Trek Picard where in the latest episode they had one of the characters whistle "Pop Goes the Weasel," and if you look carefully on the closing credits of Picard, it's the musical notation for "Pop Goes the Weasel" was embedded since episode 1. So interesting to see that stuff coming up. It didn't make sense for the first 7 episodes, though, so I was a bit confused. I'm patiently waiting for the musical highlight of the series. And that was badly whistled. Yeah,
I must find that that clip from Speed 2. One of my friends, Richard Flay, put a cow in the explosion on the tanker. Yeah.
You showed me that when I came up, didn't you?
It's fucking hilarious. And it's so clear. It's like, look, there it is. Like, yeah, there it is. But nobody knows. I don't think anybody was watching the film anyway. That's the thing. Speed 2 was not exactly what you'd call a groundbreaking film in any way, shape, or form.
Did it go faster than Speed 1?
No, it
was a boat.
Well, if it did, it didn't feel like it. Yeah, but they pissed him off so much.
It's like a pertinent question as the subject went by. Just a silly man who's tired.
Oh, that's a perfect excuse. Now the fun starts.
I can do better if you want me to.
Go for it, my friend, please.
No, it's all right. No,
this is a safe space.
I'll stick with that one for now.
Yeah.
Save the other ones for later.
There'll be time.
Yeah. Actually, I'm about a granola bar away from going to bed.
Yeah.
No,
I think I'm a Cadbury's cream egg away from another coffee. Mind you, I had a fish pie tonight, and it was interesting because
it wasn't fish.
Well, it was definitely potato, and then there appeared to be a thin layer of sauce and some fish bits. So it was a potato pie with fish rather than a fish pie.
Oh, I love making those things, but they're such a faff.
Yeah.
It's like shepherd's pie, cottage pie, whatever you want to call that. I can never get it. Really boil the potato, mash them all up, and then there's sometimes just not quite enough mash to get it right into the corners properly, and then when you think you've got it all, so you've bung it in the oven, and then of course all the sort of sauce gravy from underneath bubbles out and drips down at the bottom of your oven, and I just
Well, there is supposed to be a physical difference between a cottage pie and a shepherd's pie.
Yeah, one's beef, one's
One's meat with onions, the other one's meat with peas and carrots.
So, Andy, I've got a hot tip for you.
Put a tray underneath.
Show us then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Put a tray underneath.
Thank you. Well, I do actually, but just because I love it. Yeah. I'm not quite such a klutz, really, but sometimes I am. Lamb for shepherd's pie, beef for cottage pie.
Yeah.
Is this not the second time that we've had shepherd's pie discussions?
We have visited shepherd's pie before tonight. Yeah.
It's a necessary English tradition. You know, it's like
I was here defending it on everybody's honor.
Yeah, Andy, have you ever had a chip butty?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
What were you expecting me to say? Yeah.
No.
It's
apparently these foreigners think it's beneath them.
Chip butty.
No, I don't think it's beneath them. It's a fascinating cultural phenomenon, not unlike Vegemite or things like that.
Yes. It is when you stop and think about it. It's stodge with white death and poison sprinkled all over it. That's basically what it is. But
now I know why that cookbook of yours didn't sell that well.
White death and poison cookbook.
White death for under £1.
Yeah, sorry. That's short.
So which part's the white death and which part's the poison?
Yeah.
What white death is
which
salt,
gets you first?
Poison is vinegar.
Yeah, okay.
Well, come on.
You just see it now, can't you? Jamie Oliver's White Death Pie.
Well, I started calling it that when it was actually banned in the school canteen on this is a healthy kitchen, sort of thing. When they stopped putting salt and everything, there wasn't even. They used to have little salt cellars and you could put salt on, then they weren't allowed to do it. And yet, the lady who worked behind the till, she had a secret stash under the till. So I kept saying, "Have you got any of that white death under your till?"
It's like, what?
You are. You are. The white death, the stuff that actually kills everybody outright as soon as they put one crystal on their tongue. That's it, dead, gone.
Yeah.
That's
This is a healthy kitchen.
Yeah, no,
even the cockroaches go to the gym.
Stacks of table salt. Apparently, you can't. You're not allowed to. So yeah, look at me. I'm a proper meth addict. I'm putting salt on my chips. Sorry, fries. For our American friends.
Yeah, well, they did ban us eating chips out of newspaper, didn't they?
Well, yeah, newsprint.
Yeah.
That's because the kiddies were reading the paper.
Yeah.
You can't have kiddies reading the paper.
Yeah.
It's because page 3 of the
Page
Sun
3,
kept popping out. Once you got through a few chips, suddenly various things were revealed. It was like,
yeah,
very exciting.
There's chips and dumplings.
That's why there's a mess at the bottom of your oven every time you cook.
Thank you, Mr. Bastard.
This now concludes our cooking segment for Andrew's benefit.
We can take this further next time. We can I'll just fill the whole place up with cannoli, and we can just go for it.
Catherine, 27, is into Venetian architecture and the books of Henry Kissinger. Yeah, well, yeah, right. But talks
Roger
like that,
29,
innit? Yeah.
Roger 29 is a mime artist whose latest production is Waiting for Godot. There's a minimalist trap for you, eh? You know, Waiting for Godot is a mime. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like, I love that line from American comedian or Canadian comedian Stephen Wright. He said it's like two blindfolded dental hygienists trying to make a circle on an Etch-a-Sketch. And it is just like that, you know.
That's pretty good.
You're not too enamoured of Waiting for Godot, then, Steve the Bastard.
I actually studied literature at Melbourne University, and I did like all of the Samuel Beckett stuff. I mean, it was interesting, but when you've got to write an analysis, all the jokes kind of get lost in translation. So you find that the protagonists in Beckett novels normally have clever names. Like I think in Endgame it was Ham and Clove, C-L-O-V, which is basically French for or like French for nail is clove, and hammer, so hammer and nail. So all a bit. Once you explain it, it loses the audience, as we just did. I just noticed our numbers went down. They get me in at 11:55 every night just to play one number, and that's it. You know, the room's empty after that.
I'm glad it's not just me that can do highbrow. Thank you, Steve.
No, Samuel Beckett was a good writer, but his works lost a lot in translation.
Especially into French, apparently.
Well, he started in French. He started in French. He wrote in French because it was supposedly a neutral language that he wouldn't imbue with too much information. But once it translated into English, you could tell that there just wasn't a lot there. You know, it was just rambling on. Anyway, but part of my deep, dark, distant past.
Cool.
Studying that rubbish.
Please, 5,000 words on how successfully Samuel Beckett achieves his aims in He Doesn't. It's a load of rubbish. Full stop. Mr. Glue.
Hello.
Mr. Blofeld.
Yeah, but that's only 9 words.
Yeah. Do we have to compare and contrast?
And pussy jokes now. Stop.
Oh. You're going to get on the mic, Bluebell?
Go on then. Give us a tune.
There you go.
Some subs going. Yeah.
That's one happy cat.
Yeah. Bless her. How is everyone?
Better than usual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
At least that's how we're advertising it.
Yeah.
Can I just ask Jim and Richard? Did you get a chance to chat on?
We
Thursday?
did.
Yeah.
On Friday, sorry.
Yes.
We
We did.
That's lovely.
Yeah, it was,
I even
get out
have
of my way. Sorry,
Photographic
Richard.
evidence. So, how was it after I left, Richard?
Not nearly the same, Jim.
Oh.
Oh.
It was much better.
We had enough sugar this evening.
Andy makes
there with Ty, basically. We hung in there well into the evening, so I was there late.
Cool. Yeah. Oh god. No, that was honestly Pip just had us in stitches. She was so funny.
Yeah,
She's a giggle, isn't she?
Much funnier than Ty.
I said to her, "You're obviously the fun one."
Who was
Ty's partner.
Oh right. Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
absolutely
He
hilarious.
was also a pianist and a teacher.
Mm.
But yeah, and funnier than Ty.
Yeah.
Yeah, when her and Fiona got together, I mean, Ty just looked at me and he went, "Should we go in the other room?" I don't think we can compete with this.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, dear.
Man, that is one happy cat.
Yeah.
It is. It's been giving Cleo a run for her money.
Look, she wasn't very happy earlier. She actually bit me.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. No.
Push the mic out of the way, that's why.
Get that thing out of my face.
Yeah.
Look at her look.
Looking for crumbs.
Yeah, I think she's trying to apologise now. Yeah.
No.
I think so.
She's a little sweetheart, isn't she?
Don't believe
You're about to lose an eye, but don't worry about that.
She's not apologizing. She's firing you.
Yeah.
We're going to head off, gents. Have a great day, evening. We'll catch up soon.
Nice
Take
to see
care.
you.
Nice to see
Look
you.
after yourself, mate.
Take
Take care now.
Bye.
Enjoy tomorrow.
Bye. Yeah. Oh, we caught up with him as well now. Also Sunday.
Oh, you
now,
did,
aren't we?
yeah.
Yeah, we're there. So we're in the future now, Manny.
I'm always stuck in the past.
Yeah.
One of those things.
Yes, there's a massive void there where equipment used to be.
And will be again soon.
Yeah, at some point.
Haven't you set
Depends
it all
where
up
she's
again yet,
looking.
Jim? I'm all set up again. Look, I've just
Yes, you with
yeah.
your little case and
Little cat. Yeah. Twist that knife a little.
Yeah, where are you going to put that 88k MIDI controller then, Andy?
Oh
Go
yeah.
on the wall, won't he? Nail it up there.
It will go behind. I have had the tape measure out. I will have to have a rethink. But actually, given what we were talking about today on the
I've got mine this side.
on the Ramsey replacement bus service with Henry, I was talking to Robbie. We're talking about 88 note keyboards and sometimes where you put them. We were also talking about taking things out and putting them back again. I mean, I this space in here is due a rethink because I've got space out the things, sort of things going on over there, and I've got things going on here. This bit across here is computer, mixer, and some sort of 19-inch rack mounting units. But I don't think I'm using the space as efficiently as I could. I need to sort of think, because it'd be much better if it wasn't a door, but then I would struggle to get in and out, wouldn't I? So that's a bit of a problem. Because, but I'm sort of thinking, well, I could take the door,
Sliding door.
I might just think about taking the door off. Because it doesn't matter that there's a hole there, but then I could easily fit a Jaspers with an 88 across the back wall back there.
Well, bearing in mind that the 88 has enough real estate on the top for you to put several desktop units on.
That would be interesting. Because things like my actually really quite loved, but sadly in certainly in the last 18 months, hardly touched at all, Korg Volkers, which are just on here. There's 3 of them in a little stand, but or even things like this. My beloved old Electribe.
Everybody, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to jump. Dinner time.
Money.
Have a good one.
All right, mate. Take care, bud. Look after yourself.
Yeah, take
Hello,
care.
man.
See you. Oh.
So, what 88 key are you getting?
Well, that one there to the right of Mr. Spong.
Follow me, camera.
Okay.
The camera's
Camera.
It's like, fuck you, Kent.
Camera. Hang on a second. Let me.
Love it when Jim talks dirty.
Camera? There we go.
Uh-huh.
This one.
Ooh.
The Complete Control 88 Mark 1.
Oh, nice.
How do I get that into a Kia Picanto, though?
You take the headrest off the passenger seat.
It might
It's
well have to
probably
be
the only way.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Well, if you're coming down for the day.
Oh, yeah.
Good man.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll probably tie it in with a visit to my brother's, and he'll just accuse me of using his house as a hotel, which is fine.
Yeah. He just happens to live in a hotel, doesn't he?
In fact, Richard's staying in your brother's now, isn't he? Sublet a room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice house they've got. I'm sure they'd make you very welcome, Richard. They live in Harpenden. It's quite close to London.
In a roundabout sort of way.
It takes about 25 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't take long. And actually, the train service is really good. So and that's what my brother does. When he's working at the office in London, he jumps.
Only on days that don't have vowels in them.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, I suppose, like anywhere else in the southeast, it's subject to all the vagaries of the British train system.
Yeah, leaves and all that.
Yeah.
Air.
Wrong leaves.
Other things that interfere with trains moving.
Yeah. People.
Sunlight.
Wrong passengers on the train, cancelled. Yeah.
Can't go south if it's cloudy.
Oh. Richard's looking slightly puzzled, but unfortunately our train system really is as dreadful as that right now.
Kind of rain on the rails.
It needs
air on the rails. Look, oh God, there's air on the rails.
I seem to get quite lucky with the train system. I don't know.
Yeah, but it is the flip of a coin, isn't it? Really.
Well, I got here.
Yeah.
From Heathrow.
You might find that you're actually not autistic at all.
One of the problems is that
you've been duped.
If you're using it every day to use a regular service from a place to a place in order to get to work and things like that, when you need to be there, that's when it becomes probably frustrating and unreliable. That's when you probably start to notice the problems within the system. You know, if you turn up at the station and your intercity train from one end of the country to the other is on time and running, you don't notice that there's a problem. But it just seems sad. One of the problems, of course, with our railway system is that it's Victorian and really needs largely to be rethought out.
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to do that. No, sorry for that depressing interlude of how
our railway system
railways
keeps trying to colonise other countries.
Oh, right.
And wears top hats.
Oh, well, yeah.
Excuse me. All this while I'm contemplating whether I'm going to take the train or buy an Uber to get me to Heathrow tomorrow. Part of me thinks I should man up and take the train. The other part of me wants to be a lazy, fat old man and just take a Uber to the store.
Is Chiswick on the tube?
It is.
There is a station here, but more sensibly, you take a car to Acton Town, which is near
right
here.
On the edge, isn't it? Yeah.
And then that's like 8 stops to Terminal.
So
Basically, 2.
why not come down here, Rich?
Pardon me?
Why not come down here?
What are you talking about, tomorrow?
Yeah. Fiona comes, picks you up, you check out, bring your luggage, she brings you down, spend the day down here, she'll take you to Heathrow.
I'm running this. I'm running. Yeah.
He's running numbers.
All the plans I had stacked
Matrix
up
is going off in front of his eyes.
and open.
Yeah, in the Matrix.
He moved aside now. This question. I don't think there's really that much time. I know my flight isn't until late in the afternoon, but I got to be there by early mid-afternoon, and
right, okay.
there's just not that much time. I'm going to have breakfast here.
Yeah.
Not going to get out of here much before probably 11, if that, and then I'm going to get to your house and spend like an hour and have to leave. So it sort of doesn't make sense to put all through that for that little amount of time. Not that
Yeah,
I
because
want-
it's literally bringing you out of town to bring you back
Throw you
into
back in
town
again.
again, isn't it?
kind of.
thing.
I guess I don't even know the logistical part, that part of it, but it's just there's just not enough time to make it pay for her to go through all that and for me to hurry up.
Yeah. Sure.
It's already in motion. It's just I'm going to leave here around 1 o'clock tomorrow. It's just a question of whether I'm going to go straight there in a car and then get into a lounge and sit there until my flight, or I'm going to take the train and walk halfway to fucking London when I get to Heathrow, because everything is in Heathrow is make a left and walk 500 meters and then make a left and walk 500 meters.
Yeah, it goes on forever, doesn't it?
Make a left and 500 meters.
Yeah.
I think probably the tube system's probably more reliable than the overland rail. But if you're giving yourself plenty of time to get, it shouldn't really be a problem.
No, I think that's true, and it's a major. This Piccadilly line, I believe, is the line I'm involved in, and it's it should be working. But, and the worst thing that could happen is I could just call the Uber from there. In other words, if I go there and there's no trains coming, I could just call an Uber from there and go.
Yeah.
I don't have that many bags. It's not that confusing. It's not that complicated.
I tried calling an Uber in Norwich, and there aren't any. There are no Uber cabs in Norwich. I don't know if the city's just not given them the right to operate or what, but there are none. It's all.
Are there your normal inverted bathtub? Are there your normal inverted bathtub cabs?
No.
Southeast was the most technology has ever been to Norwich.
That's
Maybe you pronounced it wrong. Is it Uber?
No,
and then they'd know what you meant.
No, there are none.
Oh, you mean Uber?
We have to get the local one. Oh.
It's kind of like that scene from Hot Fuzz.
Well, I asked about cabs here, and there apparently aren't really cabs here. I mean, you can call one, and it might show up eventually, but you're better off just calling an Uber.
Definitely.
How you doing, Kate?
Okay, doing fine, thank you. I've had an evening of dogging, so.
Is it cold there? Is it cold where you are?
No, I'm not. If you're still in London, I'm probably less than 20 miles from you, Richard.
Ah, well, you look like you're bundled up.
You look very snug.
Snug.
I've still got my coat on and hoodie.
In my hoodie.
Yeah,
that's it, Jim. Hoodie. So it's not cold, but
cost of living crisis and all that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you laugh. But 60 quid. Yeah. It's an awfully warm.
I'm not actually even vaping. It's just the cold breath. That's what it is.
But no, I think it's probably about. It's warm in the house anyway. So.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, anyway, maybe it is past my bedtime.
Right. So, what are you doing up, Andrew?
I already asked him that.
Well, I've still got the
shit the bed.
Who's doing up what?
I just need some time just to.
Unwind.
We've been out for we've had a gig by the Adrenaline and
tonight,
and it's been really nice. It's been lovely meeting up with all the folk, and it's been great. And I've got home and I just want to chill for a bit. I want to have a couple of beers because the venue was definitely beer free. It was all in a
no.
Unfortunately not. I mean, it was in an evangelical church. I mean, Paul Balfour is part of that church community, but they were using the space and the stage and the PA and the facilities, and they did a reasonably good job of it. And sometimes it was the PA was a bit more thumping.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that either side of where this church thing is, these residential properties. So there comes a point where they probably have to
a bit limited. Yeah,
cap it, but. It was a nice atmosphere, and it was good to do.
You talk about thumping sound. It was rather sweet watching Dom's service yesterday when they played his.
Yeah.
And in the chat, it just went, "That's a kick drum," and it just went up the side. Everybody just hit that.
Yeah.
I just loved it. Yeah, he had a remarkable gift for writing a tune that sticks in your head. So that line, just know, so where were you?
I know.
And it just,
I've had that stuck in my head since yesterday.
Absolutely, Jim. It's a proper brilliant earworm. Anyway, let's not go down there because I'll start crying again.
Well, I was just going to say, how much courage did Sophia have?
Oh.
I mean, that was just immense.
Yeah. A lot of dignity, a lot of courage.
Yeah.
And really beautiful. I thought Dom's mum was amazing. I mean, how you deal with something like that, I don't know, but you know, they were very beautiful.
The whole thing was every word you could tell was just right.
Yeah, it was a special day.
Bloody tired talking about Toblerone, for God's sake. It was a few days ago and it was delicious.
No, it was well pitched. I thought it was all well pitched. So
his alternative speech was something else, though. What he did have permission to say, but it's just like no.
Got another one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Haley's dad's tomorrow.
Oh, of course, yeah. Love it. A lot of it about.
Matt.
So again.
Good luck with that.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. It'd be good. It'd be good. Brixham is filling up with the family. It's just the biggest family I've ever come across. There's hundreds of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're all coming in from all over Belgium, Germany, all over Europe. Brixham is filling up. So yeah, it's going to be a big one. So yeah.
Wow.
Be good though. We've finished all the music up.
If you got all.
So again?
Where are you holding it? Where is it being held?
There's only one church in Brixham big enough to hold them all.
Right.
So it's had to be there. Yeah, it's the only place we could have it. So we've got all that tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to say because it's a long time since I was in Brixham, but it's not a big place, and there are no great Gothic basilicas or anything like that to hold it in, really. But
no, the biggest church in Brixham is the one we've had to go with. So I think it takes about 300 people, and it's going to be close to full.
Yeah.
So it's a
crematoria are never that big. So.
Yeah, it's biggest and oldest church in Brixham. Funny enough, I mean, I've actually got family ties to that church. I've only lived down here since 1990, and it turns out that one of my ancestors 400 years ago is buried there. Yeah, it turns out that my family originates from about 10 miles away. So it's just like, what? Yeah. Synchronicity and all that. Yeah. Yeah, so it'd be good. Be all right.
I think so. About time Mr. Diaz went on vacation, though.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been far too much of it.
Yeah.
Oh, she absolutely adores you, didn't she?
Yeah.
Look at her. Look. She's like, I love you.
Feed me, peasant.
Food and warmth.
It's not even about food. She just wants affection. She just wants to sit on me. So. Things I'm usually so busy I don't sit down for long. So, Every time I do sit down, she's like, yes. That's right.
Bless her.
One happy cat.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to dive off.
All right, Matt. Good luck tomorrow. Best
Cheers,
to your
mate.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking of you.
Have a
Good night,
good
Safe
day,
journey
mate.
home, please, Richard.
Pardon?
Safe journey home.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Gents, keep safe, and I'll speak to you
Yeah,
soon.
mate.
You too. Cheers, Matt.
Night.
Fellas, I think I'm the next one to bail. I'm getting tired. And long day tomorrow.
Yeah. Mind you, I think it's officially 1:35, isn't it? Now.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. It will
Officially.
be.
No, I think it changes at one.
Yeah. So
As it was explained to this Yankee who's not from around here, it's going to change tonight. I think Robert was saying this earlier. It's going to change
from these parts.
yeah,
Yeah.
At one it'll change to 2 instantly.
Become
2. Time travel.
Yeah. Although it makes absolutely no difference when you wake up tomorrow.
No.
Isn't it?
I'm not, there's a big movement. There's a whole discussion. People are outraged. Oh my God, this is the worst thing in the world. It's screwing with this and it's screwing with that. Now, first of all, I travel a lot across time zones. None of this screws with me. And you work on it as it does, especially if it's only 1 hour. It's something you can get used to like in a day.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I just don't understand. You know what? Keep it, don't keep it, do it, don't do it. It doesn't really, I like the sunlight being available later in the summer, but if a whole bunch of people don't, it's okay with me. And
Well, during the war, it used to be double summertime. It was 2 hours.
They move it 2 hours, I see.
Yeah. So that they could work in the field longer.
I see. Well, I just can't get it in me to be worked up about this.
No, I'm not bothered about it either. But it always comes up every year without
And
fail.
people are really bothered about it. It's like it's an interesting thing. People are really affected by this. They think they're really affected by this. My rhythms, and it's bad for this, and you get this into this whole mystical side of the thing about all this horror show it's causing, and I don't believe it. Sorry, I travel to believe that shit.
And after my earlier days as a student and shortly afterwards, I did so much literal time traveling that it means nothing to me. I can cope with this.
Oh, Vienna.
Oh, Vienna.
As long as we all agree on what it is and we show up on time, it's fine.
Exactly.
So whatever that is for whatever we're doing. But anyway, according to both of my digital devices right now, it says 12:37 a.m. here in
That's same as mine.
Yeah. So I think at 1 it's going to become 2.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Well,
And
Mr. Hilton,
That's also a song as well,
pleasure
isn't it?
to
One
meet
becomes
you
2.
in person.
You too, Jim. Really enjoyed it.
It's really cool.
Andy, I look forward to meeting you. Keith, I look forward to meeting you.
Yeah,
Ken,
lovely.
look forward to seeing you
We'll
again.
have one
We know each other quite well.
And I look forward to the next time I can come over.
Yeah.
Safe journey.
Thanks, gents. See you soon.
So
Take
Yeah,
care.
so, buddy.
Yeah,
Take
good night, Richard.
Yeah. So
What's a proper gentleman?
he is. He's a lovely
Yeah.
guy. So
Yeah, again, Dom bringing people together.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Kent's keeping them together.
Yeah.
I feel a bit aggrieved sometimes about how late in life I met him.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I wish I'd known him longer, you know?
We all feel robbed. Sophia said to me as well, that's just how she feels. It's
Yeah.
just so quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
She
and too
especially
early. It's always
feels
too early, isn't it? But, I mean, particularly too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't know. Still, better than not knowing, never known him at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
We spent one very lovely day with him. One very lovely day.
yeah. Yeah, I had him here Sunday with Richard. And he
Yeah, I
was,
was looking
he
at the
goes,
photos.
I really, can we go and look at this famous, can we see this famous garage? I went, yeah, come on then, come on. I took him around, he was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you got one of these in it, oh my God.
Yeah.
He's filming everything he's going. He says, oh, we have to show this. I said, yeah, mate, if you want to show it, go for it, babe.
Your audience is waiting, Bluebell. Mr. Surchek has requested some purrs.
We'll get a purr off one night, won't we?
Yeah. David Perchek. Sorry.
David Perch. Hey, checking the first. Yeah, well done.
No, do you know what? I'd love to get to one. Be able to get to one of those imams. Not even to not perform or anything, just to be able to sit there and actually listen to the music live. You know.
Right. Well, what's the nearest space you'd feel safe going
My
to?
garden.
Okay, then that's where it is.
That's why I'm going to hold one here. So that way I will at least get to experience it.
Cool.
So.
Well, count me in.
It's funny. Fiona's already been putting together a shopping list. Well, we'll have to have individual pork pies. Yeah, we'll have to have. We'll have a trifle. We'll have these and lots of this and this, that, and the other. We can have it all laid out in the kitchen. I was like, all right, darling.
It's an E-mom.
No,
you don't.
It's more like an E-mother.
E-mother.
Better have it up north then.
Yeah, have a
Hebden Bridge.
As you say, a good old Spongfest.
The spiritual home.
Dave was in Hebden Bridge earlier this week, wasn't he? You see his post on, on Facebook. Yeah. Kentstock.
Yeah.
Spongfest.
Yeah.
Spongfest or Kentstock. So what is Spongles? Well, Spongles might actually become a reality, but perhaps not in its full completeness because it can't be complete, can it? But
well, no, it can't be complete, but.
Well, we can do our best.
Yeah, but you coming down, Andy?
If it happens, yes, I will. Yeah, I'll make
so
that.
So you're gonna have a thing off with Jim then?
Pardon? Are you up to what?
A duet.
I see.
Sheds. Oh, sorry, I thought you were playing Cupid for a minute, Keith.
Hey. Well, I've been dogging tonight, so I've had other things on my mind, you know. So.
I've been dogging.
Multi-huskiness, though, that's the ultimate.
Yeah,
really is.
Well, I've been out on the rouse. Right, what? Yes, yeah, definitely, Keith. I'll if it's on, I'll be there for sure.
It's on. It's when.
The question I asked was: can I shave this off tomorrow?
No.
Does it irritate you?
It's driving me nuts now.
Yeah, I get to a point where it irritates the living crap out of me. And
is
I
it
have
driving
to
you
get rid
nuts
of it.
because have you trimmed it yet?
No.
Right. That's where you're going wrong. You need to sort of trim it with a beard trimmer because that takes all the sharp ends off.
Right. Well, I've got a trimmer. I've got a
it's just
the head.
Like buggery until then.
That'll work.
It's like torture until you do that. So.
Right. Okay. I mean, a beard trimmer is usually a bit narrower, isn't it? But I've got one of the things that you use on your head. But I'm sure that'll work all around here, won't it?
Oh yeah. Exactly.
Set it to what? 2? 3?
No, about 5 mil or something. I don't know. Yeah, maybe longer.
I'm sure it's that long. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it definitely is. It's longer than mine. No.
Well,
grown this for
I've
years.
been told that previously. Spongleberry, Spong stuff. Listen to them. Spongfest. Spong.
Oh, Grace Griffin, are you around on Good Friday in Sheffield? I could have typed that, but I'm feeling really lazy.
What's happening on Good Friday in Sheffield?
It's the EMOM plus after party.
EMOM plus after party. All
Yeah.
right, blimey.
Another one.
I'm doing an hour. Braun is doing an hour, and Die Dan Die is doing an hour.
Okay. Is that
2 a.m.
Hagglers?
Yeah.
On a Friday?
Yeah.
Because it's Good Friday.
Friday, so it's a regular EMOM and then 3 hours.
Standby.
Well, 2 hours of
Standby
of
for
and
action.
An hour of me.
On standby. Will you be there on the Thursday, Grace, then? the actual EMOM?
No, it's on the Friday.
No, but the EMOM's on the Thursday, then?
No, the EMOM's on the Friday.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, work it out. It's what goes on afterwards. Right.
Yeah. So the regular EMOM goes up until 11 p.m. and then
you're going.
Then I think I'm going on then
in Australia.
Brawny and Dan.
Oh, is it? I'm in Australia. Bloody hell, Grace.
Fighting off spiders with darning
well,
needles.
Just nip back.
Yeah,
if you can. Yeah.
I don't
hop back quick.
I'm not sure my body will actually cope with staying up much.
Not sure about mine.
Oh God!
I definitely rely on caffeine. When you say that, I didn't get back till 3 a.m. or after that from Aylesbury that time. So.
Wow. Brawny asked me about something in June that he's planning to put on. And asked me if I was willing to do an hour set. Bloody hell! So I've said yes.
Cool.
Well, because I'm in the sort of mood where I'm going to say yes to anything.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have to get back into it and say, actually, Brawny, it'll be 30 minutes, really, realistically. Well, I'm sure they'll go, well, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
You know, I made tonight. I made the classic mistake of whizzing through things too quickly. I've got to, because I was in sort of proper EMOM mode. Actually, there was no reason why I had to take it as quickly as I did. I could have just slowed it down and actually dragged it out a lot. I say dragged it out, you know.
I'd say it seemed fine, the pace that it evolved at.
Yeah. But I was planning for the proper sort of ambienty bit at the beginning to go on quite a bit longer, and I was going to do other things, which I played about.
Fuck that.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's about playing. It's about trying to work out how, with a fairly limited system, I actually extend it, but keep it interesting. Because I don't want my modular stuff to be, you know, endless space farts ad nauseam. I'm just not interested in that, you know. So.
Yeah, I mean the difficult thing with modular is doing sort of
transitions,
individual tracks.
Yeah,
you know that are quite sort of defined.
Yeah, but they're not. It will be a long, evolving
long form.
piece.
Yeah.
With hopefully clearly defined sort of sections. Yeah, sections is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. What is this cat doing?
I think I managed it tonight, but in miniature.
Yeah. What are you doing, Bluebird?
Well, do you have a clock running, Andrew?
I didn't tonight. I mean, on an EMOM, I tend to. Because
that's what I mean. Yeah, the
EMOM, you got 15 minutes usually. So I usually set my clock to, you know, around 50, there and thereabouts. And I'm usually running at about 13. When I think that's about it. It's had its shape. Because I tried to think of it in sort of shapes, Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Ups and downs,
Hmm.
dynamics. And I don't mind sudden dynamics changes. You know, some people think that that's no, you don't want it all changing all of a sudden. Yeah, why not? Just chop it all out and leave one thing going.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, that's just me.
Go crazy, you know, just like change it completely.
Neil. Oh, Neil's. Hi, Neil.
Yeah, it's all about doing what you think and feel is right.
But yeah, I love those zombie noises at the start. That was really
the zombies.
Do you know what I really loved about that was the juxtaposition of like something that sounded like from a horror film being in a church. I was just like, it was just I was like, this is an awesome thing to hear in this space. I'm like, you know,
I'm sorry, but I can't see those sort of places as the same sort of thing as a consecrated church, because it's not. It's just a bricks and mortar shed, and I was a little bit I felt a bit weird about using the in inverted commas communion table.
Or whatever.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of the day, when they're going, well, it's just a table, really. I thought, well, okay, that they're really proper Protestants about the way they think about this. It may be our communion table, but it is just a table. It might say, "Do this in remembrance of me."
I like the way
side of it.
You turned it round.
Well, yeah, I said I can't. I couldn't. I said because I wasn't going to have that. I got to have it this way, you know. It's, but there have been things that have been ingrained into me since I was, fairly small about what the altar is and represents. You can accept it or reject it. See how that's
primary
content.
school here.
school.
Convent school.
Getting your knuckles wrapped if you so much as put your hand on the altar. That's the altar.
Knuckles.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was Church of England, not
You
Roman
a lucky
Catholic,
boy.
Well, it was explained. It wasn't just don't do it. They always explained why you don't do it, and that becomes ingrained and entrenched. Even if you choose not to really fully subscribe to all that later, it's still. I know that if I stick a modular synth on an altar, it's going to cause offence to somebody.
Well,
So that
the thing
was
is
more
also,
my concern.
Also, the police might need to come along and take some fingerprints from there, for the altar boys. Sorry.
Oh, dear me. God, I'm supposed to be the one who doesn't know where the line in the sand is.
Well, excuse me, but if you saw the way that girl was dressed tonight, I don't think that. Sorry, I mean, I was just thinking, seriously, you've let her go out dressed like that? God. Anyway, that was me. Anyway, I had a grumble. No, but anyway, yes.
Yes, Dad. Yeah.
You're not going out dressed like that, you tart. No way.
She probably wasn't when she left the house.
Yeah.
That's the trick, apparently.
Oh. Anyway, that's maybe not the appropriate thing, but yeah. Well, how do we get onto that anyway? What were we talking about?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, about the zombie noises initially.
The zombie noises, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the speech synthesis bit on Platts.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but you could have
no
sampled
samples from Hellraiser on it then?
or The Omen or something.
Yeah,
I could have done, but it wasn't. Basically, it was a sound that Grace and I stumbled on by modulating the algorithm on Platts. You can send it triggers to change the algorithm, so you get these different texture changes. It's quite a fun thing to do. And then suddenly we were getting these vocal sounds coming through. So what's that? And then on the last sort of piece that we did together, we focused on that bit and we got it into the range where it was this sort of
creepy
computer voice, just going R S T V Q R S T V Q R S T Q.
Oh, it didn't sound like that.
Well, no, it didn't, because
it was
no, it didn't because Yeah, because it was
I'm sorry.
it was the Miracle, which is actually the pre-fade send on a mixer. So I was just sending it to the reverb with none of the direct signal. So all you were hearing was the reverb signal. But there was a point where I did bring the direct bit actually in. So, that was when I was playing about with it. So it wasn't then necessarily P, Q, R, S, T, whatever range of letters of the alphabet. So yeah. So Grace was just saying one of those ephemeral moments when we actually we looked at the manual. We did. Grace, which model is it? Because we couldn't find it because it was just if you just take the oscillator out, it just sounds. And you have to scan it and modulate it to hear that actual sound of the speech or the words that are actually built into it.
Which module was that in?
Platts. So I'm sure Brains do the same, or any of the 1,001 other Platts clones which are out there.
Andrew, do you remember 2 or 3 pubs ago you was talking about an interface between the matriarch and modular? Do you remember saying about that?
Yes. What was his name? God, he was at Synth.
Well, the company that I used was Voltage Vibes.
That's it. That's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Voltage Vibes. Yeah. Peter from Voltage Vibes. He was at Synth East and he was showing all his stuff. We had a really good chat about that. Have you got that module then? That breakout module?
I have. Yeah.
Because I was thinking that would be a really, really useful thing. Because they're not stupidly expensive and they're proper functional little boxes and to have, because the matriarch, when Grace has got a matriarch, right along the back of it is a load of extra CV and gate and modulation sources, which are just awkward to get to. So you put it in a little modular thing and you've got it there. So
it's 16. It's 16 sockets that come out the back.
Yeah, and he just connects. He's even got a little blanking panel thing with a little cutout bit, so you can put your cables in the back and through.
If you want to, if you want to do it that way, you can do it that way,
Yeah, and that it seems like a very, very sensible thing. Might get Grace into proper modular as well. Shh! Don't tell anyone I said that. Yes, maybe a little. Okay. Grace, do you likes it? Of course, Grace likes it. She's got a bloody matriarch. Weren't you listening? Sorry, Danker Place.
and the DX7,
Grace,
isn't
never.
it?
Never, yeah.
And a DX7, yeah.
Yeah,
they love actually that DX7. That DX7 that Grace has got is absolutely pristine. It is amazing. It really is. I've never seen a Mark 1 DX7 in such good condition as that one. It really is spot on. Robbie would be tearing it out of her hands, I tell you.
So if anyone finds one like that again, let me know.
Yeah.
Go on in the toilet, but it's Ty's one.
You won't mind.
I tell you what, it is. There's a pristine DX7.
In the chat.
Well, it was, but it's down in the toilet.
Yeah, but it's an unused toilet at the moment, so it's okay still. Cool. I do have to get it out there real soon as well. Get it sorted out for him. When I was buying the parts for it, Christ, did they see me coming? Jeez. 16 quid for a volume slider cap.
Cool.
Yeah. But it has to be of a certain brown.
Volca brown.
Yeah, the old
Volca keys.
DX brown.
Yeah, Volca anything. Yeah.
It's a funny colour, isn't it, really?
Mm.
But
it's one of those phases in the 70s. Like like Orange had in the 70s.
Yeah.
We had that sort of like bright tangerine creamy orange.
ARP Odyssey, amongst others.
Most of my clothes in the 70s were brown. And my Catholic school uniform was brown as well, just to really hammer it home.
Fashion icon.
Hardly.
Oatmeal and beige. There you go.
My Wigan middle school uniform was largely purple.
Oh yeah, my grammar school jacket was purple.
Yeah, mine was burgundy.
This was proper sicky purple though.
My school, I remember my school uniform.
Certainly wasn't royal purple.
Going to school over here, first day, I had the blazer with the white piping. I had a straw boater, short trousers and socks. And I was the only fucking cunt there dressed like that.
Why?
Because my dad insisted.
It's the wrong school.
Yeah, he always wanted me to go to Stowe or something like that. So now I'm going to a South London comprehensive, dressed like fucking Jacob Rees-Mogg. I mean,
that must have left a lasting emotional scar.
Yeah, but I
And
must
some
admit,
bruises.
I did learn how to fight very early.
Actually,
very early on.
That's a programme I'd like to see, is Jacob Rees-Mogg being sent to a South London comprehensive in this day and age.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him go to an abattoir.
Teach maths.
But that's just me. Well, maybe it's not just me, but...
Now, does anybody else look at Keith's background and see DNA?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
It's just like, that's all I can think of when I look.
It's the helix.
Yeah.
You're living in the helix.
What, but this thing up there?
Yeah. But is it
It's a radiator.
spiral staircase?
Yes, it is a spiral staircase.
Yeah, it just looks like
that's cool in
super
itself.
helix of DNA.
Okay, list of things we'd like to see. I'd like to see the Chief of Ofsted teaching my year 9s.
Well, when you think about it, Jim, it's kind of a weird question when you go, it looks like Keith's got DNA on his wall. You're like, well, no, it's not somewhere you want to go, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps should have phrased it better.
Yeah.
Oh, God. We'll go with the fingerprints on the altar.
So that's 2 now, Jim, 2.
Oh dear, must be late.
Well, according to my clock, it's 2 minutes past 2 now.
It is. Shit,
Yeah.
where'd the last hour go?
Yeah. Doesn't time fly?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, it does this
Can I
time of
ask
year.
you what it says on your T-shirt, because I couldn't decipher it all night.
What's that? My T-shirt.
Is it 2 letters or what is it doing?
It is 2 letters. It's where are we? J and G, kind of, but it's like a sideways smiley face thing.
JG.
Yeah.
Jim Glue in a sideways smiley face.
Yeah.
Is it kind of an inverted thing?
That's clear.
Yeah.
I can see it now.
Oh, it might be. It might be.
No, it's not. It's
no,
not.
it's-
It's
right,
the
yeah.
other way around.
Cool.
No,
But
I can see it now. So that,
Yeah,
have you had that specially made? Have you? You being artistic and designing?
I did. Yeah. Basically, I needed a logo for this gig the other week for the
cool.
visuals, and I'm like, oh, just knock something up. So I knocked it up, and then thought, do you know what? I'll get a T-shirt made.
Looks like LF though from when I was on stage. I was like L.
Oh yeah, low
LF.
frequency. Yeah.
Low frequency. Yeah.
Cool. The inverse of it. Yeah. So it's a bit abstract. It actually came out of this animation.
Well, actually, yeah. Wagyu says it's closer to Jim. J-I and then M turned on its side. Yeah, we can go with that one as well, Wagyu. Yeah,
that'll work.
Yeah, that'll
I can't
work.
see that one.
I can't see it. J-I and then the J and an I and then the 3 little dashes. An M turned on its side.
But yeah, it's actually though the other way is kind of like a
multi-purpose
I can't
graphic.
do this. It's like a winking smiley face, but reduced to block form.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Jim's logo.
Yeah.
T-shirt
For the
designed
time
by
being.
Suzanne.
Mm.
Oh, dear me.
I designed my logo as well, but it's really not very good, and it actually rips off Ultravox. I can't do what you know. I'd have to draw it, and you can tell me whether it's worth doing or not.
The vonal concatenation of Volker and anal.
No. What it says is what it says is
it's a portmanteau, isn't it?
no. What it says actually no. What it actually says is this means nothing to me. Oh, vonal. Oh, I've upset him.
You can't hear us now.
Here we go.
No, it's more of a concatenation of an A and a V in the form of a sawtooth.
Ah.
Yeah.
Does it work? Or does it need another?
I put more to it because it's very similar to a logo I've seen before that might have copyright infringement capabilities.
Well, I thought so. Well, actually, it reminded me very much of the lettering on Ultravox's Vienna album. But how about doing it that way? Sorry, you can see the things through the back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Grace will come up with something clever because she's very creative like that, and I'm not.
And of course, if you do the line across so it looks like an upside down A as well as being a V, and then it's either way up, it says the same thing. Yeah.
Also, you could do it without the line. Then it's just two waves. Right, Grace, get thinking on that for me, please, because you're clever and artistic, and I'm not. I'm a klutz. I like that word tonight.
Yeah, it looks like two saws. Two saw cycles. But there is an ointment for it.
That one.
Yeah.
And that one.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, I've got them all.
You use a Dyson as an applicator. Boink.
Yeah, I like Kent's suggestion. Yeah, it's a promising logo. Thank you, folks. Well,
that doesn't happen often.
Simple is good.
Thank you, Grace. Normally, I make a suggestion, people don't like it.
Yeah. Super sore, Andy.
Yeah.
What with like? How would you do a super saw? Because that's
You could stack them.
Oh bollocks! I need another piece of paper now. Right. Okay. Let's try. Let me just try it because I really am not artistically.
We'll make it all out of sawtooth. So if you stack a sawtooth above an inverted sawtooth, you get an S. Do that twice and then the V on the end.
No, that's not what I was thinking.
It's perilously close to a swastika, actually. Which we don't want to go down that path again, do we?
Everything's perilously close to a swastika.
Oh.
If you're not careful. Yeah, if you stack the sawtooths on top of each other, one inverted, it should look like an S.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Price. Yeah. I don't think about these things until I have to think about them, and then I can't do it because I've got no design, any kind of aptitude at all. So I can't draw a straight line with a ruler. So that's
Ask
me.
Babs to help you out.
Help us out, Babs.
You'll be able to sort it.
Oh, hey, Graham in the chat.
Oh, hi, yes, hi, Graham. Woo!
I only just discovered yesterday Graham's moniker, the Edna's Disco Machine. It's like EDM.
Oh.
Oh, I'm not alone in being stupid then.
No, I'm today's years old, finding that out and all.
Right, no, yes, EDM. I just thought.
Another thing that I only realised the other day was about.
Sorry,
Adam...
Graham, but I just thought the obvious from it, and I just thought, oh, really? Right, okay, Edna. You great big your glitter ball and you whatever those things are called. Well, I'd say what they call them. The sort of feathery scarf, boa. Get your feather boa.
Oh, boas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm dealing in stereotypes, which I really should plaster all over myself.
I wish my bloody headphones did.
Another thing that I only realised the other day was Adam monitors, Adam Audio.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, obviously the guy went on and created Eve, didn't he? After that. Eve Audio.
Adam and Eve.
Would you Adam and Eve it?
Oh,
exactly.
Yes.
Are they the really expensive ones that you saw at Gearfest last year?
No. Where me and Dom were just in that studio.
Yeah.
No, PMC. They were amazing. It should have been for I think
pre-menstrual
30 grand.
Yeah, exactly.
They were incredible. We were just.
They did sound lovely.
I was like, Dom, you've got to come listen to this. He's like, what? It's like, go to the PMC room. Yeah. And then, it was just me and him in there, and we were just like, fucking hell, what else can we play? It was just mind-blowing.
Your line was, how much is a kidney?
Yeah.
How much do you get for a kidney?
Yeah. One semi-careful owner.
You might be able to buy one for one kidney. You don't want to be giving up the other, though.
No.
How much do you get for one functioning testicle?
Why is that a difficult question?
Well, I'm not sure what the market is for transplants.
Well, it's illegal in the States. You can't buy organs.
Oh, no, it's a officer. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just. Does it ever stop, Jim?
No.
It's like there's a police helicopter around all the time.
Actually, occasionally it does turn into snoring. Yes, Graham, this is Bluebell. Say hello, Bluebell.
Can I ask you why you call the cat Bluebell when she's definitely black and white?
She's not my cat. Zoe's cat.
Oh, sorry. Stupid me. Sorry, stupid question. Sorry, Zoe.
I don't know.
It's a good name, though.
Yeah. Okay, you're looking annoyed now. What's that? Oh, I'm talking to other people.
Is she going full loaf?
Nice. You okay? This is where I lose an eye.
Yeah. Yeah. I warned you, motherfucker. Pink. Yeah.
Go on.
There's a Noah under here as well, curled up in a little ball.
Oh.
He's got a little cushion under the desk here.
Oh yeah, so cool. Grace got to meet up with Andy, Synth Addict.
Yes, that was nice.
Mm.
And I think she met up. Did you meet up again with Babs? I think you did.
Cool.
Who else? Paul Harrison from Hardware Jams. Yeah, I'm very envious of Grace that she's been able to go around all these places and just arrange to meet up with people that we know. Yeah, that's lovely.
Good girl. Execute Order 66.
You what? You what?
No, there isn't one in here. Execute Order 66.
This is your Manchurian candidate.
Execute Order 66. And off she goes. Hopefully, she'll come back with a tennis ball.
I was a bit worried what Order 66 might be.
Yeah, because we used to do, find your ball.
Yeah.
And we did notice how incredibly intelligent she seems to be. So I go, execute Order 66 and pointed her to a tennis ball. I only ever had to show her once.
Wow.
Well, where's your ball? Hey, execute Order 66. Go on. Execute Order 66. Try the kitchen.
I said Paul Taylor. Sorry, I said Paul Harrison. It was Taylor Harrison. I'm sorry for getting names wrong. It is 2:15 in the morning now.
I haven't got one. You have to go look for it. Go find it. Did you look in the front room? Look in the front room by the chair. No, by the chair. In the front room. Go downstairs and look for it. Go on. Go find it. I haven't got one in here. No, you'll have to walk. Go on. Go and find it.
Bluebell just turned and looked at me as if to say, dogs.
Dogs. So dumb, you know what I mean? They're just so dumb.
It's almost as if he comes from the north.
Yeah. Mate, it's really funny because first thing in the morning, they're all spread out all over the bed as usual. And I go, I need a coffee. And they just leap up and jump off the bed and off downstairs. That's all I have to say.
Did they then go make you a cup of coffee?
I'm still working on that bit.
Well, you're halfway there.
Yeah. Get them downstairs into the kitchen by the coffee machine. And you return with no ball. No, I am not going to rub your chest. No. If you come back with a ball, I will rub your chest for you. So go and get one. Go and get a ball now. Come on, go and find one. Go and find a ball. There isn't one in here.
Duh.
Yes.
You're showing yourself up in front of Bluebell here.
Really, we should record that and actually. It's a beautiful example of linguistics in action. What do dogs actually understand when you are giving verbal commands?
Well, there's that dog that has a vocabulary of like over 100 items that they can go and fetch.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's like I've often seen a dog on a skateboard, right? You see that, but I watched a video a few days ago of a dog, I think it's in Central Park, on a skateboard, steering it.
Oh, I've seen that as well.
In between people and stuff. Yeah, where it leans and everything like that. I go, how did you teach the dog that?
Well, did it teach itself?
It might, it's very possible.
Process of trial and error, really. Oh! I'll just hit a tree. Bollocks.
Yeah. Won't do that anymore.
Or it leans one way and it's going to go, going that way. What if I do that? We'll go that way.
Yeah, well, it was quite extraordinary watching it deliberately missing people who were walking on the path. It's quite something. I think Fiona's getting walked all over trying to find a ball. What I can hear her doing. Oh yeah.
Take that to Kent and shut him up.
God's sake. Take the ball and get out my face. Can you believe it? Profit 5 Revs 2's reaching £16,000. It's insane.
£16,000 for a synth that is guaranteed to break.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Oh, hello.
That's a French car.
Oh, hello.
Well, exactly. That's. I don't know why people do. You see them everywhere on the roads. Oh, look, there's another Citroen.
Yeah.
How long will that keep going? Or is it Renaults that are the main culprit?
Oh, the
Renaults
are pretty bad. I had a Peugeot car, and in the first 6 months, brand new car, in the first 6 months, it had to be on the back of a lorry twice. 2 separate incidents, separate things. Just absolute piece of shit.
That would go straight back and say, "You sold me a dud car. I want my money back."
It was a lease car, company car.
So
I'd probably say all the clue was in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we went from a Golf to that, like the Golf, like literally zero, nothing, absolutely nothing went wrong. The only complaint I ever had about the Golf was the fact that sometimes my fingers would be on the electric windows for the rear windows rather than the front. That was the only thing I could possibly criticise that car for.
My brother had a Golf that was riddled with problems, though. So, mind you, it was no, it wasn't a new one. No, it wasn't.
It's your ball. Right,
yeah, I mean, my previous car, the one I've got now, is a Golf, and that it kind of eventually just stopped wearing out. I mean,
it stopped wearing out.
It started wearing out. It was like 14, 15 years old, so it kind of, you know, it's like stuff like the actual metal that the gas struts for the boot lid were into had gradually actually worn away just because it'd been used so much. You know, it's kind of like the physical limitations of metal.
Well, there are cars which will last perfectly well but for years and years and years. I'd say Volvos, they'll just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going.
I've written one off. Yeah.
That's a different matter. If you decide to have an argument with a tree, you know.
Oh, there you go.
Blimey. Oh, it's a whole menagerie all of a sudden. Oh. Keith, have you got a snake or anything like that you can sort of wrap around you? Or...
I can see you on the screen, woman.
Absolutely not.
Hi, Fiona.
Hey,
Hi,
Fiona.
Fiona.
Bye, Fiona.
Oh, no, she's back. Hi, Fiona.
Hello.
Missy. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? What are we going to do about his foot? We taking him in?
Yeah, we'll have to have him put down.
There you go. You are a terrible dog. Yeah, well.
You have to go.
He's got a claw growing out of his pad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never heard of that before.
Well, what he did, he did have his toe amputated because when we got him, he had leishmaniasis. And now he's got, where his pad is, he's got a nail growing out and curling up around the front of his foot. You're a bit of maintenance, you are, aren't you, for a little dog? Right? Yeah. Little sweetheart.
Hello.
Come on in.
Hi, Fiona again.
Oh, bugger.
How much have you had?
Not enough. My aim's terrible.
How many lines have you done?
70.
Do you know how much these headphones cost?
Not enough.
More than yours.
We might need to leave now.
I think it's a good a good point to say. Right, I've had enough.
I think the dogs get most of it. Yeah.
Kent, Keith, Jim, and lovely Fiona, and all the dogs.
I'm going to go as well.
Good night.
I think we're going to have to knock it on the head, seeing as it's now 24 minutes past.
It's obviously intimate time, and we need to not be
here. Get off.
Yeah. This is where it changes over
Get
to
off your big lump.
Right, well, no, I'm not going there. Goodbye. All right, see you later, everyone. Bye, Inky.
Good night.
Bye. Bye.
Come on then. Down you go, little fella. Oh, there you go. Night, everyone. And look after yourselves. Be safe. Okay.